Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voices of Colonation Nation radio show. Welcome. Now, when you got topics like Black America and powerlessness, is this a reason many were resent immigrants? You know it's going down in Color Land. You know it's going to get heated. So stop what you're doing and like, share, and subscribe. Hit that like button. Like, share, and subscribe. Share. Like. Subscribe. Get yourself some popcorns and peanuts and whatnot, and some soda pop and whatnot, because we're going to have a nice, cool night tonight as we look. I don't know where you're at, but it's freezing here in Virginia. I had to go out there, drive out to the country to a guy's house to do an in-home appointment. Oh my God, man. It was a nice ride out there, but the roads, the ice, it's like I hate if it's gonna snow. But I hate that cold, nasty, what is it called? Hail. It's wet and it's freaking just obnoxious, It's like some corn warm, had dinner, cold and warm. I'm kicking back and I'm just freaking ready to talk tonight. I'm in my best mood right here. Just like I said, this is the best thing I love doing. This is my pastime here, basically, doing this show and being with my guests and everything like that. I want to keep it that way, right? That's why I don't want to end up losing any of my guests. I like you all, but like I said, some people really get on my last nerve. I don't know. I don't know if they think I'm joking, whatever like that. But let me tell you something. I take this movement very, very seriously, right? I hate people clowning and joking me. I just do. I'm a serious fucking person. I have a lot of anger issues and I have a lot of hatred in me, And I'll tell you one thing, I'm not going to be ashamed of the fact that I have a lot of anger and hatred in me, because anger and hatred checks the foolish spirit. And it also awakens the serious spirit. And the serious spirit awakens the due diligence spirit. All these things coordinate with each other. But the foolish spirit is a happy spirit, the happy-go-lucky spirit, and he doesn't do nothing. He's and it triggers the idle spirit. Like the Bible says, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. There's nothing worse than seeing people idling and not making any progress or doing anything because they don't take anything seriously. I take things serious. I take life seriously. I take my people seriously. So I tell you that I take everything you say. I'm a very serious man. That seriousness is driven by anger, hatred, and life experience. And love. So yeah, so we're gonna have a good show tonight. I mean, oh man, I can't believe last night. That was good. Look, I think I made my point. There's a season for all things, right? And I asked the question last night, what do you hate, right? You know why I said that? Because I want you guys for the first time to be complete human beings. Stop holding stuff in. If something bothering you, admit it. What do you hate? Hate is a human emotion. God gave you the ability to hate for a reason. Now, unjust hate is wrong. Hating somebody because of their race or color of skin is wrong. But hating wickedness, hating evilness, hating scoundrelism, and all the stuff like hate grifting and hate scamming. There's nothing wrong with that sort of hatred. There's all this thing going on. Oh man, you can't hate color. Yes, I can. Hate checks the foolish spirit. I keep saying that. It also is when you talk about hate is useless if you don't have the ability or project the ability to act on it. That's the difference between us and the white man and everybody else. They seem like they have the ability to act on their hatred or the power to act on their hatred. It leads me to my topic of the show tonight. Like I said, I'm following up from last night's show. Black people have a lot of hatred, anger, But being powerless in America, right? We basically cannot act on our hatred. We cannot hurt anybody with our hatred, So we feel powerless, and we feel powerless because we decided to be the first time in human history where a group of people conceded sovereignty over to another race of people. In other words, we outsourced all the things that God made us to do: how to build nations, build roads, conquer lands, cultivate the land, something like that. Be fruitful and multiply. All the things that God commands you to do, we gave up to basically have some comfort in the white man's system. Now, the trade-off is we're rendered completely powerless, and we have no say-so in yet such system. Tandra says, "Kyle, you only power." Oh, Lord, they're coming for me already. Jeez. All right. Well, welcome there, Tandria Williams. Hopefully, when I put the link in, you can call in and tell the College Genesis how you feel. You can rumble with the College Genesis. You can rumble with Collar Rumble tonight. Tell me how you feel. If you hate the College Genesis, call in. If you love the College Genesis, call in. Hey, look, I take it all. I take hate and love all as one. So, yeah. She goes, I just did. You didn't call in my show, when you're ready to show, Now, I'm an Africa-loving, self-hating boy, man. No hate. Let your fake cousins call. Woo! It is on already, man. You can tell we're gonna have a good show tonight, man. It's gonna be on. See, College Genesis knows how to get to people's soul. I know how to piss people off. That's the thing I'm good at. I'm there to get under your skin. I remember one time years ago. It's like 20 years ago. I first got online, and I wrote a blog, right? And I went to sleep at night. Right? I woke up with like 300 comments, right? And this one lady was like, "Kala, what you said, had me shivering. I had to take a shower to get the shivers off me." What you say? I said, "Ma'am, you understand where the College is going? That's because you never heard the truth before, and the College Genesis does that to people. So Kala, why do you exist? Go away." Stop. Just stop. No. I can't do that. God put me here for a reason, to be as annoying as possible, to put my foot up Negro's ass. I believe in FTA, foot to ass, My job is to put my foot up Negro's ass so you could do right, There's this notion going around. If you tell black people about themselves, "Oh, you heard Nat Beasley last night. See, you don't say no more." Look, no, nigga. There's a difference between me and Afro Dumbass. Afro Dumbass is a scoundrel. He's trying to bait white people so he can get a white following. He's going for the bag. He wants to be like the African version of Brandon Tatum. That's what Afro Dumbass is going for. Me, I don't give two shits about making money or getting picked up by some mainstream thing, making money, selling my people out. I say things to my people. I talk to my people out of love, because I want you to do better. I know we're better than what we put out there, So I don't have self-hate, sister. You haven't been listening to me enough. I'm proud to be African American, Black American. I have some African, but I don't put Africa before my people here in America. So I don't know where you get that from. I think you got me all wrong. I think you got me all wrong, sister. I will not put Africa before Africans in Africa before my people here in America. My people in America come first. These are the people. Black America is what made me. My success comes from Black America. There was no African that rescued me or whatever like that gave me anything. It was Black America that gave me everything I need. I am. It what made me the man I am today, the person I am today. So don't ever come here telling me how much I don't like being Black American. I love myself, and I love being Black American, Black African American, whatever the fuck you want to say, But yeah, so that just really bothered me last night, Uh, that either is I don't eat no Iju's soup. What do you like? I said, God, man, people are stupid. I think people got me wrong. I don't eat no fucking whatever soup you're talking about. I don't like that food. What the hell? People just come here. It's like, damn. It's just if you hate Africa and hate African food, just say so. But don't try to project onto me. I'm not telling you to fucking eat fucking fufu. I'm not telling you to eat jollof rice. I don't care if you know what you eat and stuff like that. It's like I'm sitting up here saying, eat more jollof, eat more jollof. Yeah. It's called goosey soup. It's Nigerian. I never had it before. And I'm not interested in it. The only soup I like is chicken noodle and New England clam chowder. Only soups I'll eat. Anything else I'll throw up. So I don't know. So I don't know what you're talking about on that. That era. But Black America, the politics of powerlessness. She must say, yeah. Well, I don't think so. I don't know. I think I'm consistent. The only thing I did now is basically stop pushing this idea that we have to have an Afghanistan. But I'm gonna give some examples. I'm gonna let people say I'm gonna do some teaching tonight, right? What I just said is no one could ever. One thing for I did all these people that come up here and try to debate me and shit. They never fucking answer the questions I ask, right? I said that I'm going to sit that back and listen to the FBA, the people who are these Black American people, the people are pro-American, that I'm American. And I realized something like the last night, listening to NAC meetings, they're all fucking full of shit. When I come to and say, look, okay, I'm with you. Let's build Black America, right? Let's build Black America, right? The first thing you need in anything is you got to create order. You got to have power. You have to have the ability to punish and reward people. If you don't have that in your hand, right now, reward and punishment is in the hands of the European Americans. You cannot build no community being powerless. You cannot build no community talking about we got to reach the young brother or not. No, at some point in time, just like me personally, what kept me straight is the fear of my father. I feared my father. When I got a curfew, he said, be home at a certain time before the night, because I was home. Now, if my mother was in the house and she was a single mother, I probably been doing all kinds of shit. But my father in that house made sure I stayed in line. The problem is there's no father figure in Black America. And that's what I am on this show, a father figure. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm not going to candy coat this shit no more. I didn't come here with a little paring knife to pare apples. I come with a double-bladed axe to cut down the tree of foolishness and wickedness in Black America. That ugly tree that needs to be cut down. That tree of iniquity needs to be cut down. So the bottom line is, don't ever try to judge me on my method of what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I don't give a damn about anybody's feelings. I'm going to tell the truth how it is. If you don't like it, change your behavior. I said, if I could live a upright life or not, I expect everybody else to do the same thing. If you can't agree that we're going to all live sort of decent, some tenure of decency. And basically, when you see your community going out of control, then if you don't say nothing about it, then you don't have any interest in surviving. You want to know how people end up being enslaved and conquered and whatnot? It's foolishness. people telling you, oh no, and the by and by and everything. But the people who never get conquered were not the people who take everything seriously. Why was those horses sick when they came back? What route did you take? Let's investigate what took you so long to come back from that venture right there. You were supposed to be back 2 days ago. The foolish people say, no, it's okay and everything. The serious people like, were you bought off? Are you a traitor? Let's investigate you or not, because we take everything seriously. That's the type of person I am. I basically, if I investigate something, I want to see what's going on. I'm not a foolish person, I don't trust anybody. Nah, I think a state, we need our state, definitely. I don't care where it's at. To tell you the truth, ideally it would be in Africa, away from thing. The reason why TOD, whatever your name is, you got to understand, we're still living under the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine means that every country in this hemisphere is subject to U.S. imperialism. So the only place for an African an African-American state, would be on the African continent or maybe Asia. Ideally, African continent, because they got 12 million square miles and they have no ability or they don't have the intelligence to build it. So you got all that land and territory, millions of square miles sitting there unoccupied, undeveloped. Yeah, we could take 25,000 of it and build a state, but the Africans will be the first one to fight us on it. No, you can't. Why? Because you got Colin, you have any concrete ideas on how to deal punishment with criminals? Yeah, I don't know. Look, like I said, you know what you have to do? You have to call Nakmeezy. He's the one that got the ideas. Oh, yeah, because black people are telling me they're tired of the criminal element destroying our culture and community. They're tired of having their cars broken into. They're tired of cleaning up bullets in their neighborhood and whatnot. They're tired of all this nonsense. So I want to know, what's the fucking plan to live in peace in America anymore? I do know this. When I go to Liberia, I feel peace. I said, damn, when you're in Liberia, you know what that's like, being around all black people and it's peaceful? All black country, everybody look like you and whatnot, but it's peaceful. It's not violent. I said, I can't have this in America. That's how stupid it is. The most developed country in the world, you're around a lot of black people, and all you see is shootings. You can't even go to Chuck E. Cheese without something breaking out. It's usually these friggin' single mothers. They're the ones wrecking the community and whatnot. These mothers and their baby daddies and whatnot, with multiple kids and whatnot. Just I don't know. It's a complete breakdown of family, everything like that. I don't know what to do about it. I have no idea. I really don't, because that's not my cup of tea. Those people who are pro-American and whatnot, that wave the flag, talk about we're American, they got to come up with something, because all I see is the FBA and these pro-black people. All I see them is online. I don't see none of that shit in real life. In real life, black people are trying to stay away from each other as far as possible. So they said the first punishment for dealing with punishment for criminals. What do you suggest? I cannot suggest anything, because because we don't have our own nation, we cannot deal with every other group of people throughout history could deal with crime and everything in their own way. But America has no interest in dealing with black crime. It's not their problem. We have a situation where all the problems that we see in black America is solved by having your own nation government. Simple as that. Government policy, legislation, and good governance and stuff like that could tackle all the problems and everything. Even marriage and everything could be encouraged. Stuff like that. Look at Libya. Gaddafi used to give incentive for young couples to get married. Start them off for like $20,000 or whatever like that, apartment and stuff like that. So that pushed the marriage rates up. None of this stuff living in captivity is going to ever happen, because we don't have a nation, a government of our own. If we had a nation or government of our own, we have billions of dollars to solve problems. But since people, all these big mouths want to come up here and tell me, oh, you're still part of, yeah, I'm going to always be in a damn Pan-African movement until I see something better. I see a obvious better. I'm still going to talk about an African until I see something better. And so far, I have not seen a damn thing anybody's telling me outside running your mouth talking about staying away from Africa. I'm sick of hearing it. So, can you teach people how to build wealth using insurance? I could teach, but what's the point? We need to be the majority someplace, Rico. You understand that? We need power. We need power. We need to be in the majority. We cannot get any place as a fucking scattered minority group all over the place. We need to be concentrated in a majority and build something. Then everything will fall right in place. Whatever I do, I plan on being a mentor and teaching people my business, but that's not going to solve anything. It'll give me a thing to say I'm doing something. I can feel good about myself, but it ain't going to solve anything, But that's what Rico, that's why you need your own tax base. That's what taxes come from. When you could tax goods and services, real estate, and stuff like that in the land you control, that's how you raise the money for problems. You tax income, you tax everything from meals to income and everything like that. Real estate transactions, everything like that is taxed. Car sales tax. We don't have anything. All the taxes we generate go friggin' somebody else. Start somewhere. I would look, okay, all you FBAs that got a thing. I already have my plan. I want to build an Afghanistan, You guys basically, what you call the ones that basically tell me that you want America. That's fine, okay. But what do you got in America, right? What do you got in America? Whatever you have in America, the white man could take it from you. Whatever you have in America, there's no structure in America. In other words, basically, you got a guy who you can't say work hard, do the right thing, you be rewarded, right? You can't do that when you got a situation where you basically our job is always hanging on the line, right? You can't move up in the corporate because you got the glass ceiling. Every black person's up to that, right? And then what you have is the temptation of the streets. You got too many people who say, what the hell I need to go to college for? Man, I could make $5,000 a day on the streets. That's how it used to be. I don't know how the streets are right now. But therefore, that's an incentive not to friggin' go to school and everything. So you tell people to do right and everything because of reward and punishment. That's how it was in any other civilization. But they know, the criminal element knows you can't reward them and you can't punish them, You can't reward them and you can't punish them. So they're not going to listen to anything you say. Now, sometimes they might come by your little community activist table somewhere and they may throw $100 down and say, yeah, man, work with children. And they put money and you say, okay, I'll tell you, you take their money to look the other way at their criminal activity. I've been out there. I know how it works. A lot of community activists are taking money from drug dealers and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know who's extorting who, but the drug dealers and the criminals, elements of Black America will put money into a boxing gym or put money into whatever like that. And the community actors is okay. Now, when it comes time to like go after the criminal element, the community activists and the big mouths will always be like, well, they ain't got no opportunity. This is prison and pipeline, racism, white supremacy. What about the disparity in the crack? Look, our whole culture has been corrupted. What about the disparities in crack and cocaine? It's racist to arrest drug dealers when you're not over there. The real drug dealers are in the pharmacies. The real drug dealers are on Wall Street or not. That's racism. When you get tired of all this bullshit, then you come talk to me. Say, Carla, what are you letting all the freaking white criminals? I don't give a fuck about the white criminals. I care about what directly affects me and my people. I can't stop what's going on in the white community. But I can basically deal with people that choose to destroy our culture. If you want to hook kids on drugs, if you want to friggin' abuse young girls and whatnot, prey on young girls, and a growing number of people are preying on young girls with this explosion of OnlyFans and sexual deviancy and shit like that, And so the bottom line, but I'm not supposed to hate that. I'm not supposed to be angry and whatnot. I'm supposed to go along to get along, you know? Don't get angry, caller. Don't hate, caller. Always love. Always try to get them to understand. Let them see things your way, caller. You shouldn't hate, caller, because hatred is freaking bad for you. No, hatred is fucking good for you. Hatred will make you do something, get you to do something. Hatred will shut the foolish spirit down. And everything you see affecting Black America has to do with our love of foolishness. A powerless people is a foolish people. On the whole, Black America are powerless and foolish people. One race of people said, I'm serious. So they settled on the 13 colonies and they got more serious. They brought millions of Africans here to work for them, right? They slaughtered millions of Native Americans, right? And that were in their way. And they marched from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, making the United States. That's serious. The Black man in America never fought anybody. He never built anything. He's completely dependent on the white man, what the white man wrote in his Constitution and the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, right? As something, well, I'm a foundational Black America, an 1870 census and whatnot, that's what I would get my identity from. You know how stupid these dudes sound? Your existence is based on what some white man wrote 200 years ago. So, like I said, Black America and powerlessness, right? And I think, what a problem I think, see what Black America is, we know Black America realizes now is powerless, right? And the bottom line is this: they want another group of people to come over here, come over here and bow down to them, right? And say, "Yo, look, you be grateful to be. I'm here." And they're like, people coming here, like, something. I'll come here whether you want me to come here or not, because it's the white man who let me in here. You're powerless. You got no say so. And that's sad. We have no say so on people. If we had a nation of our own, do you think we would have people? Let's say there is real beef between Black Americans and Nigerians. Do you think large numbers of Nigerians will flood in there if I had the power? No. If you're not going to love us and be with us or whatnot, you're not going to be around us. In America, we have no say so who comes to our shores. And people come to this country, not just from Africa, but from all over to basically do harm to Black America. They know before they get here, there's a group of people that you could abuse. America advertises Black America as a place you could set up your business, exploit. We'll help you exploit them. That's how these foreigners got businesses in the Black community, because the Black America is powerless. America has a vested interest in keeping the Black race powerless. Now, if you love powerlessness and everything like that, okay, forget about Kala, forget about the Afghanistan, forget about a nation of our own. Just say, just be proud to be a proud American. Wear a fucking American flag on your face in your picture. If you like powerlessness, man, then you must love America, because that's all America is offering the Black man: powerlessness. I'm not a defeatist mindset. I'm talking reality, Tandria. I'm talking reality. Reality is you have no fucking power. We should put you say we should put who's going to put that extra tax? You ain't got no damn power. That's the point. You're powerless. All you got to do is get on TikTok, blah, 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 and nobody paying no attention. In the meantime, the white man's inviting all these Africans and Caribbeans here, and they give them your role. They're replacing us in the movies and everything, right? You ain't gonna see pretty soon. You ain't gonna see no Black Americans in movies or nothing like that, because they're gonna bring these Africans here. We're gonna lose our beauty, our uniqueness, and stuff like that. It's like you ain't gonna see what a real Black American woman looks like anymore. They're gonna bring more Cynthia Rivos, but because you're powerless, you can't do nothing about it. So you act like, oh yeah, like you got some fucking power to tax somebody. You ain't got no power to friggin' tax nobody. Collar warning. Uh, I don't know what she wrote. Collar. So card hand in hand. So the bottom line is this. The truth is, whatever it is, Mrs. Williams, you have no power. That's what our ancestors decided when they want to make us Americans, right? They said you don't want no power. That means we have no defense against anybody that comes to this country. We're so wrong. Why do you think that lady that was pulling that sister's hair in Alabama? She's just like, imagine that she's a nice lady, and to go through some trauma like that, but some African woman pulling her hair and whatnot. Why do they think they could do that? Because America and the world the media teaches them that these are powerless people in this country that you could do whatever you want with. Because they have no nation. They want no nation. You should at least want a nation. We should at least declare ourselves a nation within a nation in captivity. Then you'll have some power. Then you could talk to international bodies. We need something like the African National Congress was, right? In other words, basically, we see this government as a white government, and then we say we have our own institutions and everything like that work in tandem with the government or whatever, or different international bodies. Black America should have some sort of should have sovereignty over it by other groups of people. It would be great if Africa was in that position to help us out, but they're not. Africa can't help us out when Africa is so weak and whatnot that it relies on U.S. foreign aid and everything like that. So Africa can't help us out. So I said the only solution was we need to build a nation of our own. But there's some people, no, Carla, America's my nation. Only thing America offers you is powerlessness. So all they want is America to be, all they want you here for is to be powerless. We have no power. Don't say so. Then we try to impress black immigrants like we got some fucking power. I'm dead serious, baby. You guys have no power. You can't stop the Africans from coming here. You can't stop them. They're laughing at you. You have no say so. In fact, white Americans would prefer them over you. Because you and us, all us so-called Black American Foundation, we're on our fucking way out. Look at freaking Ted say, you're a lying little punk. I mean, geez. Does it got to be like that? I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. The truth is painful. The truth is painful. The truth is hard to hear, I wish I had better news to tell you. I wish I could say, yeah, man, Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony, blah, blah, blah. But, that old Yankee Doodle Negro, he's done, Now it's time for black people to grow up. America has made its choice. It's now a white country. It's about a racist country. They bought into Donald Trump. Donald Trump wants a white stand, What is the black people going to do in America? Everything, every institution is changed. They even try to strip Black History Month and whatnot. Every institution, everything, they were affirmative action, DEI. They were even trying to strip civil rights from you, What are you going to do, Miss Williams? They're stripping everything. You're losing everything. And then whatever's left, they're going to replace you with these African immigrants. Okay, so you're okay, whatever. Well, I know the Afghanistan was going to prevail. FBA is not going nowhere. All you guys know how to do is come online and argue with people online and whatnot. FBA is nothing. Please, the FBA is nothing. You call it, let's go to the motherland. You have a faint heart. It's for you. Look, I will be there in a few months, right? But I want to prepare the table before you and make sure that my people can come over too, I'm always on fire, Elvis, man. Come on, man. Don't diss me, Elvis. I'm always on fire. But the Negro in America, the only thing in existence, right, that succeeded its rightful occupation of space, right? Let me break it down to you in so many brass tacks while I got the monologue and I got a panel full of people talking over me. All right. You take a microorganism, right? Microscopic, right? But they're sitting there battling over space, pushing each other around, occupying space, right? You go to the bottom of the ocean, you got little crabs fighting over little spaces of patch at the bottom of the ocean, the most minute thing, right? When you look at a garden, right, you got plants, right, who try to suck nutrients. Each plant needs a certain amount of the soil to think. So the bottom line is one plant can't be too much over into other plant, or the other plant will die. Also, when you're planting a tree, you can't plant a tree under another tree. He has to have his own sunlight. It has to have its own space. It has to have its own roots. You understand? To go into the earth and also connect with the heavens. You know, the black man in America do not have any sunshine to heaven because the white man hovers over him and he has no root because America is rooted in white supremacy and the white man. Do you understand that? This is the first time somebody's telling you the truth. And some of you people are so full of sin and so wicked when you just don't understand. Oh, heck goes four black righteous. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Here we go. And I'm like, what the hell are you freaking, what the hell are you delineating from, you know? Tell that to the damn, the immigrants are here. There's nothing you can do about it. White America decided they want them over you, you know? The white America has decided they want the Chukwos and the Zongos. You know, they're a better fit for America, you know? So don't get mad at me, you know? I've been very good to you, you know? Who's getting deported, right? People are getting round up. I don't see a lot of people getting deported. All those people getting deported will be back. As soon as like there's a new administration, they'll be all back, you know? I realize we're on our way out in America. You know, I realize that, man. I'm just like, let's just, enjoy the good times, get together, build schools, build institutions, enjoy it while we still got it, because that's the way America's moving. America is done with us. It's done with the slave story. It's done with apologizing, feeling guilty, and basically they want to replace us. All they have to do is teach the immigrants our moves, our style, stuff like that, somewhat and whatnot, and that's what got it. They could basically have their own Nigerian version of 50 Cent, their Nigerian version of Snoop Dogg. Oh, yeah, man. Imagine a Ghanaian version of Shaquille O'Neal. Then they're good. They're good. Imagine that. Imagine a Congolese version of Samuel Jackson. Motherfucker. Soon as they find your African replacement, y'all Negroes are all gone. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna basically have tryouts. It's like, so we're sitting here. We found Usher Raymond. And we found our replacement Usher Raymond. Looks just like him. We found our replacement Denzel Washington. Man, some bro like Denzel. Princess P says, cause they've always worked their place. They've been trying to place. Yeah, but look at the number of Africans coming over here and whatnot. They're gonna do it, man. They're gonna do it. They're gonna replace They're gonna get us to like the African female aesthetic a little better. That's all they have to do. And next thing you know, they're gonna replace what was once Black American women to thing. Afrodamus replaced. Yeah, he probably will, man. I'll be on my next to boat to Liberia, and this, Afrodamus got my spot. No, I'm not drunk. I am not drunk, man. People don't think I'm drunk. I'm just telling the truth, Rico. I'm drunk on knowledge, it says you sit up and antagonize us and then act surprised when we call ourselves FPA. You're dumb, collar. No, I mean you could be. Look. I'm gonna tell you right now. I have no problem. I said that with people being proud to be Black American, right? But the reality is, white people in America don't want you. You know, and Africans coming here, you can't stop them from coming here, replacing you. So what exactly are you gonna do? You know, white people simply don't want your black asses, anymore. They want you gone. They said, man, if we can, it'll probably be worth it to ship every black person out there and give them $100,000 to get rid of them. I'm betting on that, man, because we can make that happen. We can make that happen. White people willing to settle, give every black person $100,000 in a special account to come to the Afghanistan. That'd be great. Yeah, man. Bring over Four Righteous, man. I can see her cook in our home economics program, teaching the young women how to cook and sew and all that stuff like that. Boy, Four Righteous, I can see Four Righteous working part time as a market lady. Man, we're gonna get it. Yeah, yeah. Do it up, Four Righteous. Yeah. No, I'm not on a henny. I'm just having a good time. He's a fake. Thank God for Trump. Yo, man. Yo, it's just hilarious. Now, Rico says, I'll go anywhere except Africa. Come on, Rico. Let me tell you something. I think it's time for me to play some videos. I don't know how to use this fucking. I don't know. Hold up. Give me a second, folks. All right. Let's see if I could play this video. Hold up. Hold up. I don't know how to operate YouTube. YouTube freaking sucks. It really does. YouTube freaking sucks. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second. I should have did this earlier. I should have been prepared. So give me a second, folks. All right, folks. This is from my trip to Liberia. If you haven't seen the video, it's off my jumped off my my latest trip to Liberia. All right, folks. This is from March of this year. You know, like 7-8 months ago. Enjoy. This is Club Mazzarato for YouTube. One place I've never been here before. So I hope I enjoy this place. I hope I enjoy it. You know. This is Club Mazzarato. See, the thing is, you're like on a hill and you're walking down these steps and whatnot. You see these white people coming up. You know, they know what's up. Liberia's a shit. They know. One day it's fine and next it's black. Oh. I wish they'd give us some fucking YouTube stuff. I wish I could widen this. This is Club Mazzarato for YouTube. One place I've never been here before. So I hope I enjoy this place. I hope I enjoy it. You know, first time here. The color wash is closed tonight, so we're here. Let's see how this works. I don't know if I'm on the steps. I don't know. Good workout. What's up, babe? Yeah. How you doing, bro? Okay. You mind if I get you on camera? What's your name?
I see.
All right, good to meet you, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, that's our here.
Yes.
That was a night at Club Montserrat. That night, that restaurant. It's a bar, restaurant, etc., etc. Nice, nice. Real nice. The bar, restaurant, nightclub. It's really nice. That was the nicest restaurant I've ever been in my life. See, like what it is like if the parking lot is on the street, which is on the cliff, and they brilliantly built this thing like it's like a Syncor, right? This ain't even part of Syncor, but Syncor means where the cliff meets the ocean, right? And so therefore, it's technically not Syncor, whatever they call the whole area Syncor. It's technically not the heart of Syncor, but it had the same architecture and everything like that, and the way the topography is. So in other words, you basically to get to the club, it's like see how I was walking down? I was walking downstairs and whatnot. So you're walking down to the bottom. That's where the club is. It's on the beach. It's on the ocean front. And it is nice. Then you can pick up your own fish, your own shrimp. You can pick out your own fish that you want them to cook, whatever like that. It's good. It's expensive, but it was good. Most expensive restaurant I've been to in Liberia. But it was beautiful. But Club Montserrat, that was built back in the 1960s. Showed you how ancestors were living there in Liberia. They were living large. That's the place where dignitaries, presidents, and heads of state went to back in the days. Now I'm continuing that journey right there because, I love being part of this new thing called Liberia, the rebirth of Liberia, And so it is what it is. I ain't stuck in the past. I'm going for the future. You're stuck in the past. You really think Black America is, I don't know. I'm not going to say nothing about it because you people are hell-bent on fucking challenging me on this. But I say like this. Why is it that I go to Liberia and I'm so fucking happy, right? I am very fucking happy. But I don't see none of these so-called FBA people are ever happy. They're always fighting with Black immigrants and whatnot. They're so miserable. They resent Black immigrants, right? Because they're powerless. That's all it is. Ain't no general butt naked to own no Club Rico. See, like I said, when you can't refute nothing, and I'm going to keep showing you more beautiful things of Liberia. Liberia is the safest country in the freaking world. You can go out at night. One night, you can go out at night. We went there. It was like 10 o'clock at night. We left like around almost 1, Walk outside. I'm pissed drunk. Driver puts us in the car. And I'm drunk. And whatnot, we get home safely and whatnot. I got stop in traffic. Never have to. Matter of fact, when Bomani and us went there last year, right? I never forget that one night I was so freaking tore up drunk, right? And Bomani was still walking around trying to do his thing, whatever like that, outside the club. And me and Dion was in the car, and I was in the back of the car asleep. There was like hundreds of people walking past us. I never felt more safe in my life. I fell asleep in the back of an SUV in Old Congo Town Road where the friggin' all the nightclubs are. I would have never fell asleep and whatnot if that was anywhere in the United States. Never. So I feel sorry for Rico Miller because that's what you do when you don't have any real facts. You basically are jealous because You don't want to project. See, that's what people want to do. They know I'm telling the truth. They know I'm telling the truth. They know they got no fucking real life here in America. They don't. They don't have anything going. Because if you had real life here in America, you wouldn't even care what I say. You'd be just out just doing your thing. You think I'm on somebody else's channel talking about? No. You ever see me on anybody's channel? No. I know what I'm doing is good. I know what I'm doing is good. I know what I'm doing is right. So the people who don't have any life, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have never seen anything like this. The which we'll call it, Please, this not an FBA. No, we're not a fucking FBA channel. I was trying to give these Black Americans some grace there, Dave. But they bite the hand that feeds them. What's Ralph though? I don't know. I never thought. I don't take money for this shit. I don't do this shit for money. If I had time, whatever like that, and if I thought your audience was serious about this topic, was interested in Liberia, I do it for nothing. I'm gonna play one more video. Let me find the video first. This next video is gonna be. This is for my many years in Liberia. It's like a little snippet from different years past and whatnot. It's really nice. Yeah, Black America is in subjugation. It's just sad that people can't see that. They think and the only thing you're gonna lose from America is your chains. The immigrants come over here and whatnot. Let them have your chains. Let them put your shackles on. Don't you want to be something there? Don't you want to be something more than a Black American or African American? You don't know where your land's going to be. What dimensions you're going to conquer. The only thing you would know is settle for what the white man gave you, and stuff like that. He decides everything. Look, every group of people, let me tell you something. One thing about America is this. When you become a nation, you decide to free yourself from your enemy, which is, free yourself from your enemy. It did that with England. Then it said, you know something? We see this vast land, right? And we got this group of people called indigenous people standing in the way. So they fixed that. You know something? We need a mercantile system to supply us in a global trade. Well, we need free labor because we can't get white men to do this. So we're going to basically get Black men from the Africa to work these cotton fields, tobacco fields, and make us super uber rich. And we're going to take that money, build weapons and everything like that, and expand across the continent, eventually to the Pacific Ocean. That was a manifest destiny of the white race in America. Coast to coast, sea to shining sea, and nothing was going to get in his way. Then the white man, after he did his manifest destiny, he says, you know something? We're going to extend our hegemony, our power throughout the whole Western Hemisphere. That was a Monroe Doctrine. That anybody, to this day, anything provocation in this area, the United States feels it has the right to act unilaterally against any opposition or any threat. That's why it invaded Haiti. That's why it tried to take over Cuba. This is why they had hostility with Pinochet in Argentina and Chile, and that's why you had the problems in Argentina. America is everywhere in this Western Hemisphere, fucking shit up. What part of that don't you understand? But because a black man is a coward, right? He doesn't know how to stand like a man and say, "Where's your fucking manifest destiny?" No, Rico, we're gonna take it. It ain't gonna hand nothing over. We're gonna fucking take it. As soon as we get our numbers, we're gonna take it. Peacefully, negotiation impossible, but it's gonna be done. That's what I dedicate my life to. All I need is fucking strong fucking men who aren't cowards. I got too many cowards in the black race. Too many people like Rico, you want to run around and run to the bootlick the white man. Oh, Mr. White Man, please don't get rid of me. Please don't replace me with the Africans. Man, get the hell out of here. I don't care what the Africans are begging for. We're different, than they are. We're different. That citizenship don't mean shit to me, Having American citizenship for Africa is a come up. It's not a flex for me. All right. Here's my trip to Morocco and Liberia with my lovely wife, Isabella. This is me going to the Cross Bronx Expressway. That's my brother Ross. This is the Al Lagoon restaurant. That's the whole new club they're building. That whole strip right there, they're building like several clubs right there on the lagoon. Me having a cigar. This is Elwa, Painesville.
This is my house getting painted in Liberia. I will not have a crib I come to. Looks nice, Let's see on the outside. Inside, new marble floor, new bathrooms, tubs, everything like that. Nice living room. Nice. This is where I start my life in Africa.
That's my marble floor house.
Family film. What up, Ross? How you doing, brother?
Yeah, peace, man. Right. We're in the Pan-African capital of the world, Liberia.
Hey, brother. Yeah, it's going on YouTube. How you doing? Just having a little family housewarming party today. Turned out was good. A lot of family and friends I know from Liberia showed up to wish me welcome me to the community here, you know, as I'm living here now, at least part-time throughout the year.
Yeah, so folks, that was me in Liberia this this year. Folks, you know, I had a blast. Yeah, hustle smart. Yeah, everybody came to hustle. That was cost me a little bit of money, man. All the food we had. What we have? We had a whole bunch of fish. We had a bunch of chicken wings. We had corn on a cob. We had a whole bunch of stuff. You know, several different African rices and whatnot. You know, and potato greens. We had so much food. We even gave the security guard at the gate a plate. You know, I said, man, everybody get a plate. I told the security team, come up there and get himself a plate. Had my wife fix them all a plate, you know, with a soft drink and whatever like that. I invite everybody out or whatever like that, you know. Whether people appreciate it. People expect. When I come around, people expect this, you know. You know. Yeah, they got steak. They got steak everywhere. They got steak there. Liberia has everything. They got steak. They got everything. They got the best restaurants I've ever been in, you know. Yeah, well, like I said, I like being in night. But I feel like I'm in Liberia a lot of times. I feel like I'm in like 1975. I feel like I'm in a black exploitation movie. That's how good I feel over there. I feel like I'm in the 70s where life was beautiful for being black in the world. You know, I feel like I'm in the 70s. I love the 70s, you know. I wish I could live in the 70s forever. Yeah, that was a year before. That was a year before. This was this year. I was fine this year. The year before, I was sick. I couldn't enjoy myself. You know, when we did the tour with Bamani, I was sick on that tour. You know. Yeah, but that's what I do. You know, that's what I believe in. You know, one thing I'm not going to do is tell somebody. I'm not trying to convince nobody to come to Liberia, come to Africa. You do what you want to do. You know, but I tell you one thing. I got a sense of peace. I'm happy. But I don't see the FBA people. I don't think they're happy. Why they always coming here attacking me? You know, they're not happy with themselves. They're not happy with their life. They're not happy with what they're doing and whatnot. Because they're powerless. No, look, no human being wants to settle for powerlessness, you know? Every organism on this earth will defend itself. A plant will fight with another plant, try to grow its roots to push another plant out to survive. The only thing that does not have its own space in this whole universe, the only substance, the only living thing that don't have its own space is the American Negro. And he basically gets upset when the white man brings Africans in his space and whatnot. You have no say so, no nothing, because you don't have your own ground. You can't say who comes around you, who comes here. You think Donald Trump is going to really do you a favor by getting rid of Africans? No. That's all talk, you know. It comes down to it. His handler will tell you, look, nah, man, you know, don't do that. And we got to go between one and the other. We'll take these Africans over these black Americans, you know. He said, I'm not talking side talk about black Americans. I'm not talking about side talk. Black, but I hate silly black Americans, you know. Closed-minded black Americans, you know. I know a lot of you are shook right now because, you know, I just laid out the facts to you. But you're dealing with Thanos, you know. I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go easy on you. That being said, here's the link in the chat room. You can call in if you want to rumble. Rumble, collar boy, rumble. You want to rumble with the College Genesis? Step right up, step right up, step right up. Yeah, Dark Migo, that shook. Dark Migo, that has to be my number one soldier. That brother came a long ways, man. At first, he didn't like me. I remember that. He didn't like me at first. But now he sees the light, man. And I'm proud of Dark Migo. He's come a long ways. Baby Rodriguez, I can look, even if I go to Liberia, I'm still gonna be broadcasting from there. So I'll still be able to reach you guys, I'll still be there. What do you think? It cuts off once I get to Liberia? No. Matter of fact, I'm gonna make a point when I get there in February, March. I'm gonna do a show every night or just constantly thing to basically get on your nerve, let you know I'm there, I'm present, I'm around you all the time. All right, Afro Theory, what's going on?
Is my camera on? Hi.
No. Yeah. How you doing?
I'm good.
How you doing?
I'm good. I just want to call in and say hello. And also,
Hello.
I wasn't in the chat, or in the most of the live yesterday, but I did catch some parts of it. And I agree with what you said about hating, or your feeling of hating. I understand it, but it's more
Hate is
so.
a natural thing. Don't let
Yeah,
anybody tell you do not to hate. That's how people trip you up and let you tolerate anything.
right. It's more, for me, it's more of a like despise. You despise the behavior or evil. It's just, plain evil, whoever it comes from, but specifically on the topic of the Black community, where it grows, it can grow into a strong hate, but
That's
it's
what
a
they was talking
healthy.
about with Black fatigue. To white people hijacked it. It was like we're just so tired of being Black because we're trying to do the thing, and we have these burdens every time we look around. Oh man, the first thing about Black crime, you can't ignore that. People look at
Yeah,
you on TV robbing stores and shit like that. That's not fair to any of us, right? And the
right,
FBA people, they have these are their people. The
right. And
people robbing and still, these are the FBA types.
right. And I think it's a healthy, I don't want to say hate, but as far as like, it's a healthy disdain, and it's a type that will vex your spirit where you don't want to be around it. You don't,
Right.
what I mean? It's a
It's
good
a foolish
judgment.
spirit, right? And what you do is say, "Well, I'm gonna plan my life accordingly, right?
Exactly.
I'm gonna study a little harder so I can get a better grade. So I'm gonna work a little harder so I get that raise. So I could get a better vehicle. I don't have to take the bus every day. You know, I don't have to. You see people go through on the subway, right?
Right.
Like
But
messing.
and also it's that type of feeling that you're talking about. You're talking about hate. That's the type of emotion that's so strong where it causes successful Black people to not want to go back to the Black
Exactly, and
community and
that's
help
what I'm
out.
talking about.
Yeah, that's
That's the
true.
white man. The white man knows exactly what he's doing. The successful Black people are just like throw their hands up, like I don't want to be bothered.
And
I'm
also
trying to tell
is
successful Black people we got to fight this, right? And we got to
right.
fight this because we don't want to lose our community.
Yeah, and it also pushes a lot of Black people to want to get away from the Black community.
Yeah,
So, and then the sad part about it is that a lot of times no one's the predators in the community are not being held accountable, or they're being protected. And
yeah. People defend them all the time.
yeah, exactly. And that goes to show that the it shows the how far we've fallen, as a community. Because there was a time where Black people were like known to be the honorable people,
Yeah, we were. We
known
were.
to
Well, I
tell the
said that. I
truth.
was going to say you stole my thunder. I was saying that we
Yeah,
was
yeah,
once
she going
the
crazy,
moral
Kyla.
authority of America.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's all I
I
wanted
got
to
to
say.
salute this Black woman, man. She got a lot of great points. We've been discussing about stuff like this before, Kyla. This is
Oh,
crazy.
and And then also I want to touch on that same type of predatory behavior that's rampant within the Black community. The victims are never protected. I think I mentioned that, but also
no one cares about the victim. All you care about is somebody facing 50 years in jail. You're out there. That's unfair. The criminal judge, racial experiment, and the victim sitting there like going. The victim. You know how many Black women, girls have been touched and molested in our community, and whatnot.
Yeah,
And
it's 1 in 5. It's 1 in 5.
They're told to shut up, whatnot. You
yeah,
know,
it's a death by silence. We have a death by silence type culture,
no
and it
more, no
also
more.
haunts the Black men. Like it's really sad. It's very evil, but I really think that a lot of it stems from people leaving the religious or the church. I know people don't believe it. A lot of people may not believe in Christ, but the church was a pivotal
Church was
part of the
the
Black
moral
community at one point.
for the Black community, because the preacher told you to get out there and work. And in those churches, they told a young man, find yourself a wife. Women, be a faithful woman and whatnot. Women got married younger and whatnot because they listened to the church and whatnot.
Yeah, and so I feel like we lost our moral compass as a collective, not individually, because you still have those people who, like us, who's talking about this and who try to avoid that behavior, those people, even within our family at all costs. But there seems to be like a lack of, I don't know, just like a depletion of moral character.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all I wanted to talk about. But so thank you for having me. I'm gonna go.
Anytime. Thank you, afterward. Thank you.
She had a lot of great points. I'm not gonna lie, man. That's crazy.
All right, Dark Mingo. What's
and I also wanted to bring up the fact she said like a lot of Black people are like, we protect like a lot of the wicked and immoral people nowadays. That's pretty crazy. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like it's gonna take a long time for us to heal, because it's too many wicked and immoral people. It's not enough college gens and Dark Migos. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when I talk
so
about,
it might take us like a good 50 years, brother.
Yeah, so I don't think we have 50 years. We'll be gone by then. The bottom line is what you need.
I don't know if you're talking
overnight. If everybody, millions of us said we've had enough, it'll stop. Things will change. But there's too many of us saying, "Oh, you see how freaking I laid it out yesterday? What's wrong with Black America?" And Knack Music calls in and tries to scold me for talking about fucking Black people, my own people. What's going wrong? If I don't say it, who the fuck else will? And then he compares me to fucking Aphrodite. That's just ridiculous. So I'm supposed to sit back and be like, "Oh yeah, I see all this stuff. I see YNs out there shooting up whole neighborhoods, and stuff like that. People living in fear and terror and whatnot, for doing nothing but being Black and being poor,
It's us. It's us. How you doing, Colin?
Yeah, what's up?
I was just saying, it's us. It's us. It is completely us. Completely us. We sit back and think this is okay. We accept debauchery and failure, and let's break this into education. Like I know you were talking about that. Look at all the amount of teachers quitting.
Yeah, because they just can't handle it. The kids are violent. They put their hands on teachers. If God forbid, sometimes across America, teachers have been hitting back. This one dude, kid tried to manhandle teacher, body slammed him and beat his behind. The guy, that teacher got arrested, put in handcuffs for defending himself.
Oh, this is
all the time. One female teacher was defending herself against some girl. Next thing you know, the girl's mother came in and beat the teacher down. This is what they're fucking dealing with.
This is why you are, when we talk about Black Americans that are, whether they're immigrant or they're mostly Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, mostly descendants of slaves. This is why I feel like when you see what we see in the news, I feel like this is why they don't give it to you guys, the reparations. They don't, because
reparations is not coming. That's a red herring. It's never going to come. And the bottom line is the fact that Black people, it showed you how we never really even had it. Because remember something, the civil rights movement, all that stuff like that, was driven and financed by white liberals and Jews, right?
Yeah, of course.
Once they got what they want in life, and everything, they got the Jews, and the whole system is altered forever. to include them and stuff like that. The next wave in black activism, it doesn't have any mainstream, so that's why it's going to go to place. Reparations are not supported by the big money Jews like the civil rights movement was. It's just a grassroots movement of black people who had no other direction because there's no political plan to empower Black America collectively. Even the Democrats won; they weren't talking about anything.
No.
So we were left with just one thing: reparations, and we ran with it, and it's not going nowhere.
And it still wouldn't go anywhere because if you can't educate the next generation, what are we doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like that should be like the easiest start. I said, okay. When I first heard this back in 2019, I said, okay, this you don't even. I can't give you. Yeah, I would support the set of displays of rappers. I feel like you're not getting it because like look at your education.
I mean, it's like this. Nothing is whether people deserve it or not. It's like building a movement or even discussion on. I don't do it. I don't talk about reparations because it's a no go. It's a non-starter. I talk about something else.
Right. Well, like you talk about, you're big on education, and I feel like that's what got me.
Education, all that's good. Look, we got free libraries in every neighborhood. If you really want to educate yourself, you do not have to be in college to get educated. You could be in libraries. You got online stuff like that. You really want to educate yourself. There's all stuff like that. That's not the issue. I really think the issue is a moral one, right? What's right and what's wrong. For example, I seen a graduation recently, right, where these sisters were graduating from college, and they started twerking and.
I saw that. I heard about that.
Said, what the hell? I said, this is what's going into corporate America. This is what we've spent money giving loans for education for. So it's not about education. You can give people education. You can send them off to college. That don't mean anything, right? If who they are isn't right and what they stand for is not right, it doesn't mean a damn thing. You can basically teach kids or somebody good morals and giving him a trade in a vocational school, and he'll turn out better in life.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people that got education and all when they end up on podcasts talking a bunch of nonsense, talking a bunch of left-wing gibberish or right-wing gibberish and whatnot.
What?
Drifting off podcasts or what? Like, what'd you do with your degree? Like, look at Matt. Perfect example, Matt Walsh. The guy is Matt Walsh, right?
Yeah.
What the hell? What purpose does he serve?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. So education means nothing if you're not going to do anything with your life. If you have no part of your life, education is a waste. I know people that don't have much education, but they're very useful and they keep themselves busy and thing. Let me get Honey Flower on. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you. Hold on, let me read this comment. Tandra Williams, my newest fan, says, Colin thinks he's mightier than thou. What a clown. Oh, the love.
Wait, what did
so
they
pathetic.
Say?
So pathetic.
What did they say?
She said, I think I'm mightier than thou. And she goes, what a clown. What I mean, the love I get. I appreciate the love though, Tandria. Love. I love you too, Tandria. I love you. I love you. Go ahead, Honey Flower.
I just came up here. I'm doing laundry. What were you talking about?
I was saying, Black. It's a building on last night's show, right? Last
that
night
was terrible. I'm sorry. That show was stressful.
Oh,
I was
yeah, I know.
Stressed out.
Yeah, I know. I had to calm it down a little bit a couple times because it got unnecessarily overheated. That's why I had to get rid of 1776. He kept overheating the situation.
Yeah.
And so basically, I'll talk about tonight is followed last night. And I said a season for all things, a season to hate. And I said, and I followed up today by doing my research, saying that hate is only as good as your as a person's ability to act.
Exactly.
So Black people in America, right, are powerless, right? So imagine basically you have hatred, right, but you're powerless to act on it. you know.
But the FBA people, they don't believe that they're powerless. So they say this is their country, this is their land. They have a constitution, they have rights. So
And the white people, they're the majority, you know. So who
what do
they
you
hate,
think
like Donald
about
Trump
that
knows
though?
exactly what he's doing when he called up the Somali community. He knows how powerful that's going to be. He knows that's going to weaponize to people, and that's going to affect even the lowest level of people. Somalis are not going to feel safe nowhere in this country because the president of the United States called them out. Right? That's what it
Yeah,
means to
and
have
it's still
power.
going on. Like they're still talking about it. Like this is
And
still
yeah, so
dragging on.
Somalis, they're upset, they're scared, you know, because when a white person, particular president, says something hateful, right? That's power. The problem with black people is they're frustrated because although you see the FBA people, they like this, but they have no fucking power, you know?
No, but Carla, no, it's the opposite. I have been watching these, those TikTok compilation videos. The Somalis are saying like, oh, they've been making parodies saying, oh, Minnesota was promised to us 3,000
Yeah, no,
years
that was
ago.
stupid. I don't know if that's somebody setting them up or they really actually doing that, like for real.
No, the thing about Somalis, they have I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty funny. Like they're funny people. So they were trolling, but obviously this is pissing the white people
Yeah,
off.
the white
And
people don't take that. They take that as you. First of all, if the Somalis were Arabs, it'd be one thing, but you can't have a black face. Your black face up there. You look too much like Black Americans. You know.
and they were dressed like one guy in particular was dressing like a Jew, and he had the hair and shit. I was like, oh my god, these people are crazy. And the crazy thing is, like, my YouTube is like full of black people, full of Africans. So I was seeing like black people commentary, and these FBAs were like, "Get them out of here! We don't want them here.
Yeah, yeah,
Deport
I see that
them."
a lot too. You know, I see a lot. This is one chance for black people to exercise some hate. You know, and some get back. You know, like
And they're definitely using this situation, like the FBA people, to exercise hatred, like pure hatred. But also, I did see a video of an African American woman who she called out the on Lisa Cabrera's channel. This African American lady called out the Somalis in Ohio, and they started to throw rocks at her house. She's scared, and like people were like saying like, "Oh, we gotta go protect our FBA sister against the Somalis." Like, where are our FBA brothers? Are they gonna protect this FBA sister? Like, like hyping
and
the
there's another thing
situation
because
up.
the so-called FBA sisters are on TikTok talking about black men need to be exterminated. So it's all a big hot mess, you know.
What, the divestors or
Yeah, the
who?
divestors. Some divestors with these white supremacists saying
Wow,
black men need to be rounded up and exterminated. So you got a fractured community. This is your
this is
FBA.
really effed up.
This is FBA. FBA basically are the divestors, the colorists, the
Yes.
all these people like that, the low achievers in the black community. You know, they're the low achievers. The people don't
And
have any education.
don't forget, okay, you have the divestors, you have the swirlers, both men and
Yeah.
women. You have the MAGA black people. You have the FBAs that are claiming to be the indigenous. Like it's so many different. Then you have
In
the
other words, Black
YNs
America
and the
is
thoughts.
basically honey flower. Black America is a heaping pile of shit right now. It's like, you know, and you can't friggin' you can't throw sugar on it and make it sweet, you know. You still got shit, you know. So the bottom line, it is a mess. So my goal is to stay clear of that because I'm not saying Black America, say FBA. Because that's your FBA types. The FBA types are your swirlers, you know, your divestors,
The
you know,
YNs and the ratchets too. They're in there
yeah,
as
the
well.
indigenous
The
people,
MAGAs, the
the
conservatives,
black MAGAs, the black racists, and whatnot. You
Hebrew
know,
Israelites. There's so
yeah,
many
Israelite. All these
different.
people are toxic. You know.
But Khaled, do you think the FBA men are going to protect that lady? Because honestly, though, like she was scared because the
Probably the
Somalis in
FBA,
Ohio were
the
swarming.
FBA men that that agree with that, because there's a lot of FBA men just basically always look at spoiling for some showdown with other black people. They can't do nothing else. But when it comes to other black people, if you say the Somalians are black, oh yeah, they'll show up, right? Now, if those are white supremacists doing that, lady, no, FBA men wouldn't show up,
Okay, so you think because she's being attacked by Somalis,
Yeah. If
some of
she
the FBA men would.
on a prolonged period of time, first thing they'll do is ignore it and say, something. Then if it seems like she's really being attacked, whatever like that, yeah, they'll come to her side, but they'll first ignore it.
You know that one show? There's this talk show. What's it called? Daily Wrap Up Crew or whatever.
Yeah.
They used to talk about how black women and black men relationships are all effed up, and why like black women don't.
Yeah, I seen that show.
But it's like they kept talking all of that stuff, and then ever since FBA got popular, now it's, oh, we need to stand up against the Africans.
Right, like, right. Yeah. That's what I said. The Africans became an easy scapegoat.
How can you unite under hatred of another group of people?
No,
like
I tell you,
another group of black
tell you
people?
what it is. I tell you what it is. Black people feel powerless, and they accept that powerless when it comes down to white people, Arabs, Chinese, anybody near white. But the thought of your powerlessness being victim by an African, I know my people. I know my people. The idea that an African has something to say or whatever, or he's on high on you and that, I know these things, like there's people like Four Righteous in the chat. They'll don't go near her, man. She'll knock you upside the head. If you're African, you say very little to these people, right? They have it in mind. You African, you have nothing to say. Now, if you're freaking, now if this was a Ukrainian come over here talking shit about Black Americans, okay, black people like, that's unfortunate. Racism, white supremacy. We got to learn to do better. All this kind of shit they always say when white people do something, right? We got to get along. The world
Now,
belongs.
Kala, there was a time where Somalis and African Americans had like some type of like war, like some weird war online where it's like Somalis kept, dissing African Americans, saying that you're slaves and all this stuff. And then African Americans were also dissing Somalians. I think this was, I didn't use Twitter or anything, but I heard about it. And then there was this app called Clubhouse. Have you ever like been on there?
Yeah, I heard about. No, actually, I tried to get on Clubhouse, but somehow they kept rejecting my account. Maybe because I'm in College Genesis, and they probably didn't want me there one night. So I tried to get on Clubhouse for like a year, and they kept rejecting me. Sorry, we decline your whatever I'm saying.
It was popular around the pandemic, like COVID. I made a Clubhouse.
Yeah, I tried to get on there. Everybody was like, man, Colin, man, it's really cooking on Clubhouse. So I tried to get on, man. I tried to get on for a long time. And they
but I never spoke on there. I would just listen. They would have like rooms for Africans versus African Americans. They would have the indigenous rooms. They have the swirler rooms, the divestor rooms, all the relationship rooms. So I just sit there and listen.
All these rooms, all these little rooms and groups is what's dividing people, These rooms and these chat groups and stuff like that. Before all this was, everybody was just black, And then now with this thing, it's going to get even worse.
Oh, this is the nature. Like black people, African people, whatever you want to call it, like we always have to fight. It's like that tribalistic curse. Like
and the white man knows what it's doing. They know basically you can start out with a Nairaland site. Okay, you're Nigerian, right? After a while, you know something, man? Let's take it a little further. The Yoruba say, I'm sick of dealing with the evil. Let's make it an all Yoruba thing, right? Then after a while, right, the people from Oyo and Benin will separate and create their own. You know what I'm saying? And it'll keep going there for that till you got 1,000 different groups, and these groups are incubated to be against each other. Exactly. So you can take one area with like 20 tribes, right? In one generation, you can have like 1,000 tribes if they're all communicating in a social media group. For example, look at this thing with Louisiana Creole, right? Now, Creoles were always African Americans, right? My family was Atlantic Creoles, right? Louisiana Creoles were people who spoke French, and they were black, Some were mixed race background, but Creole was a culture, not your color, right? Anyway, there's a group on Facebook with 40,000 members called Louisiana Creole, right? And what happened was this girl call in, and she was kind of dark skinned, right? And everybody in the group said, "You're not no damn Creole," whatever like that, because she was dark. They said, "You're a Haitian." They kept calling her a Haitian, right?
Oh man.
And
so what are they trying to say it is now?
This is a Facebook called Louisiana Creoles. Look it up, right? This girl on TikTok, she's trying to destroy this group. She said she's trying to get rid of this group, right? Anyway, she showed a picture of the group, the founder group. He looked like a straight up white man. And so therefore you got all these black people in there, all different complexions, talking about we're not African Americans. I'm like, nigga, please.
So Creole people they're disassociating from the title.
Yeah, definitely. They're delineating from being African American. This is
no
crazy.
one wants to be black.
Oh yeah, because they take like the Indian route, right? I think they do that.
No, Creole people, African Americans. They're African American. That's the culture. They're African Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them believe in voodoo, African spirituality, all like that, right? But some of the Creole are, and also they're mixed with French. They're French culture, right? And African culture mixed together in Louisiana, right? It's a blend of food, culture, everything, French and African, right? But some of them are light skinned, octoroons, quadroons, all like that. That became the face of the Creole that they try to put out there as a Creole woman. Remember the movie Harlem Nights?
I actually never seen that movie.
Okay,
like a Beyonce type of woman.
Basically. Yeah, Beyonce's mother, Tina Knowles, is a Creole. Light skin. But
I get it.
Hold on, that's a typical people. They say Creole, but there's also Creole that could be very dark skinned. But black people have always got this thing as when you think of Creole, you think of the woman with the light skin and long hair, right? Now so people knew better, right? But now with the internet, they're trying to enforce that, that Creole means light skin and long hair, with social media.
That's crazy because didn't it always just, it was always, brown skinned, dark skinned people. I never thought of Creole as like light skin. I thought light skin was like, mixed or maybe Native American,
So the thing is, what they're trying to do is, they're trying to say, something, we like the Creole culture. It's accepted by white people, but we want a Creole look, right? And so what they do is, something, people always call Creole people light skin. So let's make that the standard of our look, right? And then people go along with it. A lot of brown skin people and light skin people in that group going along with it, right? And soon everything was good until that one dark skinned chick came in there, right? And all of them just piled on. You're not no damn Creole. You're a Haitian. All stuff like that. It was really, really bad,
Kyla, can I say something about that?
Go ahead.
I mean, this ain't really new though, because I've seen videos because a lot of people, Creole people, moved to California, and I heard stories from black people saying that they were even saying they weren't black like 60, 70 years ago. So I mean, this don't seem like it's something new.
Some of the Creoles are actually Cajuns,
But I'm talking about like the mixed looking ones, the ones that have African features or mixed features and whatnot. Even back then, they were claiming they weren't black.
Well, that's down. Those are Louisiana. The Creoles, like my family in North Carolina, right? They knew.
Atlantic Creoles are different than they're completely different genetically as well. But
yeah, so Atlantic Creoles, you got people that are pale, light skinned, like some of my family members, right? But they always say they were Africans, they were black, whatever like that. They never denied they were black, So yeah, Louisiana is, I guess, a different place, different time, different story, Tandra says Creole is not no damn hating. You just say, "Wow, man."
I think she meant Haitian.
But Carla, what is the topic today, though? What was the?
Well, what I'm trying to say is the follow up from last night's show, right? I said Black America and powerlessness. Let me ask you a question, Honeyflower. You're smart so far. Every living organism on this planet, can we agree, is entitled to its own space, right?
Yes.
So you have a lion pride, right? What happens when another lion pride comes in into a territory?
They fight.
Right. To preserve their territory, right? What's theirs, everything, wherever goes in there is theirs, right?
Yes.
If you have a tree, right? You have a tree in your backyard, right? And you want to plant another tree, where would you plant that tree at?
I
Would you
would
plant
plant it
just
far.
under that tree right there, or will you give that tree some space?
A tree needs space to grow, so I would
There you
not
go.
plant it
There
next
you
to
go.
something.
Now, if a tree needs space, right? Animals need space. What about human beings?
We also need space, but it depends. Like we
What if the
need
one people
communities.
controlling the space is absolutely hostile, right? In other words, if we lived in a pluralistic, non-racial
Like different
world, that'd be one
races
thing.
together.
Yeah, and then one group of people has everything, power and everything like that, and they're prejudiced towards another group of people, right? And they decide they're going to never make their life happy. They're going to redline them. They're going to lynch them. They're going to be discriminated against them, whatnot, you know. And the other group of people that has no power could do nothing about it, but sit back and take it. That's powerlessness, right?
Yeah, that's an unnatural way of life, really.
It is unnatural, right? That's exactly what you have in Black America and White America dynamic. And the FBA people can't see it, you know? They're mad with the freaking Black immigrant, right? You're mad. You should be mad at you're living in a state of powerlessness, you know? A powerless in another man's land. And you resent the Black
They don't
immigrant.
see it like that. They have convinced themselves that this is their land and they're indigenous.
Yeah, and that's sad. They're sick. These people are sick. We need really good. The government needs to spend a lot of mental health on Black people in America, right? They actually do believe that this is their land. You know, nothing by any way of logic tells me that Black people are indigenous to this land, or we have any special claim to this land, or anything like that. You know,
but this attitude is relatively new. African Americans
we never thought like this until recently.
They've been very pro Africa, pro.
Because they come in and what they do is they see Black immigrants coming over here just fitting in whatnot, and they're like, oh, these people are trying to take our spot, you know?
Or they've just adopted the pathology of the people that they've been.
Oh yeah, or a lot of times, look, it's like, why should the white people have all the fun?
Look at this comment: America ain't immigrants' land, you bitch.
Yo, it's just sad. For righteous,
no, it's not my land. America is not my land. You're right. This is not my ancestral land. I never claimed that, though.
That's what I said. Nobody cared, but they're still over here taking the money, taking the jobs for righteous, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it, right? They'll come over here. They don't care about that. But immigrants don't give a shit about fitting into this country. They're here for the bag, you know, as they should be. They're here for the bag.
A lot of the reasons why we're here is because they destroyed our countries, and then they destroyed our countries and then brought us as refugees.
Yeah, so
we didn't ask.
A lot of stuff you have in America is the fact that
we didn't ask to be brought here. They brought us here.
The same thing with our answer. My answer didn't ask to be brought here.
Exactly. So why are we fighting each other when we didn't ask to be here? They just put us here.
Yeah. Now Tanya says, I must be making a lot of sense. Now I've been called many things, but not stupid, you know.
Man, they going wild in the chat tonight.
I know.
They're
angry.
They getting buck wild.
Kala, you know what's going on? A lot of people aren't getting laid. They're not being loved, so they just like got a
Yeah, that's
lot of
what I said. A lot of
tension
people
and stress.
ain't getting any. I know, I get it.
Yeah, they got a lot of tension and stress that they need to relieve, so
I'm
they
telling you, man.
relieve it
So
in
the
the
bottom
comment
line,
section.
they need to hit the strip club or something. Shit.
I agree with Rico Miller what he just said. Only New Yorkers were Pan Africans. Most Black Americans were never really like on that Pan
No,
I don't
African
most
even know
wave.
if you
they
know
were
Pan
Pan
Africans, but the
Africans,
whole thing
but
is, this
they weren't
I
Haitian
look.
people.
A lot of people I never really called myself a Pan African. I was basically always like, the reality of America is that, as I always thought, right? When Amadou Diallo was killed by 25 bullets in New York City, he was from Senegal. Amadou Lima had a pipe stuck up his ass. He's from Haiti, right? We all said, "Wait, what's going on?" All we saw was black. Pan African just means you see black, people as black. That's
Yeah.
We
that's
are
all.
here because y'all sold us. Why do people keep saying that, man? Everybody wasn't over there selling people, man. And she ain't got nothing to do with that. She's from Ethiopia, so I don't know why you bring that up.
Oh, it's stupid.
My internet is like really bad, so I'm trying to talk, but like sometimes you
So
won't hear
you
me.
have to call yourself and ask there's no such thing as an indigenous American black. That's another thing these crazy ass people keep talking. Indigenous American. There's no such thing. Can you look in a freaking encyclopedia or any scientific book and look up indigenous American black? It doesn't exist. They keep saying indigenous American black. It does not exist.
Carla, can you hear me? My
Yeah.
internet's going in and out. One day you should make a panel about the indigenous, so we could like get some people that claim like they're indigenous to come
No,
up
they won't.
here.
They won't. No indigenous will ever come up on this platform and debate. I just got a few questions to ask them. Like I said, if these people were really tough, like they said, they would step right up. And they won't do it. All
For
they
Black Righteousness, join the panel.
poor righteous join the panel. Tell us how you're indigenous. Make it believable. And by the way, folks, I'm streaming on Twitch tonight too. New streaming platform. I'm streaming live on Twitch. I don't even know what the picture. Let me see how I look on Twitch. Let me see how this looks. Let me see on my Twitch account. Something new. Let's see. Stream manager. I don't know how it goes. I don't know. It's offline. I'm supposed to be online. The channel has no contact, video, schedule. Oh, what the hell? Wish I had some tech guy show me how to do this. Hold up. My channel, my clip. Trying to find where the hell am I?
Said we've been here since America's beginning, making us indigenous. I don't know if that's how it works.
No, I don't think so. Following clips. Create a dashboard, manager dashboard. Offline. I don't know how to put
For
this in.
Black Righteousness, are you saying you've been here for thousands of years, or that's correct? We can't be deported. Absolutely.
You can't be deported because your ancestors were slave descendants, and the 14th Amendment. But if they get rid of that 14th Amendment, goodbye for Black righteous.
Can you hear me? I'm having internet
I can hear
problems.
you. I can hear you.
Okay.
What's on your mind?
Carla, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Because my internet is.
She keeps going out.
Yeah, she keep going in and out.
Are you on your cell phone or are you on a computer?
No, I've been experiencing like I've been experiencing internet issues today all day, even while I was working. I don't know what's going on. Like, it's so weird. Ever since I got a new router, my
Right.
internet, it's supposed to be high connection, whatever bullshit that they told me, but it's horrible.
Oh man, hustle smart. So full black living on government subsidized
Yeah, yeah.
and
She
program
wants
she
to get
love massive.
that government money, you know.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. We can hear him. He keeps saying that and he keep crashing.
Yeah, as soon as she say that, it's like she goes out again.
Should you say? Should you say? Yeah, okay. You end up going out.
How about now?
Yeah, you're right now.
I give up.
Don't ever give up. But look at the chat rooms is killing me, man. You know.
Do you think, for example, I mean, the police academy, he made a good point. Some of the immigrants, like Somali immigrants, not all, because a lot of them are on the welfare. They're hesitant to leave the country, and they talk about how they love it here. Because when you think about it, when you're getting subsidies, food stamps, when you're getting government assistance, why would you hate this country?
Yeah. Yeah. The bottom line, the thing is though, what the government should not do is you put them, especially a state like now. What you should have did was they should have brought the Somalis to a state like Virginia. Oh, they will be all right. Virginia will cut your ass off in a minute. Virginia ain't giving up a dime. You think they will be on public for 30 years? Not in Virginia. This is a right to work state. The only thing right you have is the right to work, literally.
She on the free immigrant phone.
That's Rico Miller. She's on free immigrant phone. That's stupid. Miss Smith says nobody cares about dirty little freeloading immigrant. How did freeloading? Look, I was in a 7-Eleven this morning. I seen these two guys, little short guys, 5'2", 5'3", obviously from Honduras or El Salvador or whatever like that, with their work boots on and stuff like that, getting ready to get on some construction truck. I see these people working hard, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is four black righteous a woman or a man?
She's a woman.
She's a woman.
Why is she so mean?
Oh man,
she's
her
so
show.
mean.
No,
she's probably gonna do a show on this show
about me.
And then she'll probably add you in there.
But
These are
why
my
does
friends
she
for
have
her and
so much?
Chantel and all these other people. Chantel made a whole new combination channel against me. It's hilarious. I know it's freaking funny.
Has she ever spoken on the channel?
Yeah, she came on before. And she used to come on Bomani's show a couple years ago, and I used to debate her or whatever. But as soon as basically I got my channel, right? I said, I said, I'm going to count down the days till Four Righteous finds me. And sure enough, man, after 4 months, right? Here she in the chat room. Kyle, I was wondering where you was at. I surfaced my own channel, and she started coming at me. That was hilarious, man. I knew she was going to come by. I knew she was going to find me out or whatever like that,
Kala, let me ask you a question. Imagine, okay, you're a male, so you probably wouldn't like this kind of life, but you get food stamps, you get fat food stamps because you got a lot of kids. You don't have to work because you have Section 8 housing. You know what I'm saying? And then the husband is working jobs, and he might give you a little bit of cash, and you might have selling hijabs or little, Islamic things on the side. Like, why would you complain? You're not paying rent. You're not buying groceries.
Well, I know. I see. Look, I
see
this like this. Let me tell you something, right? My late aunt Shirley, I love her to death. Love her auntie when that, but she spent her whole life on the system, But she did. My two cousins, right? First cousins, they did graduate with master's degrees, and they're now school teachers, That's one thing it is. They got some grant from the father that was a Vietnam veteran. He left with that. My mom made them take that $60,000-$70,000 and get an education. They both graduated from NYU, City, New York College, a 4-year degree, and they went on for their masters, whatever like that. But my Aunt Shirley was on the system her whole life. But you know something? She never complained about anything. You know, she never complained about the government. She never complained about anything. When I sit there and we would like talk about this, we would talk about who's president. I'm trying to think.
She's not complaining and crying about taxes and stuff, property
Yeah, I
taxes
mean
and
anything, you know. She was like,
Yeah.
I was trying to say, yeah, you know. I used to always say the Republicans this, Republicans that. She would look at me like, I know, what's that?
She doesn't have worries. Like a
Yeah,
lot of
they're worried.
African women are like that
like
too.
these immigrants, right? You bring them over here, they don't have any worries. They're not even worried about their country back home.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of nowhere, you talk about cutting them off.
That's the end of the world for
Yeah,
them.
So that's what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
But I think it's cruel to do that, you know?
It is. It's narcissistic. It's like an abusive relationship. It's like an abusive relationship with a wealthy man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. It's like an abusive relationship with a wealthy man. Like he's taking you out on dates, he's buying you gifts, he's paying your bills, and then all of a sudden he's like, "No, go to work. Like I'm done. You're getting
cutting
too
you
fat
off,
for
whatever,
me."
like that, you know?
Yeah, like you're getting too fat. I'm not attracted to you anymore. It's like they bring them here, they pamper them with all of these like subsidies, food stamps, government assistance, and then
And I noticed something, right?
Then tell them they're garbage.
You know what the worst thing about people, sometimes immigrants do, is when they get to a country and they get too comfortable. They start having delusions of, oh, this is our country. We run this.
Yes, I'm an American.
You can't deport me. I'm American. This is what taking over. And they really think that, right?
Yeah.
Now you take those government grants away from them, sick ice on them, then their whole disposition changes to survival mode, you know?
Exactly. And did you see when Donald Trump was making fun of Ilhan Omar? He's like,
the way he said Ilhan Omar, the way he says it, he knows what he's doing.
He was like, oh, he was saying like, oh, the Constitution. He's like he was basically saying like the Constitution does not apply to you. Go back to your country.
Yeah, make your own constitution, you know?
Exactly.
Like, damn, man. That was just like that. He knows what he's doing, you know?
Damn, I know.
He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that people are going to be like, you know, something, screw these. It's already happening. People approaching people in Minneapolis, even other black people accusing them of being Somali. I'm not a damn Somali. Now Somalis are like saying they're not Somali. They're trying to hide and blend in with the black society now, you know?
MP, call in, MP.
Mrs. Smith says, so comfy. You're sitting on a panel talking trash. I don't take government assistance. I just literally paid $300 for my energy bill. Trust me, I'm not as comfortable as I sound. For heating, I have to pay $300. Pissed me off.
I understand. Yeah, I hate immigrant shit, man. I don't understand it, man. Maybe because I live in a world, my business, none of this affects me. You know, I'm not in competition with any immigrant or whatever like that. So it doesn't really.
The females in the chat tonight, boy, they turned up.
Girl, shut up. You're clearly slow.
Yeah, so I'm like, man, what is the thing? Well, I would like the people to call in, call in, tell us what's on your mind, And like I said, the problem with Miss Smith 100 is she's powerless, And so you got to give her some grace, Honeyflower, right? She's powerless, And powerless people, basically, the one thing they resent is people who they think should be less powerful than they are rising above them, So, Miss Smith, I understand. I love you, 400 years of powerlessness make me crazy. Like, remember that song, How to Rob? This ain't serious. Being broke can make you delirious. Like, I'll rephrase that. This ain't serious. Being powerless can make you delirious, It's powerlessness, And now just gonna put a pat. No, all of us are powerless. FBAs are even more powerless than the fucking Pan Africans. You know.
Honey Flower, are you an immigrant?
Yes, of course I'm an immigrant.
Yeah, see, there you go. So she actually knows she's an immigrant.
The bottom line is, I think everybody that psychologically got a homeland to go to is in a better position than you are. All I want to see is like the Somalis and the Nigerians, all these people take pride in their countries that they come from, right? Because, white America is going to flex his muscle. Sooner or later, it's going to let you know who
they want us gone, Carla. They want
everybody gone. They want us gone. Shit, they want us gone.
Did you see Nick Fuentes? He had. I watched a little bit of Myron. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I do watch Myron.
Please don't watch that clown,
Sometimes I do. And he had obviously he doesn't like African Americans. He had played a little bit of Nick Fuentes. I changed it because it was just negative. But he's pretty much saying like, we're tired of these black people. We don't want them here. They're violent. We don't want to be anywhere near African American males. Their communities are dilapidated. They're violent and all this stuff like that. And I'm just like, how long are black people and Africans gonna take this? Like,
well, when you're
much.
when you're powerless, like I said, I guess we have to, who we have to refer to for answers. We got to go to the great Nakmizi. He's good at telling us how to bow down and bootlick the white man and be proud Americans. I would like to know what the great Nakmizi has. Nak, you're out there. I know you're listening. How do we basically get the white man's boot off our neck and basically go to, because you know what it is? People like him will say, oh, there's nothing to see here. And and I know you could feel it out there. Did you hear about that situation in Wisconsin where a lady openly...
Oh my God, yes.
Yo, she said, I hate you, nigga. I don't think the lady was even black. I think it was even, the person she said was even black. I think she was like
Somali. I think it was a Somali, right?
Yeah, Somali. She called her nigga this, nigga that, and gave her the middle finger. Guess what? She raised $55,000.
No, more than that. Last time I checked, it was like 76K. It's probably a million by now.
Yeah, so all the white people this is what they're telling you. You are in a race fucking war.
Yeah. Becky's getting rich off of this stuff.
How do you basically tell black people, oh, America's your homeland? I don't want to be part of this shit. I don't want to be a part of a country that rewards it. Like when that Shiloh Hendricks called a little Somali boy a nigger in the park, right? And she made $1 million. I don't condone that shit. That ain't a country I condone. I can't say I love this country after that. A child was called a nigger by a grown-ass woman, and society rewarded her with $1 million.
Yep, and like the women that got the money, like they have extensive like criminal records and stuff like this.
Yeah, these are white women that are grifters and whatnot. They know
meth heads and
stuff. White women know how to play. They're the biggest ones. Remember that lady that got her ass beat in Cincinnati?
They're the biggest racists. And
white women are the biggest racists. Yeah, I know.
Black men chase Becky, but she is the biggest racist.
She's the most dangerous thing to a black man. That's why I don't like that 76 guy. He loves white women and whatnot. He's dangerous. He chases white women.
Rico Miller, man. Nick Fuentes is definitely white. I don't understand. He might have. Yeah, he's white. I don't understand why people say that.
Look, hold on. Mexicans have Germans. They have Irish. They have Spaniards. All that stuff like that. Nick Fuentes is one of the part of the conquistador Spaniards. There,
Carla, can I tell you something? One thing I like about your channel, I'm gonna give you a compliment, is the people that hold the wrenches. You put black women or African women holding your wrenches. Every other African male platform is a white woman or an Egyptian woman.
Oh no, that'll never happen here. That'll never happen here. That's after dumbass.
It's not only his channel. I've seen other channels. They give white women wrenches.
I'm like this. They don't look. I have white females that I know as friends. I'm cool with and whatnot, but this channel is for black people. This is for us. This is our safe space to talk about issues.
Yes.
And I don't think white people have any business coming here dictating or regulating anything here. They got the world, right? We're gonna have this, you know.
And I like that you do that because a lot of black spaces have a non-black person holding a
Yeah,
wrench,
because
moderating
they
it.
want to be inclusive, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they want to be all inclusive and everything. You lose your meaning, you know. When people come here, they know it's a black thing, you know, it's really black. You know, so that's why I do it the way I do it, you know. And people call in and whatnot. I want to see your face. I want to see your white. You're white. You know, no offense, but I don't think this. I don't want to discuss. Now we're sitting there talking about the Super Bowl. At night we talk about the Super Bowl. Hey, you feel free to call in. You know, we're talking about
Right.
martial arts or something like that. You know, we're talking about vintage martial arts movies one night. You know, hey, you know, we could call in, we could talk about that, right? But other than that, this is for black people to talk, you know.
Rico Miller, man. I mean, a lot of Mexicans are mestizos, so they already got a lot of European DNA. So when they mix with a white
Nick
person,
Fuentes is not a mestizo.
yeah, he's not a mestizo. His one of his
His parents
parents
are
might
actually
be,
white.
but he's not mestizo. He looks like any other white person.
Africans are black. She said, "Lady, Africans are not black, so stop including their ways as FBA ways."
Oh, that's the dumbest thing. Like I said, these people
What are FBA ways? Can you explain what
have
that
no
is?
idea. I tell you what it is: being powerless, being stupid, swirling, being colorist, you know, dumb. Uh,
Gender wars.
Yeah, gender wars. The FBA is the only group of people where you have a gender war between the male and the female. Other people have disagreements, but it's an all-out war among the so-called FBAs. They're not happy. They're not happy with each other. They're not happy with us Pan Africans. They're not happy with African immigrants. The FBA is at war with everybody. You know,
African
Dollar Bill's here,
Americans have
man.
the lowest birth rate of all
dollar
people.
bill,
You know that,
y'all.
right?
The dollar bill, y'all.
Kala, do you know that? The
What?
African American birth rate is the lowest of all people.
Yeah, it is
Yep,
because black women ain't
Lowe's.
having no kids. That's why.
So the FBA lineage is like might not exist for too
Okay, we
long.
got the Ubuntu King coming up. I hope we stay on topic, you know. But that's my good brother Dollar Bill, you know. But yeah, so the power, what you call the politics of powerlessness. Oh no, here comes Baruti, you know. Best paradigm, Bazungu. You know Baruti, right? And you know how goofy you sound using that term Bazungu? You know, a lot of black Americans that live in Kenya are called Mzungu. Mzungu doesn't mean white. It means just foreigner or different. People think
That's true.
they discover some new term, Mzungu and whatnot.
They might kick all of us out. So
Yeah,
then
Can you
what?
guys hear me?
Yes.
loud and clear,
Yes,
bro.
sir.
Oh man, that's awesome. First time I've been trying to get my stuff on to communicate through the roadcaster, which I had for about a year now, and I'm trying to make sure everything. How's everyone doing tonight, man?
I'm good, brother. What's
Good.
going on?
What is the topic of discussion?
Well, the topic of some building on last night's show, right? I said Black
Mhm.
America and powerlessness.
Right.
That's the reason many resent immigrants. Because I think that is the truth. Because Black America is the only group of people in history that conceded all the natural things everybody else wants: independence, self-security, protection of culture, protecting your women, you know, preserving your women, perturbing marriage, you know, and posterity. We gave all that up to become American. So we can't defend ourselves. We can't provide for ourselves. We're completely at the mercy of another race of people. And the trade-off is we have no power.
Well, okay. I mean, if you want to say that, that's fine.
You know, collectively as a group.
But I know
Individuals,
collectively,
yeah, we like I said, as a group of people.
collectively, we've made some strides recently. We're now marrying more than ever. The young people are marrying each other.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
At a better rate. Even some of the cities that we talked about on this panel, even Baltimore is becoming a better place under the leadership of young black leaders and mayors. I think we're on an upswing.
and we're even having more babies. I hear you guys saying that we have the least babies. We're having more babies, and us not having babies was not because our inability to produce. It was a government thing that started with Planned Parenthood, okay, to destroy our seeds. So I see a lot of things coming up, and I don't think that I think African Americans resent everyone. I don't think they just resent immigrants. But in the case of the Somalians, uh, they made it their business to say that they don't like African Americans and so on and so forth, and their resentment of African Americans, and to their detriment. I think what happens is a lot of people from this country, come to this country, and they share the talking points of a lot of white supremacists, and they for whatever reason, uh, people used to come here from various places in the Caribbean and from Africa, and these were the top people that came here. These were the people who they kind of brain drained from their countries. And if you have these people that come into your neighborhoods, of course they're going to be more advanced than you are, right? If they have more advanced degrees and they're coming here with more advanced degrees, they're obviously going to be more advanced than the regular person, right? But it doesn't mean that overall, okay, that they're doing better than African Americans, because that's not the case, right? So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, you're right about that, but the thing is, Black America, I just think, what I think it is, right? The white man basically, he says, something, we're making all this money, Thomas Jefferson, all these other people, like, but we're still paying taxes to this derelict King George, in England, right? We're saying they don't provide any security for us. We got pirates up our coast and everything like that. People could commit crimes here in our land, and all they have to get away out of it, right? All they have to do is say, I want to be tried in another other country instead of on land, right? And so they said, something, we're not getting any place with the England with their mercantile system. We want to be able to sell our cotton and everything, create our own capital markets, sell our own stuff all over the world and whatnot. And we want to basically have self-determination, right? Steps will have to be taken, right? They made it clear to King George, no, with the burning of with the Boston Massacre, right? And then the Boston Tea Party and the Boston Massacre, right? Kicked off the American Revolution, and it was basically them saying, we want a new land. Also, one of the sticking points of the American Revolution was the fact that in many cases, blacks were now colonial subjects, and if they were loyalists, they had the same equality as the white settlers, which at the time of the revolution, the white identity had formed. In order for the white identity to really take off, we had to get rid of England, because England thought that this white identity, right, would create a white nationalist movement in America, and it did, right? George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, all the James had white nationalists, right? So once they got their revolution, right, they say, something, we got three things need to happen, right? We need to be able to bring people, unlimited amount of people from Europe, Western Europe, to these colonies, right, these states, and expand, right? Then we need an free labor coming from Africa. They got a taste of the slave labor, for 100 years. They said we need to magnify this slave trade right now and make it a capitalist system. The third thing we need to be able to expand across the continent. That means taking land from Native Americans, right? And our goal should be to reach the Pacific Ocean, coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That was America's manifest destiny, right? They did that because they had the will to act on it, so they got what they want. The black man, no matter everything we tried to do, whether it was the Garvey movement and all these movements that we had, the Nation of Islam, we didn't have the ability to act on this thing. The only reason why we don't have the ability to act on it because we're living in a place where the people who have power over us, I believe if we had our own land, own nation, all the stuff Garvey talked about, Elijah Muhammad talked about, whoever talked about, would have been easy. Would have been quick work.
Well, let's use that for instance. So this whole idea that African Americans are against immigrants, then Garvey would have never been as successful as he was in America. There weren't enough West Indians, okay, to be Garveyites, okay, to stand with him across the country and 1 million people deep. They weren't 1 million. It's not even 2 million, maybe here now. So back then, the majority of the people who supported Garvey, a Jamaican immigrant, were African Americans, right? And so this whole idea, what happened? What caused the shift that we see today with
social media? I believe social media.
No, I think social media exacerbated the situation. But I think that through the years, there's been a lot of friction, but it wasn't before. Even in the 60s, there weren't much friction. Harry Belafonte, a Jamaican immigrant, was one of the top supporters and staunch reporters of Martin Luther King, right? In fact, financially, he helped support Dr. King. So what caused this schism between people? Anybody want to say that? Talk about that?
Me personally, I think this is my observation, right? Mm-hmm. Before when we had, even up until like the 80s, right? Most people who came from the islands, 70s, 80s, moved into the black community, right? And they went to black churches, went to black barbershops, listened to black radio stations and stuff like that. Essentially, they became part of us. You're a New Yorker, you're black,
Absolutely.
I think nowadays, right, what happened was people came in here and they started going to their own communities, right? They started branching out into the white suburbia. And so therefore they started looking at themselves as immigrants, right? Before, black people were black people, no matter where you came from, you're black, you went in a black community. So it didn't matter. We used to always have the saying, we may have all came on the same boat, but we're on the same. So the saying, Dr. Clark used to say, we're on the same boat,
Yeah, we might come in different
I
boats.
have a question.
Yeah.
Does he mean like, do you mean like what caused the division between immigrants and African Americans?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I think. I don't think we've ever been united as a group, even Africans.
I think we were, sister. I think we were. When I was a kid, when that black, all the black kids were together.
Let me explain what I mean. When I say I don't think we've ever been united as a group, I mean like I don't think we've ever been saying like, oh, we're all one or whatever. Like I think we had a common understanding that we're all black, that we share that linkage to Africa and we were able to coexist with each other. But there was always an understanding like, okay, I'm Ethiopian, they're Somalian, that person's Nigerian, that person's African American, that person's a Caribbean. We've always had our own distinct identities, but we never came together. We never got to the point of clashing. This whole situation, like this whole problem of us not liking each other nowadays is caused by the delineation ADOS movement. This is relatively
not at
new.
all. Not at all. These undertones have been existing for quite some time in our community. These divisions between us, and essentially, when people did come here, Carla is exactly right. Africans went to African American colleges and universities, and it wasn't the fact that they were giving up their identity. Kwame Nkrumah, when he came here, he didn't give up his identity as a Ghanaian. No one told him that he had to be an African American. We had diversity in the African American community. We've always had people from the islands here. The Jamaicans didn't come till later, but people, in fact, we've got our own set of West Indians in the Virgin Islands who are also American citizens. So we've had many of people that have come here and have joined.
Yo, Madam Queen of Policy, Stephanie St. Clair.
Yeah, so that's
She
never
ruled,
that,
she ruled,
that was
she
never
ruled,
the issue.
she ruled Harlem, right? She ruled Harlem. She Bumpy Johnson worked for her. She was from the
Well, I
island.
was born in the 90s, so you got to understand this is new to me. Black people and Africans like having
Yeah,
this is
look.
new to me. Like,
Let me tell you something how the African American
because
community works, right?
before Carla, hold on, I want to finish saying I lived amongst African Americans. Like, when I first came to the United States, I lived in the projects, for God's sake. Like, there was no, we didn't have these issues. Like, we used to go over each other's house. My African American neighbors used to come to my house. They used to eat injera with us. Like, we didn't have no issues. I used to go to their house and then we would eat their food. Like, I never seen any difference. I am just now seeing this. I was born in 1994, so that's why I'm saying, like, I never seen all of these issues until Tariq Nasheed and Ados and stuff. So
Yeah.
Well, you
Tariq
didn't see
Nasheed
the
is not from
issues,
New
but
York.
the
Tariq Nasheed is a
were there.
badass dude that went to California.
The issues were there. You didn't see the issues, but there were undertones that actually brought this to the surface. I think the difference is that when you say your family moved into the project, your family actually, in a lot of ways, assimilated into African American community. That doesn't mean that you gave up your other identity, but you also assimilated into the larger part of the community. But I think what happens nowadays is that a lot of African immigrants, and I'm seeing here, unlike our brothers from the Caribbean, actually when they come here, they go to their own. They kind of stay to themselves, even though they move in black communities. They kind of stay to themselves. They go to white schools. They go to their own churches, which is fine. Everybody can do whatever they want to do. But however, when people do not have the opportunity to sit down with each other and dialogue with one another, then these different things occur. Okay, all of these different undertones, and I'm not like you, and all of this stuff. So I don't look at Tariq Nasheed. I look at him as somebody who exacerbated the situation. But he
you
didn't.
think it's a class thing? Like, are they trying to get into the upper class with white people?
No, I just think that a lot of times when people come here from various countries, they come here and we laugh at it, but it's true. They get their news off of social media and black exploitation films and such, of drug dealers and crime. And so the only people they think they're coming to deal with are these people who are dangerous and so on and so forth. And then the fact, like you said, in terms of class, because a lot of them don't have money when they come here, they don't move into a well-to-do black community. They move into the hood. So if you see people acting like people,
and that's what
But not all.
Then you get a job as correction officer, like Afrodamus. You've seen the worst side of Black America your whole life. That's what produces Afrodamuses.
But Carla, so when I first came to the United States, like I lived in the projects. I seen the worst of African Americans. I seen the worst of Africans. I see normal poor African Americans that were decent people. So I guess that's why I didn't fall for like the stereotypes, because I don't put people in like groups. I've seen African American people that lived in a project, but they took care of their kids. Their kids went to
living in a
decent schools,
project
like,
has nothing to do with your character. Like I was telling,
yeah.
I had a client of mine the other day, right? He came in the office, right? And we had a hard time. He's an older brother, man, but me and him are going to become good friends, man. I can use him as a big homie. We hit it off because he had his Unk symbol on, right? And he had some African beads on. I said, so me and him just hit it off. He saw my Liberia flag picture on my office wall, and we started talking deep one night. He said, man, I'm going to introduce you to some people. So we got like, I'm not letting 1776. Sorry, bro.
Let the brother up, man. Let him up.
Fuck him. No. I'm not, he got on my nerve.
He might not. He might.
No.
I think he's funny.
He's talking about that Zanu guy is the truth. He's trolling me. And look, he's not going to be able to say that on my show.
What I'm going to do, if it's okay, I'm going to try to stream my stream when you guys do yours. So my audience can hear what's going on.
Yeah, you can bring 1776 over there.
No, I'm not. I'm streaming through you, but I'm having my own thing.
All right.
They wanted to know the topic of today.
Yeah.
But
so Black America powerlessness, you know.
And Carla, can I say one last thing? Also, like my mom and stuff, she's like we like grew up watching the Jeffersons and Bill Cosby and all that stuff. So like we grew up seeing like multifaceted parts of Black culture. So I guess the way that I was raised, I wasn't raised to see African Americans in one light and one perspective. I've also been around like African Americans that were Muslims or Nation of Islam. So I never really had like the bias that's why sometimes they say that I kiss African American people's ass. But it's not that I kiss African American like Africans, they say that. It's not that I kiss African American people's ass. I just know that there's different kinds of African Americans. I don't just
But this is the thing that I'm talking about. Where are you from? Where are you from in terms of state? Which state are you from?
I'm in Minnesota.
Okay. All right. You're in Minnesota. All right. You know, the funny thing is that even when I was coming up, right, the standard for beauty for Black women in the 90s and the 80s was Iman. Did you know that? Did you know that Iman was considered to be the most beautiful Black woman in the world by Black people, not just white folk? In fact, Michael Jackson, when he did his song "Remember the Time," Iman was prominent in that particular video, and I just, no
one thought nothing about it,
Yeah, we never, we made people divest out of Southern Africa.
Yeah.
We talked about if South Africa is free, it's not free, neither are we. Those are our brothers and sisters, of course. See, when Nelson Mandela came to New York,
remember that the whole city was shut down, man. I mean, so many people out there. They had Nelson Mandela was like the most powerful man in the world at the time. When he walked, didn't that fill you with pride?
Absolutely. So when people say we don't like Africans,
seeing him in that motorcade right there, like the Pope has, going down Fifth Avenue and all, I was like, whoa.
It was an African American a fight promoter that went to Zaire for the Rumble in the Jungle, and I mean, we did a lot of first things that other people just weren't in the position to do. So I don't know where this whole thing of African Americans hate Africans. See the whole
trying to rewrite history. It's trying to rewrite history. We don't hate Africans.
I think the main problem is, and here's my good
That's
brother.
why I said it was the delineation thing, because I never seen African Americans and
let me say this. Let me get a minute to say this, right?
Seen that.
Hold up. There's this African guy that was on TikTok, right? This brother obviously is very, very smart. Obviously very, very intelligent, right? He said, you know something about you FBA types, right? I guess he's obviously somebody who's been here for a while, knows Black America, really, really knows Black America. You can obviously tell that, right? He said, you know something? What we want to do is this, right? I live in a community, African Americans, some Africans, whatever like that, we always got along, right? And the people I talk to know nothing about your FBA, whatever like that. So we're saying, why don't you guys put your Solon flag in your business office window, on your business cards, on your website area, so we know who supports Tariq Nasheed and FBA ideology and the Solon ideology, anti-immigrant, and so not. He goes, I guarantee you don't want to do it. He goes, the trick is you guys want us to think that all African Americans think like you. And I'm telling right now, vast majority don't follow your xenophobic hatred. And I said, man, you can only know that if you hang around enough Black Americans,
But the problem is this.
Ahmed last night, they don't hang around Black Americans.
Ahmed does. Ahmed even sounds like an African American.
Yeah, you can tell he does.
So why did you throw so triggered by Tariq?
Because he well, I don't want to speak for him. I don't want to speak for him. I don't want to be presumptuous and speak for him, right? But all I can say is I think the bigger issue is that And this is what my problem sometimes when I deal with people from the continent is that they want to tell me, see, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell people that you're not African, and then you say to them, they shouldn't be saying things about Africa, because we were minding our business in Africa when other people captured us and brought us to this new world. We didn't. Most of us have more than 80% DNA. Most of us have more than 80% DNA from Africa. Okay, so there's some people who want to delineate, some people who want to say that they're part of being an American. That's fine. If that's what they want to be or what they want to do, that's fine. For people like myself, I recognize my African ancestry. I'm my own African person, and I don't have to fight with other one, and I don't have to authenticate myself and tell people, that they can judge me if I'm an African. They call me the blacks and all of this nonsense, like people who I don't want to mention, try to hype them up. I'm not part of that situation. And so I rest. Maybe Brother Elvis is here to say some good cheer. Elvis, man, I'm kind of disappointed in you, brother. I thought you.
Yeah, I'm disappointed in myself too, Dollar Bill. Last night was
me to do the right thing. And
that's fine. Let me apologize, man. Let me apologize to the show. And shout out to Colin. I think Colin has been on the right path recently. I tend to see more agreement in some of his stands nowadays. The one thing we'll never agree on is the history of Liberia. For sure, we'll never agree on that. Well, other than that,
one day you'll see my point of view.
Nah. Other than that, we might agree. We might agree on a couple things.
Like the crewman pride and whatnot, and you'll be all right, Elvis.
But you know what? Did you guys see the Ubuntu thing that I sent to Kala, and I said that in order for reconciliation in Liberia, I think that's one of the places you can tell me your perspective. But I think, if you guys take a look at that, and you'll see that I feel that, obviously we made a lot of mistakes. Okay.
The problem, I would say like this.
Hold 1 second. Let me finish my statement. Obviously, we made a lot of mistakes in Liberia, and I think that we can't do anything about those mistakes that those individuals made, right? But I think going forward that we need to be to work with the indigenous people of the land. We're not interested in leadership in terms of governance, but reconciliation, and for a place for African Americans to repatriate and come back home. I feel that that's something that needs to be done.
Yes, it is being done. Like I said.
Let me say this, right?
Hold on.
I just came on.
Hold up. This current government administration looked at the history, looked at everything like that, looked at everything, fact, and like they communicate with me, Bomani, and all of us and whatnot, that they feel that Liberia basically, and they're working with International Focus magazine. I'm gonna try to play some of the stuff from International Focus magazine. They're working with the major HBCUs in America. They're working with the Black community in Atlanta, Georgia, the business community in Atlanta, Georgia, Houston, and stuff like that. They realized that what was broken in Liberia in 1980, in the 80s, was that ties. It lasted to almost the end of 80, like 88. The ties to Black America and the Black American institution, the Virgin Islands, Haiti, the diaspora, and the Black community in France, all these places, South Africa, all these places put Liberia on a level that was very, very powerful back in the days. And I think this president right now, Boca, is the man to do it, because he's one thing I'll always say, right, is that despite everything in the past, right, I think us as Black men have to get out of this idea, right, because we get in our ego and stuff like that, right? The government, right? When you're a government official, you are there to serve. I never hear a African president or somebody like that say, "I'm a serve. I'm here to serve the people. I'm here to serve the republic. I'm here to serve the rule of law." It's always like people say, "Who's going to rule?" You know, that's
Kyla, you gotta let me speak, man. I just came up to say something. Look, the issue with last night, and I've had these conversations with people where I'm not the kind of person that always want to debase myself by criticizing the lowest, denominator of a group. So when it comes to African Americans, even if I'm on a panel of African Americans, if they start to debase themselves with their people, I'll be one of the people that will speak up against it. If I'm on a panel with Africans and they start doing that bullshit, I'll speak up against it. So I never want to even come on this platform and start criticizing African Americans, for the ills of their society. But there are a few people that come on here and they want to talk shit about Africans. It's a nonstop verbal barrage. And sometimes, yeah, and sometimes we're all human beings. I mean, I'm an African, I'm a proud African. I'm not going to tell you that Africans are all great. I've never said I've criticized Africa, criticized Africans, I've criticized Liberians. But if you keep doing that, pushing buttons and trying to be a quote unquote bully, we can turn the mirror to you and have a look in the mirror and see who you are. So, it was just a reflection, because we know, like, it's like siblings, right? You know the worst things about your siblings. Their bad habits, some of the fucked up things they've done. So you can turn, when you get in a heated argument, you can bring it up, and it's going to hurt them the most, and it's because you know those things about them. So for me, I don't really want to fight with anybody. But people are always trying to challenge you.
Elvis, let me say this. All right, I'm gonna bring 1776 up. You got 1 minute, bro. I'm gonna calculate. You got 1 minute. Say what you want, and then if you're not saying what,
hey, Colin, can you give him? Can you give him two?
No, 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
You gotta know he's gonna say something stupid. He's gonna hang himself. I'm giving him a fucking chance,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him one fucking chance. He's gonna say something dumb and ignorant, whatnot. So you can't say
can I say
being fair.
Can I say something real quick before he goes?
Good.
All right, the whole situation that went on yesterday, especially with Elvis, I'm gonna put it like this: he didn't start it, and that's all I'm gonna say. He did all that stuff that went on yesterday. He didn't start it.
I heard it, and I was, listen. I've always said, I have to, take responsibility. So everything that we do as men, we need to be responsible with what we do, and I'm going to take my responsibility also, okay, for setting the tone on some of these things that happen, okay, on this platform. And so I try to talk about reconciliation, and we all know bad things about each other. We can all say things and demoralize each other, debase each other, and in the end, okay, it's the devil that wins. He's the one that says, you guys can't work together, because I refuse to believe that Latinos all over the different parts of the diaspora actually can get together and not give up their individual identities, but recognize themselves also as one identity. And so when I tell people from Africa, okay, that we need to use Ubuntu, and even my brother Kala sometimes laughs at me when I say that.
Nah, I don't laugh, but I just know the reality. I can't wait. I can't wait to see. I can't look. I just can't. I'm gonna love when you do your Ubuntu in Africa, man. That's gonna be.
Well, Kala, bring him up.
Hold on. I got this thing.
But the thing is, he might say
disappearing. It keeps
disappearing. Can you hear me?
In the meantime, go ahead, honey flower. So I'm trying to fix it.
But the thing is, 1776, just don't say Bantu DNA, okay? Just don't say that. When you say that, I noticed that's what causes.
Yeah, that's just basically, I don't like those white supremacist eugenics talking points. I hate them, and I don't want them anywhere.
Let us help the brother. If I could be helped, certainly.
Bottom line is, okay, 76. You got 1 minute. Go ahead, bro. Your time.
Ollie, give him 2 minutes, man. Come on.
Hey, right, peace and blessings to the panel. Peace and blessings to Kyla. Check this out, man. Like, my eyes was open, man. I listened to a lot of Zanu today, man. He really opened my eyes.
That guy.
No. No, we're not. I'm not talking about.
Let him talk, Colin. Let him talk.
Listen. I'm talking to Dollar Bill. I'm talking to Dollar Bill. Like Dollar Bill, like your theory of Ubuntu. I think that it will be. You would be looked at as a god if you took that Ubuntu to the Latino or European or other communities. I think you would be looked at as one of the seminal figures in philosophy. But the Ubuntu, with the so-called black man, anywhere he finds himself, in whatever manifestation he finds himself, it can't work. I don't think we have the capability of unity. If you go to New York, you'll have a group from Yonkers, you'll have a group from Brooklyn, you'll have a group from Long Island.
Nah.
We
It's
just
working
don't
in New York.
understand. Wait a
1776.
sec. Wait,
Working
I'm
in New
just
York.
giving an example. We practice this unity from day one. That coming together as a unified to become strong, like Marcus Garvey said, that has plagued us for the last 2,000 years. This unity and hate is our commonality. So if you create a group that hate on Africans, you'll have a group. If you have a group that hate African Americans, that's a group. Everything that we do, that we come together as unified, is based on hate and disunity. It's never based on love.
1776. The whole theory and principle and practice of Ubuntu, right, shows that when we first came here, okay, from Africa, we came here from many various different groups. Some of us, we all spoke different languages, right? But we consolidated ourselves into one people from many different African societies. And so when you say we can't get together, you're obviously not telling the truth, because we've been able to keep ourselves together, okay, and make all of these inventions and do all these things together because the catalyst was we were all we had. And
because we had an enemy, central enemy that we hated more than ourselves, right? I'm looking on social media, right? Now they're beefing who
Let Dollar Bill finish. Let Dollar Bill finish.
You still refuse to accept that fact that we still have that central one enemy. And so in order for us to understand that, we have to look and open up our eyes and see what's happening. Okay, to different.
Hey, Kyla, can I speak after 1776? Pardon, Dollar Bill.
No problem, brother. Yeah. And so you don't want to see it. So therefore, you can't accept the fact. You rather resign yourself into thinking that you're incapable of controlling your own destiny.
No, I think it's highly implausible. But the thing is, Dollar Bill, like I was online now right now there's beef between Southern rappers and Northern rappers. I'm like, what the fuck? We got a beef about everything? It's never like, yo, I just fuck with that brother because he's a brother. It's always, even when I get on jobs, right? All right, you got the Latino, you got the white man. The person who gives me the most hate is always a Negro. It's like, I don't understand if it's innate, like just coming together is like, it's tough, man. That's all I can say.
It's not, listen, when I decided to take this up and to do it, I know it's tough. I know that a lot of people will not accept it because things that deal with hate, one thing you're correct, is that people gravitate to negative stuff. So when I'm saying positive things, people don't want to hear that because it's easier to appeal to our lower self. If we were to get together and I'm telling you about let's restore something or do something positive in the community, people are not going to want to participate. If I say, let's sell some drugs, let's prostitute some women, let's drink some liquor, let's smoke some dope, then everybody's down. And so the devil is easy. Okay, he knows how to tempt us and how to make us play the game when we eat from the devil's pot. So
yeah, but what I'm saying, Dollar Bill, I love your philosophy, but I think if you took your philosophy and went and became a professor in South America, within 30 years, you'll have the United States of South America. Or if you took your Ubuntu philosophy and went to Asia, people would buy your philosophy overnight. You would create you will create a superpower in Asia, Latin America, anywhere else that you don't have the so-called black man.
Well, I disagree with you because I'm looking at various places in Africa, in Southern Africa, that are doing pretty well. And so we can do well, but we first have to put it in our minds that we're capable. Once you become hopeless and helpless, you become powerless. So you have no power because you don't believe that you're powerful.
Yeah, that's what the thing about brothers like 17 and Nakmeezy. They resigned. They surrendered their natural powers that God gave every man to a thing to another race of people.
This is my last question for Dollar Bill before I roll out.
Another race. Look, what the white man wrote, his manifest destiny, his Monroe Doctrine. That's for him, right? That gives him power. Everything is about power, right?
But
all the philosophies that black people adopt, right? It means nothing because it never gives us any power, you know.
Carla, but where in the history, in the annals of African history, do you find togetherness? If you every tribe is a.
I don't think you really understand together. Africa had large, well-organized kingdoms and empires bigger than the ones in Europe, in the Middle Ages. The Mali Empire was as big as the and people in scope and everything was as big as the Mongol Empire.
But they had subdued those other ethnicities, right?
Let me break it down to you right now. So I'm gonna tell you. That's why I can't wait to Black History Month, right? I'm gonna break it down to you, right? The Mali Empire was so advanced. That's why I said I don't know why people like Egypt so much and not West Africa. The Mali Empire had what they call a system, right? The Mali meant the land of the king or the Mansa, the land of the ruler, right? All these states in West Africa was linked together under an elaborate trading system, right? And also, where my philosophy comes from the Nyamakala and the craft group system, the Nyamakala, right? Kala means tribe, means group, it means family, it means section, you know? The Nyamakala, the Dayula, and all these things control trade from city to city all across West Africa, right?
But Carla, now with my
it has scholarship, that everything. So anybody tells me anything about Africans can't do it. The only part that Africans have is what you're looking at is the last 600 years, the 500 years when the Europeans arrived with gunpowder.
What I was going to say to Dollar Bill,
you have not studied African history to make that happen.
Wait, what I was going to say to Dollar Bill and yourself, Carla, is now I understand Elvis, right? I was hard on Elvis, but I respect him. I understand him. He doesn't have a country to be in. He's a con man. He's not a Liberian. He you know, every different.
That's what he chooses to do. But I tell you right now, I got freaking Kron people. That's my peoples in Liberia right now.
Yeah, but every different tribe that speaks a different language is a separate nation.
No. People, let me tell you something. Liberians love their country. You know, make no mistake. They love Liberia. They love that Lone Star flag. They love Liberia. They love their people. They put tribalism aside when it comes to the nation. On Tubman's birthday, that's like the biggest holiday in Liberia.
But tribalism is innate to us. That's why FBA was created. It's a new tribe. That's all it is.
We don't need a fucking tribe.
Tribe. How can you have people already here? You practice Christopher Columbus. You discover people while they're already here. How are you going to take people who are Gullah Geechee, people who are Creole, people who have already had their different?
I heard Tariq said the Gullah Geechee aren't really FBA.
Good, I'm glad.
No way. This fool comes over here and try to divide our community.
You know,
you're
so
not
now
FBA,
you're trying to.
We're not.
I want to say to some of you guys. I want to say something to some of you guys, right? Some of you fake FBA guys don't realize that a lot of you, especially if you're from New York, you can't remember because your family doesn't remember. A lot of you guys, okay, are 4th and 5th generation West Indians. It's funny because you guys don't understand, okay, history in this country. You don't understand how the people from Panama, I mean, not from from the Bahamas, came and built Undertown in Florida. So a lot of these people that you would think that, they're this FBA. I guarantee most of you could not do what me and Carla can do by going and tracing our ancestry all the way back to the 1700s.
Tell you the truth. Tariq look like he's from Barbados or something, man. He need to really just source up his birth certificate, man. Because he kind of
because it's the lie. It's the lie. It's like
I don't want the conversation to go and divulge it. Let me get Kwame on. Kwame, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, peace, Colin. Peace to the panel. I just wanted to say, we can achieve unity and reach, high civilization. I just think we just have to put the tribalism aside and come together for a common goal. Like Dollar Bill was just explaining, under duress when we was enslaved, we came from different tribes, whether it's Yoruba, Igbo, Ashanti, Soninke, or whatever tribe, we came together under duress. So I think we could be able to come under, now that we all free, we have, independent countries and states, we should be able to come together for a common goal. I don't
Kwame, can
like
I
to.
ask you a question?
Let the brother talk. Why you cut him off?
I just got a question to ask him.
But you can't wait, brother. Why you so impulsive?
Let Elvis finish talking, bro.
Sorry, that's my black DNA. My bad.
Let the brother talk. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just think that, like Colin said, we got to be able to give up something to achieve something greater. What I'm saying? Sometimes we just got to we may have to put our tribes to the side and say, you know what, let's unite under this banner, which will further the goal. Like, for instance, in America was built under Anglo-Saxon philosophy. So whether the people was French or Spanish or whatever background, they put their nationhood aside or their tribe aside to get under a unified banner, which is the United States of America. And they achieved a better goal.
Kwame, you're absolutely correct. I want to interject for 1 second. You're absolutely correct. And see, now we're talking, right? So-called white people who are the most tribalistic savages ever known on the planet. Okay, and you can see that in Braveheart and all of these the Norsemen and all of these different tribes that were Germanic tribes that were roaming all over Europe, okay, and killing and destroying, and even destroyed the Roman Empire, right? The barbarians. These are the same dramatic people that we're talking about that came to England and eventually, okay, came here to the Americas. They understood for their survival, they had to form a new identity here in America.
Right.
But can I interject?
Go ahead, 1776.
Look, what Dollar Bill, he's telling the truth, but he's kind of being disingenuous because Europeans had tribes, right? But they were all linked by language. So you had 1,000 Germanic tribes, but they all spoke German. You had the French Gauls. You had the Anglo.
They did not speak the same.
They didn't all speak the same language.
That's why they were called Germanic tribes. The barbarians all spoke Germanic languages.
Within various different tribes, there were various different people, just like in Africa.
No.
Yes, they were. They had
Germanic languages are not all into.
Exactly. In fact,
but they were understand when Julius Caesar
and the Saxons spoke two different languages.
Like the Latin languages, Spanish, French, Italian. They can't all understand each other. They can understand some, but it's not the same.
When Caesar invaded Germania, right? Those Germanic tribes came together. Although they were defeated, they came together because they spoke the similar language. In Africa, you could be next door to somebody and can't understand them. It's a big difference.
Not true. A lot of tribes that are diverse can actually speak both languages.
I'm not talking about sign language. I'm talking about
Wolof and Mandinka. Listen, 1776, you are on. See, this is what you do. You have very low self-esteem, and because you have low self-esteem, you cannot imagine yourself being a powerful black man within your own culture of black people. You can't do it. See, my whole issue is you are a person that has been defeated and conquered, and you feel that the only way you can function is if other black people were defeated and conquered also.
I like to interject. I accept what you're
Damn,
saying.
I couldn't even finish my. Let me finish
Go
my
ahead.
point
Go
real
ahead,
quick.
Kwame.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I see where 1776 is coming from because we haven't seen it in practical reality yet, as far as the Caribbeans or even the Americans or even Africa. We haven't seen where we have all come together under a unified banner, whether it's the people.
I just gave you the biggest example was the civil rights. When you talk about West Indians, was it Stokely Carmichael, who was with SNCC?
SNCC, yeah.
When you talk about Harry Belafonte, and there are countless other people who are also inside of the African American civil rights, the people who came from
But
Trinidad.
I'm talking about I'm talking about like as far as modern day. Yeah, we may
Oh, well,
have like
your generation haven't done anything, but see,
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
we're giving you an opportunity. See, this is what I'm trying to say to you. You've got an opportunity to manifest your own destiny. Now, do you decide you want to be powerful, or you just want to be a complainer and talk about what you can't do? See, this is the thing that we talk about.
But Dollar, hold on, Dollar. But I'm interject. But look at like the doula situation, or even the Biafra situation in Nigeria, or ECOWAS versus AES, or
I thought about you,
the Horn of
Kwame, today.
Africa, the Horn of Africa region.
Look,
We're seeing.
Nigeria, under the tutelage of France, just bombed another African country. They sent like 30 fighter jets. They can't stop the violence in Nigeria.
The Russians
That's
are
a
fighting
good
Eastern
point. I saw
Europeans
that
right now.
today
They're bombing Eastern European countries as we speak. The Israelis are destroying the Gaza Strip. Stop trying to say.
But those are wars, Dollar Bill. They're not just random acts of uncontrolled violence.
How do you think that these are uncontrolled random acts of people, or do you think that some things that have been under the surface have been bubbling and they're manifesting?
See, Dollar Bill, this is what you fail to understand, and I love you, brother. Other people gravitate towards order. We gravitate towards chaos.
No, no, that's not true. White people have been fighting World War I, World War II. There's not the world.
If you take all
they was able to come to the table and create the United Nations or the European Union.
Hey, Dollar Bill, Dollar Bill, the Congo Civil War killed 100 million Negroes.
But who was behind the Congo War?
And that's just one. That's just one war. The Biafra War.
That's not even true. 100 million people. What are you talking about,
man? They was having babies.
He gets that.
He gets that because
you're talking about Liverpool, which colonized the Congo and killed close to 10 million people.
See, we have to get rid of this white straw man, right? The boogeyman.
You see, I think that you're just I try to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I do believe that you are a person who's just an agent, okay, of you don't want unity. You don't want to stand on your. You probably got a white woman at home with a little white with a mixed child, and you cannot see yourself because you couldn't get with a black woman because she's too black and she's.
I think 1776 was unity because 1776 could be on the FBA channel and just be spewing.
Oh, you got an Asian. You got an Asian brother.
Well, I go through different dispensations of love,
Dispensation.
You have a lot of opinion on life, but you haven't made that one serious opinion.
Because I love sisters, but I love peace too.
No, how about? Hold on. As somebody at your age, why have you found a woman, a wife?
Because really, my mom. Talking about talking about bring a sister home and all that. Listen,
Your philosophy comes from a mama's being a mama's boy, you know?
Listen, man.
1776, can I ask you a question? So do you consider yourself like ADOS, or like do you
But
think
all these,
that do you think that Africans can ever
I
like develop
can't call
Africa?
myself a name that was created during COVID. I'm African American. Like that's what we always were, African Americans. FBA ADOS, that shit started in COVID. I can't be something. I'm not 6 years old. You know what I mean? If you're 6 years old, you can be.
Do you support like Pan-Africanism, or like what's your perspective?
I think like when I was growing up, like when I was growing up,
I need everybody listen to this. I got somebody named Kick the Conversation. Brother, this is a black platform. My friend, this is a black platform, and I'm sorry I can't let you up. Sorry, I'm like waving. I'm sorry. This is for black people, you know? I can't discuss my business with the black community. With anybody not black.
Yeah, he's in the back. He's in the back.
Is he's a white guy?
He looks like a white guy to me. You know?
Show his face.
Tyler, he could be mixed.
I don't know. I'm not playing that game. You know. I'm not playing that game on that. Hold up. If you want to freaking come on this platform, you send me an email. I don't know. You send me an email. That's why. You know why I say email? Because why? And you got another person, Fit Juice, come here. If you don't send an email, you're not getting up here. You're wasting your time. You know why? Because with an email, I can track you down. I can find out where you are. I can find out your I can even track, you know something, with your IP address. I can even look up all your porn sites you got that you browse. So come up here, yeah, give me the middle finger. Yeah, go up here, you fucking devil. You're not getting up here. Look, I said, look, you try to do your best to stay away from these devils, and they got
damn, Carla, you're terrifying people with that speech, man. Damn, because you the devil got a porn they watching.
Fucking devil, man, go the fuck away. You're not getting up here.
All they want to do is call it. They just want to come in and give us a lecture like we kids.
Somebody posted something in the back chat. What is that?
I'm too afraid to click. I don't know what he put.
Yeah,
and then those Nigerians, I didn't even know
my email, Colin.
I really didn't even know. I didn't even know that Nigerians had skilled pilots like that. They were just flying and flipping and bombing. I said,
why do you say, you're bringing my show down? You know that, right?
There's another
I'm talking about.
This is a platform for intelligent people.
Colin, you didn't hear the news today?
Look, hold on. Let me say this once and fucking for all. When you come up here, I expect you to have a basic knowledge of Black American history. I expect you to have a basic knowledge of African history. I expect you to have a basic knowledge of things. When you say something dumb, even you're joking that Nigeria got pilots. That's a
no,
dumb
I didn't say. I said I didn't know they were skilled like that. That's what. Listen to what I said, Colin.
What do you mean? If they got pilots, if they can fly plane and they can pass international standard courses, what do you think? They got their own aviation thing. You're just trying to troll and be stupid. And I'm telling
Colin,
you right now,
did you see the bombing today?
Everybody always pressured me to let you on. You're really pissing me the fuck off.
Colin, you didn't even see the bombing today.
I don't care about that, you know.
But why should it be out of the realm of possibilities that Africans can do that? Why?
Hold on. He said that the war in Ukraine, all these other people, tens of thousands of people slaughtered. That's warfare. But African warfare, same sources that say fight over resources, territory, pride, nationalism, whatnot. Oh, that's a random act of violence. That's a fucking devil. The white devil thinks like that. And you too much of the fucking white devil in you. You know? Africans have the same conflict that plagues Africa, it plagues the world. It's mankind's nature. You know, Africa is no different than anything. Just that we have not put our foot down as a race because you can't have the strongest Black people in America in captivity, right? If we was on the African continent, we'd be helping our brothers balance the continent out. Right now,
Colin, that's why I support racism over tribalism.
Hold on. Let me finish. And to top of that, you got the best and brightest out of each of these countries that have left the continent over the last 20, 30 years. What the fuck do you expect? You know, Africa has a serious manpower and brain drain for 500 years. I'm trying to reverse that shit. We make Africa a base, a home for everybody, a place of strength. And we got the capability, the intelligence like any other race of people on this planet. Once we kick this devil out of our fucking life and do what we got to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about it, but you didn't
It's
know
a
what
white guy
you don't.
asking about the Hebrew Israelites in your comments, Kyle.
I don't know about the Hebrew. What the hell? I don't know about the Hebrew Israelites. I guess these brothers. I mean, there's like what 20 different brands of them. You know, some of them sound like they're okay, but some of them.
Kyla, let him
like
on. Let's see what he got to say. Let him on.
I know. I'm not letting no fucking white guy on my platform. Sorry, not. You know, we could do
kick him off.
show with Dollar Bill. Maybe Dollar Bill might have him on. You know, I am not letting no fucking white
No,
guy
I'm good
on my platform. No,
we don't need no Edomite on here.
well, you I don't like them. But, no, we don't need him because we got you. You know,
That's crazy, man. Nasty work.
the bottom line is like
You
I
know,
said.
there are a lot of skilled people in the Nigerian army. A lot of them come to the U.S. War College. They graduate from here. A lot of them go to West Point.
But
A lot of them go to UK.
I don't want to be.
They're well trained and skilled.
But Elvis, they penetrated the airspace, right? That's a tough. They penetrated the airspace, and then they all successfully came back.
Why? Yeah. Why do you think it's impossible? Because they're African? Because they quote unquote have the Bantu DNA? What do you think they can do it?
Man, let Dollar Bill talk, man.
No, say what you really think, because that's how you feel. You think Africans can penetrate airspace or bomb or do a precision bombing? You think they can do that?
No, I'm saying to fly under the radar, hit a hard right. Yeah, no, let Dollar Bill speak, man.
Remember, it was a John Robinson trained the Ethiopian fighters back in the 1940s. John Robinson of Tuskegee. You know, so aviation in Africa has always been up to par in many ways and whatnot. Maybe
Can
we
I
don't
say
have the
something,
planes,
Kyla?
but,
Can I say something? So the reason why I said let him up is not because I wanted to hear from him. No, I like that this is a safe place for like Black people and Africans. I just wanted to see if he was like some type of agent or troll, because what happens sometimes with
look,
these
I'm saying this. I want to say only way I'll let them up is Honey Flower. The only way I'll let them up is they got my email right there, right? I'm checking my email all the time. They can easily send me the email, right? Tell me who they are, and I'll send them the email them link back. And next thing you know, guess what? They can come on. Know why? Because I got an insurance policy. You fuck up, start saying I'm coming after you. I can do this thing. It'll take me like $30 to run your IP address, right? I can get where you live at. I can get where you bank at. I
But
get
why?
everything
Why
on
do
you.
you want to do all that?
No, I said I'm dead serious this time because I had people coming up here, getting on, flashing their dick and whatnot. You know, and I had to delete shows. Like I
Yeah,
don't.
that was in the early days. I remember that. That was crazy. Yeah, but if you watch Al Jazeera, they kind of showed some of the key airstrikes. You know, and I was kind of.
Rico, why would I Photoshop my fucking arms? No, nigga, I am that fucking skinny. You know, I got that fucking skinny.
They're so mean. They're so mean in the comments.
But Carlos, it's interesting that Nigeria, they don't bomb northern Nigeria where the terrorists at. They won't make threats to DC. But as soon as a coup happened in Africa, they ready to alienate Niger.
I don't know. I don't know the what happened in Benin's coup.
Yeah, they don't even know what's going on.
Under the French command, Macron.
Not true. Let me speak on it real quick. Nigeria is the referee in West Africa. They're the leader of ECOWAS. They're the biggest military in our region. After a few coups, they came out with a statement that no more coups will be tolerated. You go through the democratic process, you install presidents, and you remove them through democracy, the democratic process. If a president try to go over his term, they have the right to come in there and remove him. So Nigeria was being, the big brother of the region. They had the capacity and the capabilities to make airstrikes and to stop uprising. That's what they did. They're leading ECOWAS. It was an ECOWAS mission. It wasn't just a Nigerian thing.
Did you watch the
Elvis,
Al
can I ask you a
Jazeera
question,
program?
Elvis? Elvis, can I ask you a
Is
question?
Guinea-Bissau under
No,
ECOWAS?
no. This is what happened. Let me give it truncated.
Guinea-Bissau is
Let me
different
ask.
because
Macron gave the order.
hold on. Guinea-Bissau is different because what the president did was he lost an election and he handed power over to the military. It wasn't a coup. That's why the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, said no coup happened in Guinea-Bissau. The president handed power to his cronies and left the country so that the opposition can come in there and prosecute him for being corrupt. That's what happened in Guinea-Bissau. So it's a
You're half
difference.
right, Elvis. You're
Elvis, can I
half
ask
right,
you a
but
question?
that's not the whole thing that happened.
Elvis, can I ask you a question?
Act 1776. He got the answer.
No, no. This is for you. This is for you. Okay, I seen a post earlier. Well, it was on Neferkari. That's a lean channel, right? I ain't looked into it, but it was something about a Nigerian aircraft flying into Burkina Faso's airspace, and they had
That's what I was talking about before Colin said I didn't believe. This is what happened. Basically, they took off from Nigeria under the command of Macron and the French combined arms, right? I think it was like 25 Nigerian jet fighters penetrated the airspace skillfully, right? And dropped a halo. I mean, basically whoever caught that is either in heaven or as the Muslims say, wherever they are. Basically, they got 77 versions because the Nigerian Air Force, highly skilled, pulled off something I don't think they could. Honestly, it was crazy, man. I was like, damn, they got pilots like that? So basically,
but 1776, I'm talking about the aircraft that flew into Burkina Faso's airspace, and they had
it was Nigeria under the French command. The French basically.
Yeah, but you talking about the airstrike in Benin. I'm not talking about the airstrike that happened in Benin. I'm talking about there was an actual plane from Nigerian aircraft that flew.
I think they took down the aircraft or something like that, right?
Yeah, they made them land and whatnot, and it was all military personnel on the aircraft. But they flew into Burkina Faso's airspace.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
This is what you got to open up your mind and see that Africans, all Africans are capable of doing things that you didn't think we were capable of doing unless we had white people holding our hand.
Now, Dollar Bill, if you ever listen to me, I said I believe in the Negro. I believe in the black man. I just believe at this point.
Negro, you using that terminology? Negro? Why you can't say African? You're not an African? I know you're gonna tell me you're not, right?
No, I have a high percentage of African DNA, you know.
So so you look like an African?
Of course.
So if a black person like a dog, a black person is just a reaction to a white people. Okay? So you're an American, right? I had a guy tell me that today. I'm an American. You know, one of those guys. I'm an American. I said, if I was American,
we're culturally American, you know, but we can't do away with our DNA.
We're culturally American. What culture?
Everything we do as black people is an emulation of the greater culture we're in. We just perfect it.
You're wrong.
We perfect everything in America. We perfected from the food to dancing to music.
Everything that white people do is an emulation of what black people do. And so don't kid it like we're emulating white folks. White folks are emulating us. We are the ones that developed jazz and rock and roll and R&B, and all of that came.
But that's the American experience.
No, it wasn't the American experience. All of that came from the call and response that we learned, from Africa. The drums, all of that stuff, the jazz. This is why you need to get you an education, brother. I know you're a social worker or something like that, but you need to expand your education. So then you would know, that all of the instruments that emulate the drum, and the drum is the only place that we were able to use the drum in America, was in a place in Louisiana called Congo Square. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard that through the grapevine.
So whence did America, come from the Congo?
You said once did America? He said one.
If it's an American experience, why is it in a place called Congo Square?
You have Africa Town in Alabama. You have a lot.
I didn't ask you about that.
What I'm saying,
specifically,
everything we learned here is an adoption of European.
No, that had nothing. Congo had nothing to do with the European. The Congo, okay, is the deepest and the darkest part of Africa.
But there's no such thing as the Congo. That's a arbitrary creation by the Belgians.
Well, people are living there now, and they call it Congo. And
no, but that's why there's friction, because there's many ethnic. See, you got to understand.
What you try to do is listen. What you try to do is
you don't understand the universal black man.
Straw man arguments. I ask you a specific.
But the Congo is not the Congo is an arbitrary creation. It's not a real place.
Whoever created it, America is an arbitrary creation. Okay, so let's not talk about that nonsense. Let's talk about what I just said. That all of the instruments emulate the drum. The drum comes from Africa. The call and response comes from Africa. And all of the stuff that we took together, including how we develop our food, including how we develop our music, our sense of rhythm, is not European. Europeans play on the beat. We play up and around. We improvise.
Yes, but we understand that.
That comes from Africa. Stop the cap, stop the drama, where we call out and we respond. The call and the response comes out of the African.
Yes, we retain marginal things from the continent. You know that,
marginal. It wasn't. See, you want to believe it's marginal because you attribute everything that is good in America as coming from white folks. Even the architecture, okay.
Yeah. That's Greco. We're heavily influenced by Greco-Roman culture and also Judaic culture.
First of all, it did not come out of Judaic culture. First of all, I know you. You know, I used to be an Israelite, and I think you sound like one of them little mixed up Israelites, right? You telling me about Judeo culture, okay? Judeo culture. They don't even know if it was in Europe. Okay, so the people who are Eastern European are Germanic people, the German folks. There was no Judeo culture. People came here from various parts of Africa to do specific things. South Carolina.
Okay. Do you understand why Burkina Faso only had 20 miles of paved road? Because they don't have the Roman influence of bridge building and road building. That's a European thing.
You want to continue on, but you don't want to deal with what I'm talking about. You want to scatter around. We talked about Congo, the Congo Square. We talked about okra and different foods that we brought from Africa as slaves that we hid in our hair. We talked about cultivation of rice.
When it comes to entertainment, singing, dancing, cooking, that's the black man's domain. We have mastered that. Everyone knows that.
What are you talking about, man? You are so brainwashed. You don't understand. The black man's domain is the people that start.
Well, you got black brain surgeons. You got black computer scientists. You got black professors at Harvard. What are you talking about?
That's called aberration.
The 20th century were done by black men and women, and you're going to tell me about dancing and singing?
Hey, I played the other night after he run his mouth. I played 20 black businesses in America. Right? Remember that video?
I saw it.
He'll say he goes, "That's AI." I said every one of those things you can look up.
No, Dollar Bill, and you agree with me, Dollar Bill.
You can't give up pork and white women.
No.
You can't get that up.
That's an ad hominem. That's an ad hominem, man. But check this out.
You know yourself. You're driven by your love for white women.
You don't want to be African because you want to fit into that little niche. You got to tell yourself all kinds of
that hit him too close to the heart, Dollar Bill. You can't give a pork for dancing.
Dollar Bill. What we was debating with Kyla, right? I said during segregation, we had more autonomy, we had high morality, we had high education, the highest rates of marriage, the highest rates of birth. We were the moral.
Let me pop that bubble for you in real time, right? The reason why we had higher rates of marriage had nothing to do with love or like that. It was survival. It was survival. I was talking. Remember Dollar Bill we was talking about today? The lima beans, like that. We didn't know that. I didn't. Like my grandma used to make that. I didn't know it was survival food. I did not know it was your being black and how we survived in this country, right? On very little.
And people couldn't afford to be single. They got to get married to double their income.
But like I always tell you, y'all have a very.
So the bottom line is this:
marriage was never really about love. People.
It was never about love. So we was about survival.
But we had the.
What opened up the opportunity? What put marriage to the test
See,
was if you open up opportunities for more women, it's like anybody else. The
Honey Flower
is going to be delayed a little bit.
Honey Flower, the liberals knew that Honey Flower.
Entertainment from like Disney and stuff.
Honey Flower, the liberals knew prior to integration that the black population should be 40% of this country because we was having 7 to 9 kids, right? So one thing about the devil, he knows how to make you want something that's going to be bad for you, right?
Why would that be bad for us?
Right. So when the integration happened, he knew that we would lose our strength, our financial strength, our spiritual strength. We would lose everything, right? But it's like the apple in the Garden of Eden. The enemy knew when you ate that apple, you was going to be done. And that's what they did to
black people have more financial strength today than they did back then, even if you adjust it for inflation.
No, because they destroyed the parallel black economy, so they became richer. When I don't have to compete with Dollar Bill's store and you have to go to Uncle Charlie's store, he gets richer. We gave away everything.
Yo, 77, I'm going to read something for you. Hightower Petroleum. I know about him since I was in his hero. Spouted by Stephen Hightower, right? Of Middletown, Ohio, right? 3577 Commerce Drive, right? The phone number, if you want to call him and verify that he have a $500 million enterprise, is 513.
Let me write it down.
4272. I think he was number 11 on the top black businesses in America. You know, when you said they were AI, Stephen Hightower. You know,
listen, all I'm going to say, African American, we own 1% of the meaningful businesses in America.
Gas trucks.
Hey, Colin, who was the first billionaire in America?
The first black billionaire was Reginald Lewis. 1986.
Hey, Dollar Bill, you helped them out. You helped them out.
You know, billionaire. Reginald Lewis.
He said, "White guys, the book. Why couldn't white guys?
Why should white guys have all the fun? You know."
In fact,
that's us coming up. Dollar
Bill.
He thinks in 76 believes that had we not had no civil rights, we'd been able to go into corporate America, even walk down Madison Street without getting knocked.
Dollar Bill, what I was trying to tell these guys.
At the time, black men couldn't even walk in the business district without getting arrested by the police.
Okay, I like Reginald Lewis.
In segregation,
he was married. He was married to a Filipino woman. That's strong.
And what? You're with a white woman.
So that was his second wife. He was married to a black woman originally.
No, I'm just saying that the rock behind of him was.
No, what I'm saying is he became.
Come on, man. The rock behind him was a Filipino woman.
76. I know you don't hate your mother, so stop back and be respectful.
Yeah, I love my mom.
And she's a black woman, right?
Hold on, you was getting to a point earlier about why you don't want a black woman. You said something about your mama, 1776. What is it about your mother?
Listen, I love my mom, but one thing about, and I don't really, a black woman is fine for other people, you know. So I support those.
You want a white? So look, let me tell you something. 1776, you can't hang with us, man. On this platform, we're black men who love black women. That's what makes us.
We all do.
Have a conversation. I can have a conversation with Dollar Bill because we're in the same thing. We're about nation building. A nation is a man and a woman.
Hey, Dollar Bill, what I was explaining to these guys, right? Like before integration, right? We had the Negro Leagues. We had strong HBCUs, powerful teams, right? That were making money. So if you look at reason for integration was for them to steal all of our wealth.
It's definitely not true. Let me tell you
everybody in the community should be in the back of the bus. Should be on the other
side.
No,
we had our own bus collar. You always want the white man's food and shit.
It's not like that.
You always want the white man's bus. Let him have.
What's it? Look, you don't get
it. Collar, you want a hug, man. You want a white man's hug, man. Tell the truth, man.
Let me tell you something, nigga. It's like this. If you're going to sit here and take taxes from me, if you're going to sit here and right now, at the time we were talking civil rights, they'll send black boys over to Vietnam and Cambodia to die. And those same people Like I said, there were riots in this country when men came home from Europe and they said you can't sit in this restaurant or you can't walk here. Them soldiers fought back. Said no, hell no. I put my life on the line with this country. This country owes me. People like you would have went back into your powerless world. Yeah, I know. I just lost an arm in Europe.
Anna M. Dumas. Anna M. Dumas was the first postmaster. She was a postmaster, African American postmaster in 1872. We had government jobs so
Woodrow Wilson came in there and got rid of all the black people working in DC. He fired every last single black person working in government. That's Woodrow Wilson.
Sounds like Trump, huh? Sounds like something that Trump is doing, going and firing all of these people, black people, taking the education department and saying it's not professional. He's trying to choke. If we weren't doing better now than we were doing in segregation, then there would be no need for him to go back. First of all of these black billionaires, all of these billionaire companies, all of these black people that work for the government. Somebody said, yeah, go your pension dollar bill. Absolutely. I have a pension. And so all of those things weren't possible. All of the union jobs weren't possible for us, okay, during segregation.
But the Apollo, you had the Apollo. You had a lot of black infrastructure for entertainment, for education.
Black people in the 70s, okay, had a higher rate of marriage and a higher rate of income, okay, than people do now. If you take the money and you put the money together of what the money is worth. So those people in the 70s that made tremendous gains and were able to have their businesses protected by the Constitution. The brother
dollar bill. We only own 1% of the businesses in America. This delusion of grandeur has to stop.
Hold up. White people we have 2 million black millionaires in this country. 2 million black millionaires.
And how many black people is in this country?
So what? 2 million people got millionaire status.
And we only 12% of the population.
We're 14.4.
Okay, all right. Now we're 14.4. We got
2 million people. You know, I mean, and also ask how many millionaires were heard before during segregation.
But this is see one thing about Kala. Dollar Bill, you got to understand. He doesn't understand the difference between illusion. 85% of black people still live in black communities. They go to black schools in every county or city, right? No,
we live
even in the suburbs.
What are you talking about, black communities?
Black people live in the middle class, bro.
Have you been to Baltimore and DC?
Oh, that's Baltimore and DC.
Have you been to New Jersey?
Black people, there's a little enclave.
They live in their enclave, like Elvis said.
Majority of black Americans in the middle class, bro.
With houses worth $1 million in some of these enclaves.
Yeah, man. Y'all. This is why we got to close the border, because there's a lot of drugs coming in here, man.
There you go again.
He never said one thing about white people and white women. White women
what
are
about white? You know why? Because he loves white women. They're the only.
They're the main pushers of racism.
He yearns to have some beige kids somewhere and live amongst white folk. So this is his way of saying, I can't do any better. I can't deal with a black woman because she don't want to listen to me. Okay, because you sound like a deranged white man.
Listen, man, I support those who do, man. And one thing about me is I understand the universe.
Tyler, you got to give him a test, man. You got to have him put his camera on and show his forearm, man. Let's see if his skin is black.
He's probably a white dude.
I believe.
Have we ever seen 77 sticks?
Have you seen him before?
Have we ever seen this?
Man, I show myself every time I get on stage, man.
He sounds like a black man, though. Like he has a black.
He sounds like a black man.
He sounds like a black man, but let's see his skin.
He sounds like one of the black. He sounds like one of the black guys that had white friends all his life. You know,
he's an Oreo black guy. For sure.
We had one cool black guy.
Uncle Tom and Uncle Remus all together.
Can you go back into the reason why with the whole black woman thing? Your mama, you was going into that.
Now, what you got to understand and this is why I'm so against integration, right? Before integration, you had a father and mother dynamic where people was growing up in a 2-family home. But now with the split, the
Integration
liberalized,
has to do.
listen.
Hold up. My family was integrated when my father and mother were both black. They're
But,
fine.
but that's called an aberration,
It ain't
right?
no aberration. I had a lot of people grow up like me.
70 people.
Did you just learn that word today? That's called aberration.
I
Most
learned
black
it
people
yesterday.
marry other black people, man. What are you talking about? It's not an aberration.
Listen, but see,
1970, exactly several years, okay, after the civil rights, 70% of African American households contain men and women, father and mother, and children. And
but
this is
that's
after segregation.
but listen. So I'm
You
trying to
don't want
explain to Steve what
because
happens once you
you
lose
like to
that
explain
dynamic of a
lies.
family. When
You
you lose
like to
that dynamic
explain
of a
lies.
family where you have a
Have you
father
ever
and
raised
mother,
a family? Have you ever
yes,
raised a family?
yes. Once you have that,
What happened to that?
Hold on. Let him finish. I want to hear what you got to say.
No, what I asked you,
right?
what happened to your family?
It was unsuccessful. But let's
Oh,
go. Let's move ahead, right?
get your white woman.
So once you meet a woman who didn't have a father in the house, who don't know how to relate to a father, it creates fiction. It creates a power dynamic, right? And it creates disorder, chaos, hell on earth, right? So basically,
What
if you want,
I think what I think is
true.
we have a bunch of dysfunctional black people. They tend to be FBA. They tend to be swirlers. They tend to be race mixers. They tend to be xenophobic. They all run into one this dysfunction, right? I didn't come
Yes,
from a
you hit
dysfunction.
it right on the head, Colin.
Colin,
That's who these people
can
are.
I say something real quick to what he said? Okay, so let's say you date a woman. Okay, she wasn't raised with her father or whatever. There's a lot of women that were raised with their father around. But
run,
here's
and
the
get
thing:
the fuck out of there.
no. That's not always true because if, for example, if you're a man and you were raised with both a mother and a father at home, you can actually her or guide her. But if you yourself grew up with a single mother and she grew up with a single mother, then yeah, both of you guys are dysfunctional. That's not gonna work out.
Yeah, you
So
gotta have.
if one person has at least some type of normal family background, then okay. But if both of you guys are coming from dysfunction, 9 out of 10 is not gonna end well. But
Honey Flower, I
you
was listening to Coach K from Duke basketball. He didn't even recruit kids that didn't come from a stable family because it causes chaos. They don't know. It's a bad dynamic. So if you were to marry a black woman, try to make sure she has her father and mother in the house, or just run. But as
that's not fair to say
Shouldn't
because
that be
I
with
grew up
any woman
without a
though?
father.
Shouldn't that be
I grew
with
up
black,
without
white?
either, so I just single out African American women like that. I
yeah,
don't agree
well,
with that.
For most black people, marrying black is their only option. That's their only desire. So don't say
that's
if you were to. When you marry a black woman,
okay,
that's
man.
the only.
Hey, man. Hey,
I
man.
don't like
I want
when black men always bash black women. Like
no,
it's not
I don't
right,
bash. I go through different dispensations. I may spin the block,
and that's
or I
okay.
may
That's
not.
okay. It's
You
your
know.
you can
Look,
date whoever you
calling the
want.
call girl hotline and calling experts of different varieties like buying ice cream in a store, man. So it's not like, you're pressing anybody. We're going through different variations. You know?
Yeah, it's just you grow, you mature. Paul said you put away childish things.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
look. I'm having
Very
playing
argument.
another video. I'm playing another video. This is for all those who doubt black excellence. This is a story of Stephen Hightower Petroleum. One of my idols. Black is a Black American success.
I've tried other work management platforms, not naming names.
Caring about what you do, you never know when you cross over to say you quote unquote made it. I
His name
started
is
as a
Stephen
janitor and
Hightower.
I started
Let's see who
cleaning
he's married to.
floors and toilets and doing those things that most people
He started off as a
never even
janitor.
dream of doing, but I wanted more.
When a man goes from scrubbing floors as a janitor to owning a business that racks in billions, you should know he'll have crazy stories to tell. So stay with us as we take you on an extraordinary ride through the awe-inspiring tale of how Steve Hightower transformed from humble beginnings into a colossal empire. Welcome to Hustlers in the Hood.
It's about getting that guap, folks. Get your guap up, man. Don't listen to 1776. Get that fucking money. You know, go for yours.
Throughout history, there have been many stories of incredible people emerging from humble origins. Even the most iconic of fictional characters had that dream to become something more than what they already are. For some, it takes a fairy godmother. For others, their plan is just as simple as stretching out a plate and asking for more. But Stephen L. Hightower didn't need either to become one of those remarkable individuals who found a way to transform small beginnings into magnificent achievements.
I started to sell industrial materials and supplies along with the janitorial services.
It's one thing to go from broke to financially stable. It's something many people have done. But Hightower, the current CEO and founder of Hightower's Petroleum of Ohio, took things to a whole new level. A true embodiment of the American dream, he turned from being broke to being a billionaire and a force to reckon with in the global business industry. His extraordinary journey from humble beginnings as a janitor, scrubbing floors and toilets, to emerging as one of the nation's most influential oil tycoons is nothing short of awe-inspiring and crazy at the same time. It took many things for him to get there. An unwavering belief in himself, and an unparalleled drive to overcome obstacles.
But it is an industry that is worth pursuing. And once you learn how to pursue it, you are bound to be successful.
An undying will to defy the odds, a relentless determination, and an entrepreneurial spirit to carve a path to success. All that and more. Today, his company stands as a testament to his vision, leadership, and unwavering commitment to excellence. To understand the secrets of this man, there's no better place to start than from the beginning. The secrets of every great man take root from his earliest days. And for Steve Hightower, it all started in the beautiful state of Ohio. Born and raised in Middletown, Ohio in the 1950s, Steve attended Wright State University from 1974 to 1978, where he majored in management and communications. His father had a janitorial company and also worked at Armco, with his mother sometimes participating in the business. That company would later grow into over 175 employees. From an early age, Steve actively participated in his father's work. Together,
my little miracle is Beckett. You look great. A month after his 3rd birthday,
they would visit apartment complexes where Steve would help out by cleaning tables, dusting chairs, and occasionally clearing leaves. Say what you want, and we're pretty sure the naysayers had their say, but to Steve, cleaning was never a degrading business. Working with the right mindset, by the time he was 16 years old, Steve was on the truck crew cleaning home carpets. He even started heading crews around this time, and a couple of years later, by the time he was 18, he was doing commercial sales for corporations. Doing this taught him an important lesson, not how to clean your house, although he did learn that pretty well. Young Steve learned the importance of hard work. These experiences helped him gain a profound understanding of the importance of hard work, and has stuck with him ever since. During his short-lived college years, he worked tirelessly to support himself. After graduating, he joined his family's cleaning business, initially working part-time while attending college, but later committing full-time. After completing college, Steve had aspirations of joining the Air Force. Unfortunately, he had a skin rash, making him ineligible for selection despite never having experienced such an issue before. So, he had two choices: either explore employment options at Armco or consider a different path. Armco made the decision a little bit easier by offering him a job at their plant rather than being a salesperson, which he preferred. When he realized that spending 3 decades at another company would only result in him receiving a mere watch in retirement, the choice became clearer. Entrepreneurship was offering him the chance to potentially reap far greater rewards after 30 years of hard work. So he dared to do what most people wouldn't, and started his own business. Steve always had the desire to do more things.
I started as a janitor, and I started cleaning floors and toilets and doing those things that most people would never even dream of doing, but I wanted more.
Just like Oliver Twist, only rather than stretch out a plate for more, Hightower went on to get it himself. Steve embarked on his entrepreneurial journey by establishing a small construction company in 1978. However, the company didn't do too well. In fact, it faced sluggish growth, and Steve encountered challenges in obtaining credit and accessing larger opportunities. Nobody said making a fortune that would last a lifetime was gonna be easy, though. In 1979, Steve and his father launched a union cleaning business that would eventually evolve into Highmark Construction Group. Highmark specialized in the construction of water and wastewater treatment plants and often collaborated with large companies as a subcontractor. Over the years, the company expanded and established offices in various locations, including Middletown and Washington, D.C. But it wasn't until 1981 that Steve's fortunes took a turn when he discovered a state program in Ohio.
But check this out. Now, all these things that helped him along the way. Notice he said D.C. Who was in D.C. at this time? Dollar Bill for 10 points. Is Dollar Bill still there? Dollar Bill, who was in D.C. at the time? Who was in D.C. at the time? This is 1978. 1978.
1978. Who was in? Was it Jimmy?
Was it Nixon? Was it Nixon?
Jimmy Carter.
Now, who is it? Not talking about. He got a city contract with D.C.
Jimmy Carter.
That's a state. That's a federal government. I said this. The local government.
Oh, the state of okay. Marion Barry.
Right. Thank you. And people, and who was by the 80s? Who was in Chicago?
Well, in the 80s, the black man
Harold Washington.
And we on
who was in Detroit?
Tribute.
Who was in Detroit?
Man, Washington.
No, Detroit was Coleman Young.
Coleman Young, yeah.
Who was in Atlanta at that time?
The chubby dude, man. What's the guy's name?
Maynard Jackson.
Maynard Jackson.
The point I'm trying to make is he strategically knew that if he did these industrial projects, right, and the people in power, right, most likely he would have a good chance. That's not guaranteed. Have a chance, right? What was the chance during segregation when blacks couldn't hold public office?
None.
So are you to tell me that the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, which gave black people equal access to institutions that can't be denied by law, that actually helped Stephen Hightower get to the next level?
Absolutely not.
No, it did. It did help.
No, I thought you were talking about the other way.
Yeah, I get it. But the main thing is the civil rights movement. In the 70s, a lot of black people like him took advantage because there was a lot of white people who were rushed to do business with black people at that time. You know, they'll say that's a new thing, including black. They want to see what the black man had. You know, and he was in the right place at the right time until the Reagan era came and said, "No, man, it's too much of this." You know, and that's what this is all about right now. You think they like Daniel Stewart, David Stewart? He's richer. He's like 3 times as rich as Donald Trump. Worldwide Technologies. Some of these black men that are billionaires in America make Donald Trump look like a fucking pauper, you know? But 1776 wants us to go back to the fucking old days when all we could brag about is a barbecue pit in fucking Kansas.
You know, I told you about Arthur. Hey, Dollar Bill, don't laugh because this guy's a simpleton. Arthur's Barbecue was created in 1900.
Okay, we don't have barbecue, but I think people want to hear more about Mr. Hightower. So let's get back to him. Let's back to him. You know,
the golden era,
involved selling
1900 to
gasoline.
1930.
Recognizing the potential, he seized the opportunity and founded a shipping fuel and oil company. Hustler that he was, though, this dude still continued selling custodial goods. To capitalize on the state's gas selling program, Steve invested in tractor trailers and began transporting jet fuel. This marked a pivotal moment in his career as he shifted from selling various products and supplies to specializing in the petroleum industry. At first, growth was slow here too, But Steve didn't give up. At this point, one could say he was used to hard things, so a little hitch couldn't get him to quit. Despite the scarcity of credit and limited opportunities, Steve's determination propelled him forward. He ventured into the transportation of jet fuel, embracing the challenges and opportunities that came with it. This transition not only showcased his adaptability, but also demonstrated his entrepreneurial spirit. If you're enjoying this video so far, please leave a like on it and subscribe to the channel to join our community. Your support also plays a big role in giving the video a boost on YouTube, helping us positively impact the lives of even more people. Now, let's get back into it. It's been a couple of decades since Steve Hightower took the leap into an unfamiliar industry. And today, Hightower Petroleum Company is a comprehensive petroleum distributor that caters to the fueling requirements of businesses, public entities, and industries nationwide. They excel in delivering customized solutions to meet the diverse fueling needs of esteemed customers like General Motors, Ford Motor Company, Duke Energy, and Waste Management, among others. They have established a virtual marketplace across the United States, offering a wide range of fuels such as gasoline, diesel, biodiesel, and ethanol, as well as lubricants, oils, and greases on a national scale. Hightower's Petroleum kicked off with just 2 employees, Steve Hightower himself and a dedicated accountant. So you can tell it.
I hate these fucking commercials.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
So you can tell it wasn't an easy road. During the early stages of his business, banks denied him loans. It wasn't until his business had a net worth of $200 million that banks were willing to take a chance on him. But by then, he had already proven that he didn't need their money. Sure, he eventually got to a point where he didn't need bank loans, but there was a time when a single note was the ultimate highlight of his business. According to Steve Hightower, he and his coworker were quite thrilled when they got their very first $100 bill.
And we got our first $100 bill.
It was a moment filled with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. By 1984, Hightower's Petroleum had grown steadily, and their first significant contract marked an exciting milestone. What began as a 2-person operation eventually evolved into a company with a workforce of over 85 employees. In 2015, the company generated a substantial revenue of $350 million, and Hightower aimed to reach $500 million in the following year. The company's success was evident in its ability to sell over 140 million gallons of oil annually, serving prestigious clients such as FedEx and other major corporations. Apart from being the president, founder, and CEO of Hightower Petroleum, Mr. Hightower has been a director of the National Park Foundation since November 26, 2012. He also owns and manages a commercial construction and sustainability company, showing that while he might be a jack of all trades, he's definitely a master of all. When asked about the secret to his success, his answer is actually quite simple. Steve Hightower's success story is grounded in his unshakable belief in himself. He didn't let any barriers stop him from pursuing his mission. In a CNBC profile, Hightower emphasized that his unwavering belief in his own potential has been his driving force. Hightower has always had big dreams and had the confidence to support his dreams. He didn't doubt his capability.
Would I ever imagine I would be where I am today? Absolutely. Because if you don't think that you can be great, you'll never be great. And I knew that I was going to be great a long, long time ago.
And the best part is that he remains committed to personal growth and diversifies his business portfolio by investing in various ventures. Steve Hightower's journey from a janitor to a multi-million-dollar oil tycoon is an inspirational tale of resilience, determination, and unyielding self-belief. His ability to transform adversity into opportunity and build a thriving business empire is a testament to the power of perseverance and a clear vision for success. Over the years, He has achieved numerous successes throughout his career, including serving on the board of directors for Sigma, the Society for Independent Gasoline Marketers Association, and the Cincinnati, USA Regional Chamber of Commerce. He has also been involved with esteemed organizations like the Corporate Council on Africa and the National Petroleum Council, appointed by the Secretary of Energy. This man has also been recognized as a corporate roundtable member for the National Black Caucus of State Legislators and has advised various other groups. And that's not even all yet. Hightowers Petroleum has also received many accolades, such as National Minority Supplier Development Council Supplier of the Year Regional Award winner, and winning the Best Energy Company category at the Best of Black Businesses Awards. The company has also been honored as the Cincinnati Regional Chamber Minority Business of the Year and received the Small Business Excellence Award. The life of the former janitor has undergone a remarkable transformation. Like every true billionaire, he now enjoys the luxuries of driving a Jaguar and living in an extravagant 11,000 square foot mansion, adorned with contemporary art. Not only that, but he has also ventured into the world of sports ownership, acquiring a significant stake in FC Cincinnati, a professional soccer club. This journey from janitor to wealthy entrepreneur is a testament to his unwavering commitment to financial success. Surprisingly, his interest in soccer
You guys froze up for a minute?
Seeing the potential for financial gain in the soccer industry, he embraced the role of a soccer fan. His adaptability and willingness to seize opportunities highlight his dedication to achieving greater financial heights. You would think owning a billion-dollar empire would be enough for Steve Hightower, but despite his impressive achievements, the CEO remains focused on ambitious growth. He firmly believes he has not yet reached his ultimate goals and continues to approach his endeavors with humility and determination. In his own words, he describes himself as a humble individual who is striving to do his best and eventually achieve true success. What a mentality! Hightower's perspective on wealth goes beyond material possessions. He possesses a deep understanding of its true value. He acknowledges that his acquired resources are not the ultimate measure of success. Instead, he remains committed to personal growth and making a lasting impact. To date, his success and ethics are deeply rooted in his father's sage advice. These words have not only shaped his path, but also served as a beacon for anyone seeking success with integrity. At the end of the day, Hightower's story of building a company worth well over $500 million highlights the significance of hard work, resilience, and determination. And no matter your line of work or sphere of influence, you can do it. What are your thoughts on Hightower's success story? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe to the channel for more content like this. Our aim is to inspire and empower you on the path to your goals. The video on the screen shares another story that will surely inspire you. I highly suggest you watch it. Click on it now. We'll see you over there. Peace out.
Carla, can I say something?
Yeah.
About that? So these kind of successful African American males, they're not loud and in your face. So
yeah, because the bottom, because everyone wants to. This is the reason why it is, because everyone wants to go around and make the poor. It's like it's just we have a culture of grifters, right? They go around, like Booker T. Washington said, putting the issue of black people before white people to get sympathy, and they get paid, everything like that. So they always want to portray Black America as needy,
But why are these wealthy upper class Black people so silent? Like, why are they?
Well, people like me know about them because I read Ebony magazine. There's a whole world out there, right? And I thought that because it was social media, we do this. But what do you see on social media? Buck dancing. Everybody talking about the same old, same old. On
like
this platform, my
sophisticated people
platform,
don't
if
use
people listen
social
to my
media.
platform, you're gonna learn about this stuff. I made
Carl, I
that
have
commitment.
another question.
Can I say something one
Like a
second,
lot
honey
of
flower, before you
Africans,
make the
they
question?
say like, oh, Black people, they don't build their own businesses. They're not entrepreneurial.
That's principle.
You know why they say that? It's because a lot of Africans open up a lot of these brick and mortar, like corner stores and stuff. Why don't
we're past
Carla,
that.
I want to ask this question. Why is it no? But Carla, I really want to know because I grew up in an inner city kind of place, poor place, immigrants and all that. So I never seen a corner store owned by an African American male. Can you explain why
Well,
that is?
I'll explain to you. Well, give me a second, dollar bill. Now you have to understand, right? In the rural South, whatnot, we had stores, markets, stuff like so tiny stores, but they were like basically shacks, basically shacks. And also, we had like markets. Black people did stuff like that. We had like, but in the inner city up in the north, right? We were pretty much cut off from the South, like the supply chain of the South and stuff like that. And and also when you talk about Black people in the North, right? You got to understand that Black people do not like being told what to shop at and what to do, right? I'll take my old neighborhood in Queens, right? There was two grocery stores that were owned by Black African Americans, right? There was a place called Bruh's and a place called Mr. Joe's, right? And I used to like Joe's. I used to go over there and get a handful of bubble gum, right? And my you probably don't know this. Jack's is like it's Jack's is like we have these little game called Jack's with the ball and whatnot. Remember that Jolly Bill bazooka gum and all that? Remember those? Annihilators. We used to call them annihilators. We call them annihilators. So we make the check. You get your
drop
candy.
the link. Drop the link, Colin.
And so therefore, what I would tell you right now, right? I mean, you're gonna pay more for a loaf of bread. Your mother might send you for a loaf of bread at Joe's. He have stuff like that, in the store. What else would he have? Some bologna. Oh yeah, he had a deli, that little slicer, and you can get some bologna, like a whole bunch of bologna for $1 and some cheese, and take it back to the house and have sandwiches, But let me tell you something, honey flower. In the late 50s and 60s,
I don't get what you're saying.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm about to bring you home, right? In the late 60s, right? You know what happened? Progress happened. We started getting all these places like ShopRite, Pathmark, the Green Acres Mall, and stuff like that, Black people basically were like, I'm coming to New York. They did not want to go shop at no Black-owned store. And again, they were taking cars out to Long Island and out there at the Pathmark shopping mall. We used to love that and go in there and get this. You step inside the Pathmark, right? You got an electric door opener. You coming from the rural South, right? And next thing you need to see this light up building, right? With rows and rows of groceries, freezers, everything like that. All the stuff you want for a cheap price and everything. And you go step on the door, and the door automatically opens. And it's AC cold in there, right? You're not in some dirty, sweaty, so-called corner store because there was nobody financing them Black businesses.
But Carla, immigrants still go to their
but immigrants are third world people. They could do that. Black America wants to be on the level of white people,
But Carla, you have to admit that was a big mistake.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm like this. To be honest with you, right? I think some of the Black people could have did that as a thing, but there really wasn't a lot of money in stores and stuff like that. What stayed in the Black community were things like
it's not about the money.
Things that basically was
showing
things like things like
you're building your
funeral homes. That's something we unfortunately lost, and things like
we still have funeral homes in the Black community.
But the white people try to take the funeral home business over.
Yeah, Black. Can I answer that question? The reason that
Black people should have complete control over.
Yeah, but this is the reason.
We're not a community though.
This is the reason. Black people.
No, but Carla, like.
Black people didn't want those businesses. Those businesses, Black folks did not want.
Yeah, we can hear you, but let Dollar Bill finish. Go ahead.
Black people.
Okay, my internet is messed up, so I don't know.
Oh, because I don't know what's happening. But
go out and come back in.
Black people didn't want those businesses. Black people didn't see those businesses being viable businesses. It's corner grocery stores.
Yeah, Dollar Bill speaking. We hear him.
You can't hear me?
I hear you.
And so because we didn't want those businesses, because we didn't believe those businesses were actually making a lot of money. So in the 1970s, Black people started getting jobs, corporate jobs.
Yeah.
We started working
civil service jobs.
We had civil service and corporate jobs. And when we started working jobs, we weren't interested in being minor businessmen. And a lot of us didn't realize just how much money. And you got to also understand that those little jobs that immigrants work were dangerous. People come in there and rob you and shoot you and do all kinds of things to you in those.
And also, people understand the tediousness of those jobs, right? You have to work like a real business. People don't understand. I wouldn't wish this one worst enemy. Sometimes you may have to work 3 years before you see a dime, right? Yeah. I seen it down here in Virginia, right? I seen Black people. I think we're getting better now. Like I said, right next to me, Dollar Bill, there's a young brother just opened up a staffing labor business. A temporary business. Right next to me. His office right next to mine. I'm gonna go in there. I was gonna do it today.
Oh, scaffolding?
Huh?
Scaffolds?
No, no staffing.
Oh, staffing. Okay.
Labor staffing. There's a lot of money in that. In labor supply chain. What you do is you send labor to different contractors and businesses that need temporary labor. It's a young brother. What
is that? Prince of P in there? He changed his name. He's Musa.
No, that's Ross Moist.
Oh, that's the Moist man.
Yeah,
I call him push me.
Today your birthday, right?
It's Ross Moisturizer. I said Ross Moisturizer.
Carla, you talk a lot of crap, man. You said that only third world people, only immigrant that are third world people.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
That's a goddamn lie, man. So hold on, Carla. You've been talking for a minute now.
Nothing wrong with like 20
Carla,
people.
You've been talking for a minute. Can I talk? Can I talk, please? I've been quiet for a long time. Can I talk? So are you saying to me that people from China, people from France, Germany, that are coming to America, are they third world people?
Yes.
So people from Germany, and France, they are coming to America. They are third world people.
Outside of America,
wow.
Outside of America, it's a third world, bro. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
The motherfucking China, man. Yeah, they're worse than you guys. India, you ever seen them places?
I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about China, France, Germany.
China is a third world cesspool. It's a glorified third world.
Okay. Wow.
That's all it is, man. You think those people working those Chinese restaurants, man? They all live in the back. They all sleep. You don't want that. Look, our people. If we was able to do what immigrants can do, live 20 or 30 to one house, right? Sometimes sleep. And let me tell you something. You go to the Indians that own gas stations.
Carla, you gotta stop this rhetoric, man.
Hold up. When you see immigrants when they own gas stations, the part that you don't see that I know personally, because I know a lot of them. I was actually friends with a lot of them, right? Is for like 5 or 6 years, 7 years, even, right? They may be sleeping in that business. Like I know an Indian family that had a storage business, right? They slept in the place. I knew Indians at hotels. They a couple of rooms were their homes. I knew Indians had gas stations, the stock room. Mom, dad, everybody but the thing is, what kind of Black woman is going to do it? The Indian woman will stand by her man because she had an arranged marriage. They bring those third world things in, and it works in America. We're not third world people, A woman ain't going to say, you can say,
Carla, I never mentioned India. I said China, France, Germany. Are these people coming to America as third world?
Yes, man. Yes.
So you telling me the French, the Germans, the Chinese, and other Western European people, they are coming to America as third world?
Maybe maybe now they're not, but you don't see all these people coming here. You don't see Germans coming here. You don't see.
What world are you living in, man?
Hold on, the Germans came here 100 years ago.
Yeah.
And so when they came here, Germany was a developing area. Same thing with France. Same thing with Ireland. Italy and everything. Now you don't see these people come here because their countries are developed.
But they still coming. They're not coming like they're not coming in great numbers, but they are still coming here. That's the
They're not
point.
coming here. What would they? You see, Germany's economy is almost the size of the United States. What would they need to come to the United States for?
Japanese don't come here either that much.
The Japanese don't come here either. You never see Japanese here.
So
they're not coming.
The only people we get here are third.
Listen, they're not coming in masses. They're not coming in masses, but they are coming. Nonetheless, they are coming. That's the point I'm trying to. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand.
Has anybody here ever met anybody from Singapore?
Listen, Carla. Everybody in the world is coming to America.
Third world people come here because they need jobs or that. Other people from first world countries. Have you ever met somebody from Finland here? No. Have you ever met somebody
here, Carla? They are here. Listen,
they're not
Carla,
here.
They are here. You don't know that, Carla.
I do know.
Everybody in the world is in America, man. It's not just people. It's not just people from my country. It's not just people in Africa coming here. It's everybody in the world coming here, man.
There's a bunch of Swedish and Finnish people on the streets selling flowers on the street corner, right?
There used to be Eastern European people before the Berlin Wall came down. Okay, before they established independence, these people used to be in the black community. They're the ones that used to take your shoes, okay, and give you taps or give you a new sole on your shoes. Those are mostly Eastern European people coming from these countries that basically were third world countries at the time. He's telling you the truth about that.
They are still coming here.
Yeah,
They're not coming. Listen, Dollar Bill. Listen, Dollar Bill. They are still coming here. And regard to what you just said, they are still coming here.
They're coming here. They're not coming here to
listen, in my state, right? In my state of Tennessee, in my state of Tennessee, like there's a lot of Polish people in the state of Tennessee. They are immigrants. They are Polish.
Okay.
There's a lot of Polish people in Tennessee. They can barely speak English.
We have
They're still coming here.
Okay.
That's a
maybe
bunch
they
of
are.
nonsense.
I don't disagree. Maybe there are people who are coming here. But what I'm saying to you is that
Poland is not a third world country. What are you guys talking about?
It used to be a third world country.
Poland's still a third world country, bro.
Poland is not a third world country, man. What are you living in, man?
Third world, considered second or third world countries.
All I know is that people used to come from
Eastern
Europe. People used to come to Eastern Europe with certain labor skills that they had, and they would come to America to apply those skills. That is a fact.
Like Hungarians and stuff, you know.
Okay, so I'm sure people are more people are coming, but they're coming probably as professionals and people with certain other skills, right? So I can agree with that. But we're talking about in our neighborhoods, we used to see these people who used to own the meat shops, the people who used to own the shoe shops. These were Eastern European people. And there's another reason, Honey Flower. African Americans have been socialized to get a good job. Now, people in the South are a little different, okay, than the people at North. But the people in North, you got to realize that the North is an industrial society. So you don't find a lot of entrepreneurship in an industrial part of the United States. People usually have jobs.
And good
Can you
jobs,
hear me?
you know?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you loud and clear.
My internet has been bad this whole day, but yeah, because I'm saying the reason why immigrants say the things that they say, because in a lot of urban communities, you will see a Somalian corner store, a West African
I wish them all I wish them all the best.
Carla, let the lady finish, man. Let the lady finish, please, bro.
You'll see a Nigerian braiding shop. You'll see a Asian nail salon or whatever. So that's why people say what they say about the African community. Now, I know the African community
because Honey Flower, that's what they do in their countries. When you go to, if you go to Thailand,
but I would like to see more. I would personally.
We're not going back to Honey Flower. Honey Flower, unless we're at the level. Black Americans at the level.
Why are you guys so disruptive, man? Like she didn't finish your point, man. Let her finish.
Let me say this. Black people like myself, right? I don't want to run no fucking store, right? I want a business like I have. The guy next to the room next door in my office, he's a young brother in his 30s, right? He has his own labor staffing business. That's the type of businesses we want. We've been here for 40 years.
Well, Carla,
hold up. That's the business we want. I have another friend of mine came over the house the other day. I just met my sister's friend, right? The guy is a fucking doctor. Guy like in his 40s. Him and his wife, they're doctors. I'm going to do business with them. They want me to handle their clients, their patients' insurance, right? My whole thing is this: we're moving into these side of businesses. We're trying to go into those other lucrative businesses. We passed that. This ain't 1930, you know. You let the immigrants come here and do that. I welcome the immigrants to come here and do the cleaning the floors and work open the corner stores, stuff like that. Yeah, the nail salons. Yeah, bring them all over here. Shit, you know. Let us do the friggin' real shit. You know, that's making the money. Heck goes Principe. Oh Lord, you know. All right, Princess, what's on your mind?
What's going on, bro? How you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, man. You know, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm seeing your title. Your title contradict the video you even played, man.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The reason why I put that video up there, right, is like Honeyflower asked, how come that nobody knows about this stuff? Because people are ignorant, right? I've known about Hightower since like the 80s, you know, because I still could learn who my people are, right? And also I subscribe to Black Enterprise magazine, you know. I know about this stuff, right? And then I know also there's a matrix we live in, right? Dollar Bill, you remember the show I did on the Black Matrix? There's two worlds that exist at one time, right? There's a black world that's real, world I live in and whatnot, real, where things are normal and everything. Then there's a matrix, right? That's the world that we have to go through sometime because that's what other people see us as, right? So therefore, when a white person sees, you could be driving down the street, you make the left turn and you enter another matrix, right? It's like the thing turns in black and white, and next thing you know, white people are looking at you a certain way, and everybody looking at you, judging you, and whatnot. Then there's another matrix. I go back into reality, which all this stuff is normal to me. People like Hightower and all like that is normal to me. Then the other matrix is black people got to deal with is a racial part of it where people don't know who we are, don't know what we're about. And there's many other people I'm going to play in the future that like Stephen Hightower that got more bigger business than he does. And I'm going to showcase. Why? Because the matrix that you see right now, like Afrodamus, all these people, Ross Boyce, they only know the negative side of the black matrix, you know? And I'm going to show the other side, you know? That's my job. Everybody else sits there and talks about, and that's what I think of the FBA movement got so strong because they got sick and tired of being portrayed as losers, as lazy and everything. No, we're not going to do what the immigrants do, right? I get that, you know? They're going to work jobs that for half the much money and work harder for less money. That's what they do, right? We have basically trying to compete in the mainstream
Can you
America.
hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hold on. Can I make a quick point? To what Honeyflower was saying, even what Afrodamus be saying. When you look at those guys that you're playing, especially the Hightower guy, right? You see that he is a product of not only his father's success, but the black elites who clicked him in and gave him governmental contracts.
Some of it's mainly his determination. He didn't get nothing handed to him.
No, he didn't get nothing handed to him. I'm saying it's hard work and determination. But I'm trying to say,
stop.
This is the elite now.
Principe, that's a lie. He's not an elite. Listen,
he's not an elite.
He's not an elite. So
nobody's an elite cleaning toilets.
Oh man,
stop it.
You're doing your people a disservice, man. Because these elites are racking up millions and they're not doing enough to help the masses.
He's a legit businessman, bro.
Of course.
He's just a man with a business acumen and a desire and a determination
to drive
do better.
He inspires me, man.
So if
he's very inspirational.
So this is I know Damas is your spiritual leader.
Yeah.
I think he changed his name to Magadamus now. He's a
Yeah,
Maga
he even calls him a
supremacist, man.
professor, which
Yeah,
Yeah,
professor.
he got the
get
credentials.
that.
He's a professor indeed. He got credentials.
He's
Professor what? I have no idea.
a professor of being a correction officer.
Professor scoundrel. Adamus is a scoundrel.
Rage bait.
No, you know what it is? No, look, let me describe what a scoundrel is, right? A scoundrel. I know Aphrodisiac Steves, right? He wants to be the African version of Brandon Tatum, right? And he needs to understand that he's never going to be ABL or Brandon Tatum or Candace Owens because when it really
gives me Tommy Sotomayor, actually.
yeah, even Tommy Sotomayor, right? The reason why he's not going to do that is because as much as white people hate Black America and they try to use Africans, right? When white people in their genetic survival instinct, right? They add it all up, right? Despite basically hating Black
Paula,
America.
they hate us more. They hate Africans.
Yeah, they
more.
hate Africans even more. You know,
Yeah,
they
they hate
resent
us
you because
more.
they look at your African continent. They look at you, the fact that you're over here, and they look at the
how
fact that
Trump
you,
talked about Somalis.
the U.S. Africans depend on U.S. aid and whatnot, and they look at Black America. Richard Spencer was said that too. He said, "Well, look at Black America. Look at the rest of the Black race." That was a white supremacist. You know.
Can I say something?
I don't know about that one.
Can I say something?
That's what Richard Spencer said. Look at the Black America.
Hate us more.
Look at the rest of the Black
The sentiment amongst white people are that they.
Can I say
go
something,
ahead.
guys?
Yeah, but usually they're always bigging up Africa over Black America. But now they're like, nah, I don't think so.
Absolutely.
When we talked about this guy who had an all empire, I don't want you guys to get it conflicted and don't understand that this is not something that Black folks in this country were not into. We had all empires. In fact,
he ain't the first one.
No, but I just want to tell them. First of all, let's talk about Sarah Rector, the youngest.
She was a Black woman
and her
oil tycoon.
Sarah Rector, born in 1902 and died in 1967, was a Black child from Taft in the Muskogee Creek Nation of Indian Territory and what is called modern-day Oklahoma. Her family were the descendants of enslaved people held by the Creek Nation and became the Creek freedmen. So I didn't say that she was a pretendian. She was an African woman.
The pretendians are trying to claim her as an Indian. You know, they try to. These people are crazy.
Exactly. She was enslaved. She was enslaved by the Indians, and she had a land allotment. And every Creek freedman child was given 160 acres of land. This was the payment they had to give because they got money from the United States government, and they had to go to the Supreme Court to get this money. Sarah's parcel was considered worthless land, rocky, dry, and poor for farming. Her parents eventually petitioned the court asking to sell it because they could not afford the taxes on it. But in 1913, everything changed. An independent driller called B.B. Jones struck oil on Sarah's land. And the first well produced over 2,500 barrels per day, an incredible gusher. Within months, Sarah was receiving $300 a day, about $9,000 to $10,000 per day in today's money. And the newspaper headline called the richest colored girl in the world. Her revenue streams, once her wealth was confirmed, drilling occurred, multiple producing wells, royalty contracts, land leases, investments, stocks, real estate, and Black-owned business. By the time she was 18, her net worth was reported from 1 to 4 million, the equivalent of tens of millions today. So when people come from different parts of the world, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with you, when you say, what happened to these all barons? What happened to these people who did all of these inventions? The United States government allowed terrorists like the people who burned down where she lived in Oklahoma. Yeah. They allowed terrorists to come in and kill us. They had laws against us. Okay,
and we had no because we were powerless,
to do anything about it. So this is why Elvis, when you said what you said the other day, and you're absolutely correct. But what you did not say was that it wasn't because there's something innately wrong with African Americans while we're in the position that we're in 400 years later. It was legal to take these people who own businesses. It was legal for them to be taken from their homes in the middle of the night by night riders, okay? And that's one of the main reasons why Black families, okay, migrated in the 50s from their southern homes where they were living with their family and living like immigrants do, okay? 6 and 7 people in a house, 10 people, 13, and my family is because of the terrorism that existed in the South. That is the reason why you see very little Black wealth in America today. And the main reason that a man like Hightower, who came after the civil rights movement, was allowed to amass his fortune is because he had Black people in leadership and other people who had power to protect him. People like Sarah and her family had no protection by the United States.
Yeah, but according to 1776, those are the glory years. White people could take our money, burn our cities down, to steal from us, take our land, everything. We had no rights. We couldn't even have to go to court or anything like that. But those are the glory days according to 1776. You know, I mean, we got to get back to that.
He's obviously
we had a barbecue pit. We had intact families. Oh yeah.
Can I say something real quick? I wanted to add to the whole, white people actually hate us more than they hate African Americans thing that I said. You know why I know that? Because in the beginning they obviously destabilized our countries, brought us here. I noticed it's just pretty much to prop up the Democratic Party. And then once they got tired of us, Donald Trump was saying oh, for Somalis, he's saying that they're garbage. For Haitians, he was saying they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. They just talk as reckless as they can be. They're very disrespectful. They don't even care. When they talk about African Americans, they may say some racist things oh, they're violent, we're scared and stuff like that. We don't want to get attacked, but they don't call you guys garbage and eat dogs and cats. With Black immigrants, it's even worse.
Listen, they hate African people in general, and they know that we're all African people.
But I think they hate us more. I think
it doesn't matter if I hate you less or hate you more.
Oh yeah, I just found out
Absolutely not.
That lady, that white lady that called N-word when people were Somalis. I thought so.
Yeah, they hate us more. They hate us more.
I don't know if they hate you more, but
absolutely not.
Yes, they do.
No,
I think they don't. Let me tell you why I think they don't. Because they play a game, right? It's a little shell game.
They used us for the Democrat Party. They don't
absolutely.
Like
I think white people hate African Americans more than they hate anybody, and the reason is because of our history with one another and our close.
No, I think they resent us, not hate us. They like our music.
I think they hate us.
I think they resent us.
I think they hate us. There's nothing for we could resent them. There's nothing. We've made everything. We've made them billions of dollars and created a culture that they took, that they have taken as their own. I believe they love immigrants, okay, because the immigrants don't have the same background as the African Americans. They can't go back. They're more, seem to appear to be more docile and more appreciative of whiteness. That's how I feel. Whereas the African American, we go a long way back and we know what they did to us. A lot of Africans have come on this before Donald Trump, come on the same platform and have said over and over again, we can't.
I see African Americans and white Americans teaming up to say, get these garbage people out of here.
They only use us to do that. They will only use us for that. That doesn't mean that they'll, the enemy, they'll make, and this is why
they have history with you guys. They don't have history.
Yeah, but the history.
But, I mean, I seen I seen black immigrants with white supremacist talking points sitting around white people talking about black Americans. I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, they only use you. You're only using you guys against them.
Carla, bring back 1776. He says he got something to say.
Oh boy.
We're having such a good conversation like this. And all he does is come in here and disrupt, filibuster, and say dumb shit. You know.
Yeah, we need
every time I give him a chance, right? And what does he do?
Keep spanking him. That's all. He needs the spanking. So keep spanking him.
And then you got somebody in classic Sonic edits. Dude, you're not coming up here unless, one, you show your face and I see you're black. Two, you send me an email. So if you fuck up, I could track your ass down, and I will.
That sounds like a little kid. Classy Sonic edits?
Yeah.
I don't know. But the bottom line is there's a lot of people trying to get on this platform, man.
So they
I can't see you, bro. I can't see your face. I see blue eyes. You look like you're the devil. I see blue eyes. You look like the devil. I don't know.
You only
I don't know. He's doing something. I think he's playing with himself.
Oh Lord!
He's showing his dick. You
Not
know,
one of these freaks.
Yeah, let me get him out of here. You're banned. You're banned. Get your fucking out of here, you fucking devil.
But guys, make sure you go. It's simultaneously being supported by the Ubuntu King. I just reached my 200th subscribers. I'm extremely.
I'm gonna give 76 one chance, dude. We're having a good conversation, a good build, man. We'll give you one chance, only because they requested you come up here. I don't know what they've seen you, but
okay, awesome, Baruti. NFL quarterback Russell Wilson and his wife Sierra have funded the movie Sarah's All concerning the richest black girl in the U.S.
I hope it.
Awesome.
I hope it's good. I hope it goes on Netflix, Hulu, whatever. Get it out there.
Awesome. Tell our story.
I heard Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. That's gonna be big.
Yes, they are. They went through. I think the merger went through.
I don't watch Netflix. I don't
either. But if they're gonna get big studios like that, man, if they're gonna get to that level, man, I'll stop.
I watch old school 80s, 90s movies, Tubi. Like I don't watch.
I love Tubi. I love Tubi. I watch Tubi. All my old classic kung fu movies.
Tubi is African American movies, man.
Which I love Tubi got Three the Hard Way. I be watching
Black exploitation films.
Duel of the Iron Fist. I watch Hell Up in Harlem the other night. You know, oh man, I love Tubi, man. You know, and remember Uptown Saturday
I like
night?
old school movies.
Come back up, 1776. Come back up.
Where's 1776?
All right. I'm gonna give him one freaking chance, man. I swear to God,
man,
I'm in a good mood right now, man.
So hold on. Can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
Hey, Kyler, I've been. Hey, what's up,
Hold on.
Is that Musa?
Nah, that ain't Musa.
Oh,
Musa on the live?
I thought Musa was up here.
I don't know. I ain't him.
Yeah, man. Mic check. I'm here.
Hey, Musa, my Haitian brother that I love, man. Princip, man.
What's going on, 1776,
What's
man?
going on, man?
You two,
speaking truth to power, man.
You two chocolate covered coons. I knew you guys get on.
Hey, man, we don't like that C word, but check this out, man. When I was in community college, one of the books that changed my life was Booker T. Washington, Up from Slavery, right? And what Honey Flower was saying, right? He always said heart, mind, and hand, right? That you should be skilled with your mind and skilled with your hand. You should be able to do calculus and build a house, right? And we've gotten away because, like they said, and I'm going to get you, sucker.
Who's we?
College generation. I would say Collar and Dollar Bill generation.
I built
y'all deviated away from the path of
look. I can't say at me because I got everything I want in life. I traveled.
I bought a house. I raised 2 children. I sent my children to college.
So what the hell are you talking about?
One got accepted.
I said
you got we.
I'm saying Generation X. Generation X, they got away from the struggle.
They always do. Look, man. I'm not gonna hear.
I'm a millennial.
If you got something good to say.
No, I was agreeing with Honey Flower and with Musa, right?
I think you're saying you're trolling. What do you got to say? What do you got to say to add to the conversation?
I was adding to it, but I was cut off.
No, you're being a fucking jerk. That's what you're doing.
No, what I'm saying, if you read that book, Up From Slavery by Booker T. Washington, right? That guides my philosophy on how I look at the world, right? And I believe.
Do you does that include how you see the black family?
Yeah.
Okay, then how you can't build a black family without a black woman?
No, with a man, if you understand, the seed comes from the man. So any.
Okay. All right.
I told you he's a sellout, man. I can smell a sellout a mile away. You just want to have an opinion.
Let him finish. Can you guys let the good brother finish, man? Let him finish. Stop cutting him out.
Look, the bottom line is this. In this panel, people got something good to say, something productive to say. We're building something here, right? I just think we made a really good point with Stephen Hightower.
But he's saying a good thing, man.
Hold on.
Let the man finish, man.
She asked, why are there people like that? Dollar Bill and I are speaking to that. These people out there, but like I said, there's a matrix, right? People choose you guys, immigrants particularly, come to this country with this attitude that that you're better. You're never gonna see a Haitian version of Stephen Hightower. Never gonna do that.
Not in the first generation.
We have Haitian millionaire in America. We have Haitian millionaire in America. He has a community.
He had a community.
Can I say something? No immigrants succeed in the first and second generation. By the third generation, there's going to be Haitian millionaires, Somali millionaires, all that.
Sure.
It never happens in the first or second generation.
It's not going to happen to people of color.
It's already happening, Carla. It's already happening, Carla. Get off your high horses, man. It's already
like the Italians that came to this country. They were millionaires in the first and second generation, but by the third generation, they got away from the mob.
Italians were able to assimilate fully into the society.
But they used to call Italians white niggas.
No, look,
Italians was.
Look, shut up. Italians basically were white Europeans that came here.
But everybody who's come through this country is the Irish were oppressed.
They became.
You had Italians that was lynched in this country.
That was only one incident, whatnot, and also Germans were lynched. That don't mean nothing. Those people on the whole were still able.
If you weren't, see, you don't know the word WASP. If you wasn't white, Anglo-Saxon, and Protestant, everybody.
Also, look. First of all, the WASP means the melting pot. That means you have to adopt and assimilate into the WASP culture.
And
when the Irishman came here, he was an Irishman. He spoke Irish culture.
But when JFK ran for president, nobody wanted an Irish president.
Hold on. When you basically are a European immigrant, right? What a lot of Italians, a lot of people did was they changed their last name. The thing about black people, same thing with Jews, they hid their last name.
But Jews went under.
Black people cannot do that because you cannot change your skin color. They do Asians.
A friend of mine told me that when he first came, when he's a second generation and he's a millionaire guy I work with. He told me, he said when he got into some racism and the guy asked him, was he a Jew? He said all he did was just go and change jobs and go to a place that was more tolerable for people with his last name. So he didn't have to fight anything. He didn't have to do any of that.
But there were times where even African Americans in New York were far advanced than Jews, right? Jews been under systematic oppression. So many people.
African Americans say some black people were higher than some Jews, not on the whole black people. No, we had classes in Black America, just like we have rich, we have middle class, upper class, and we have poor, and we have real poor.
All I was trying to tell you is that although Hightower is a great example, there have been countless African Americans who have been entrepreneurs, who have been in the oil business and aviation business. And like I stated before, the main reason why we talk about Africa is because we need to leave America, because even if we do certain things in America.
Can I be real, Dollar Bill?
No, they can always come back and take it. Just like they're trying to roll back the hands of times. Okay. the Constitution. Anytime that people can come back,
they want to roll back civil rights. They want to roll back the voting rights.
Well, that's because the white man is tired of his liberal woman taking advantage of the system.
I don't care why he's tired, what he's tired of, but it doesn't. And she, in the end of the day,
this guy is giving me a
stays
fucking
white.
headache. I swear to
In
God.
the end of the day, she stays white. In the end of the
And the
day,
bottom line, white people, white men, and white women are
money.
a team. Are a team.
Right?
Shit,
and she's going to vote for Donald Trump because he's white. And so you can look at it any way you want to look at. I don't care if you manage to get you some beige children, okay? You're still not going to be white. Is what you want to be. You want what you say to yourself is, I tried a black woman, it didn't work, okay? And you're going to say, oh, it's because she didn't have a father and all these other things. But you knew all of this stuff before you got involved with her. You could have got some therapy, okay, and try to save your family. But you know what? You're one of those black men who want things that are easy. You don't want to work hard for nothing. So now you want to easily be an exotic Negro and run over to the other side and get you a white woman.
And then get in our face pretending like you're in our fucking black nationalist business and whatnot. Nah, it don't work like that, you know? You want to be white, man, go over to that side, you know? You like them so much. You like the white man so much. Don't talk to Charlie Kirk and them.
You want to be that Negro, you just call up Candace Owens and tell her that you want to join the tribe.
Yeah, I would love.
Hey, fellas, I got one question for you, fellas.
Sure.
Would you guys be successful in America if there was no white people in America?
Absolutely.
Of course we would.
Because in spite of white people, we've been successful.
Yeah, we've been successful in spite of white people, you know?
Absolutely. See, this is the idea that you guys think.
Hey, do they know that the first organized communities in America were actually black? You know,
exactly. Do they know that
America was a jumping out initially for the black people of Europe, right? The black citizens of England, Ireland, Black Irish, Spaniards, Dutch, everything. They put them here as indentured servants in colonies in places like Manhattan, Nantucket, and all these other places like that. And then wait a minute, look at Manhattan's like, wait a minute, these guys organized a damn community. They had houses, everything like that. The next thing you know, the Dutch said, you know something, let's take this place over, and they named it New Amsterdam. You know, but they initially sent black men over here.
Feel that white people somehow, you know why you feel
white
like
people don't have shit without us, man.
You know when you feel that way because you
Tyler already dropped him. He's not on the panel.
No, you know why he feels that? Because he still wants white people to rescue you, to save you. Oh, you wouldn't do nothing. No, in spite of white people, we were able to get our communities together. In spite of being slaves in this country, we walked. We didn't have any car. We walked to territories to find our families.
Yo, check this out. Look at the back. Look at the back chat. Some racist came up there and called me a nigger.
A nigger.
Oh wow, my feelings are hurt, man. Oh my God, man.
You a nigger, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna show you a nigger, right? I'm gonna show you. I'm the worst nigger in the world. You know, I'm a nigger on steroids, right? I'm as you said, the nigger you love to hate. You know, yeah, I am your worst fucking nightmare. I'm a nigga that don't give a shit. You know, I give no fucking shit because I have no fucking shits to give. You know, we have nothing to discuss. We have nothing to talk about. The time for talking with the devil is over.
Oh yeah, he call you a nigga. The shape, what is his name?
Or whatever the hell it is, you know.
Spelled whatever it is.
I am not talking to the devil, man. You ain't talking.
Whatever it is.
I'm not talking to the devil on my show, man. It's not.
I think it's funny because I did an Ubuntu film the other day, and I had one of this white guy said, "I gotta get rid of this BS AI." I said, "Don't worry about the medium. Worry about the person who writes the script."
What program do you use, like to make your AI cartoons?
I use various programs.
Like which ones do you use?
I use various. I can tell you one. I use 4 or 5, and so
which one's the best?
Well, what you need to do is why don't you just go to Chat GPT and you can find out which best suits you, and then you try out which ones that you like for yourself.
The thing is,
because
like, I
it
don't know
might be.
which ones to use.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't you go and get you go to Chat GPT, and then when I started, I didn't know anything about Chat GPT. Now I know about Chat GPT, but now you can go right to Chat GPT and you can have a conversation, because a lot of the services I use, some are free and a lot of them cost money, especially the ones that I use when I develop my claymation and stuff like that. They're expensive. And and some are not expensive. So you have to look around and find out which one that that you're interested in doing. You might
There's too many like scams. Like there's like ones that they tell you, oh, you can make this, and then like one to generate 3 minutes, you gotta pay $100. No.
So why don't you go to Chat GPT and ask that question? I'm sure they'll give you a good answer. And then they'll tell you can even ask them by price and by service. And that people, the great thing about today is that people actually will give you stars at 4 or 5 different stars. Okay, because they like the service.
I only use like image generation, Grok, Chat GPT, Gemini, but like with the video, I haven't found a good one. And the ones that are good, they're just way too freaking expensive for
they're expensive. I spent a
for
lot
what they do.
I spent a lot of money on my videos. I have over 200 videos. Have you been to my to the Ubuntu King site? Are you subscribed?
Is it on YouTube?
Absolutely. Go to Ubuntu
I haven't
King.
seen that.
And actually, right now, I'm working with Kala on his stream, but the Ubuntu King is on there.
Of my African community, my African people. I just want to say to the American people, and I am American, but I do want to say this. What's your zip code? What are you doing for yourself? Do you guys...
Oh, sorry, folks. I lifted some fucking stupid shit. I meant to mute. So what's going on?
No, I was just telling her to go to Ubuntu King, and pretty soon.
Carl don't even be paying attention to his own show.
I do pay attention, man. I was like looking and see if it was some intro on TikTok. There was something on TikTok. I went, oh yeah. This one lady put a video. I don't know if she's trolling or not. She said that she was robbed in Ghana by police officers with a random checkpoint. You know, they robbed her, kidnapped her, and then somebody said, "Yeah, that was the Uber driver was probably in on it." You know. Yeah, you guys want to see that video?
Nah, man, I don't want to.
All right. But everybody was like, nah, you try to make Ghana look bad, you're a plant, you know, whatnot. She was like, I was robbed.
Hey, Carla, I think 1776 trying to come back up.
Fuck him. Every time I let him in, look, I'm trying to have a nice show.
Carla, to do it you just dropped him down, man. That's wrong.
And all he does is talk shit, you know.
He was talking and you just dropped him down. All the reason I like this platform is because you let it. You know, you let people have their opinions and you don't really
I had no control over it.
Dumb shit and whatnot, you know, and they know it's annoying me, you know.
College show.
Intelligent,
no
real
control anymore.
I think this guy is just here to play games. I don't think he's serious about this shit.
I think he is. I think he's really serious. With all the beatings that he gets.
You guys get another platform and y'all help him get his own platform. And you know?
Don't try to go. Don't big bros, man. Come on.
No, I'm serious. I'm that serious. I'm like this. I'm a black nationalist, right? I am not gonna let somebody sit here for hours talking about the glories of the white man. You know, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I tried 1776, but yeah.
The glories of the white man. He cannot stop raving about the fucking white man, and that's it's everything I stand for.
Colin, can I present on my screen for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Colin, can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay, go ahead, man. Then
today your birthday, right?
Who, me? Tomorrow's my birthday.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought
it is my birthday. It is my birthday. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, past 12 o'clock.
Happy birthday.
How old are you, Colin?
Huh? Oh, too old.
You're not a woman, man. You're a man. You can tell us your age.
I don't care. I'll tell my age. I just turned 58 years old.
Wow.
I don't give a
That's
damn what
big.
nobody say. I'm not gonna
That's
lie about
good.
any 1 year I lived on this damn earth.
Well, it's a blessing, bro. Getting old is a
Happy
blessing.
birthday,
Nothing to
Colin,
ashamed about.
man.
I'm 58. I don't give a shit. You know, I'm proud of my age.
You taking the day off?
Well, no, I
So,
got a
Carla, you
class
turned
tomorrow. I got a
60
class
today?
tomorrow. I got a
Carla,
class tomorrow. What?
Carla, are you 60 today or 61?
You're 58,
You
man.
fool. I am
Oh,
58.
oh, 68?
If you
Man, you
look,
old.
Mosa, you're trying to be funny. I am going to
Tyler,
block
don't even
I
get
am
trigger
going
over
to
that,
block
bro.
you and ban you in
Don't
1 second.
don't get trigger over that, Tyler. Damn.
Saying it's like this. Look, if I go to the thing of telling you, being upfront and honest with you about who I am, my age, everything like that, don't try to misrepresent what I hate when people lie about my age. I hate when people lie about my point of view.
In all honesty, you don't look 58. You look 48.
Bill knows I'm very clear on what I think and what I believe, whatnot, and who I am. I don't go telling you I live in New York and I know I live in Virginia, right? I don't go telling you I own a business and I might be working at McDonald's. No, I'm for real. I'm for fucking real.
Tyler, for real though, you don't look 58. And I'm not bullshitting. I'm not even trying to glaze you. You look like you're 48.
Everybody I meet tell me I like in my 30s.
Maybe in that picture you look 48. Maybe maybe you aged a lot of way.
Everybody look at me tell me I look like I'm in my 30s and whatnot.
Oh, Tyler, that's pushing it. That's pushing it.
I really don't care. I really don't care because
40s is good, not 30.
Look, I am not here to impress anybody, so it don't really matter. Now, to you lower people, right, who got to go out there and think I'm
God.
you guys.
You should be praying for blessings on your birthday. Now you feel
look, long as I got breath in my body and I'm healthy, that's all I care. I don't give a fuck what I look like, That's all I care. All people think about me,
You guys are crazy, man.
Let
God bless you, man. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday.
See what he says.
Happy birthday.
You know we're gonna Raven.
Hey, happy birthday, Colin.
Look, somebody got an echo, man.
You can hear me?
17 seconds. I think you got the echo, bro. You gotta go. Yeah, I did, but you got an echo, bro. You gotta go.
Yeah, that means that the YouTube gods wanted him off.
Nah, he's recording it to show it to the CIA later.
Somebody got 3 away to his fucking white supremacist buddies.
He's up there sitting up there with a white woman with a Michelob.
That's what they be doing. They be like these white people in on all our business and whatnot, getting a kick out of it,
That's what they do
who
on
these people in
some
the
of
chat?
those other streams.
I had no idea. I'm attracting
This
these.
Mecha Godzilla, this guy screams sweeter than tea, the sweetest MF to walk on this planet. I don't know, you got some haters in the
trolls. They're trolls.
They're trolls. And the bottom line, the one thing about the trolls is they'll never get up on here. I tell you that right now. I let them. I let my moderators in the chat room deal with them, but my moderators have gone to sleep.
Yeah, they're not here right now.
My moderators are going to sleep. I got no moderators doing their job.
I'm blocked from the channel. I can't comment.
You are? Who blocked you?
I don't know.
It wasn't Dr. Bill.
I think it was Cynthia when she was talking real crazy about Africans. And they got into that big
it's the same
fight.
thing with me, man. Like I'm blocked from the channel as well. You gotta unblock me, bro.
I don't know how. There's no way to unblock somebody from the chat room.
I think I blocked Moisture.
Dollar Bill blocked me too, but somewhere I got back in there.
Hey, Dollar Bill,
Dollar Bill, you gotta unblock me from the comment section, man.
Have you figured out how to unblock me,
bro? Don't
No,
be petty,
I don't
man.
have the controls anymore. When I was the co-host, I had the ability to.
No, I said on your channel, Ubuntu. You don't have StreamYard. You just have the.
Yeah,
YouTube.
I got StreamYard.
Oh, yeah, I said, have you had to block somebody?
No, I've only been on live twice. This once before this in August, and now with you. So I usually just do my recordings and stuff, and that's what I do.
I uploaded a couple of recordings from You see, you watch that trip that I had from Liberia. You know,
nice trip, man.
You like that restaurant?
Yeah.
That restaurant. It's not night. That was built back in the 50s.
Right up on the water. That's beautiful.
Sincor. Sincor is where it means where the cliff and the ocean meets. You know.
Carl, I gotta give it. I gotta give it up to you, man. Your
What
wife is very
language
beautiful,
is it from,
man.
Colin?
Your wife is very beautiful, man.
I know
So
she is.
kudos
I'm
to
with her.
you, man.
Is
I give
it
you a lot of
Basa?
props
Is
for
it
that, man.
Basa or Pella, Colin?
You
She ain't
got a
no bi.
beautiful
She's a
wife,
fucking
man.
Congo.
No, I said the
Very
word
gorgeous.
Sincor. Is it Basa or Pella?
No, it's vi. It's a vi word. It's a vi word, not a pellet. It's vi.
Mm.
Sincor is a vi word, meaning where the cliff meets the ocean. You know, all my vi people live in Old Congo Town Road. That's where a lot of vi people live.
Yo, Carla, what was your reaction like when you saw like these white people, like when you were going to the club
I
with your
mean, yeah,
wife,
look. The
and
bottom
you
line
saw
is,
these white people coming up
I
the
am
He wanted
stairs?
to
look.
push him in the water.
No. I'm civilized. No, I'm civilized, right? And I know for a fact when white people are in Liberia, it's not like you're in other parts of Africa. Liberia is not colonial Africa. They know when they're there, they really don't have a history there, you know, like of ruling that place, you know. So they don't. There's no real like they like this. So when you see white people, it's like, hey, how you doing? You know, the first time in your life you'll be around white people, and they don't have that white arrogance about them. They're very humble. So you meet them, they're like, how you doing? You know, how you doing? Hey, how you
You
doing?
know, white people are humble for the most part until they get in the numbers.
Yeah, until they get numbers, they in America too. When they're around and have numbers, that's when they act like that.
When they get numbers,
When
they
I
go,
go
yeah.
shopping, if I go shopping in Liberia, right? I go shopping, me and wife and my driver go shopping. I go into the store when I walk in and they look at me and they know I'm from the States, right? And then soon they hear me talk, oh yeah, he is from the States, right? They get really, really quiet, reserved, whatnot, you know, blah, blah, blah. The face starts turning beet red. I know how they act, you know. But when I go, I'm not around. There sometimes they get a little, you know, but so far they go but so far with Liberians. Liberians don't. One thing know about Liberians, they don't crack and smile at the face of white people. I noticed that about them. They're just like, "How you doing, sir?" You know, and you know sometimes the cashiers will give them the same attitude they give everybody else, right? They know they like to, they don't just light up when they see a white person. I've seen that happen, not with my own eyes, but on videos for other African countries, like particularly places like Malawi. They see a white person, they're touching their hair, you know, when saying they're white, ooh, touching their skin, whatnot. Liberians are not like that, you know, they're not.
It happened to me in North Carolina.
That's why they say I be mean mugging white people at my job, man. Cause I'm intimidating.
I don't know how Elvis is, but I know the average Liberian don't give a shit about white. I don't know how Elvis is, but I don't know. I know the average Liberian usually don't give a shit about white people. You know.
Did you hear what I said, Colin? Maybe you didn't hear me.
I know. I said
people say I'm intimidating them because I mean mugging them. I don't give a fuck about being pleasant to people.
But what I'm saying is, not to bury my African brothers, right? But too many of them, man, they're just so happy when they're around whites and everything like that. They're like, you know, and that gives off that impression.
It's a thing they haven't seen white people. Some people just not used to them or whatever, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, Liberians. Okay, I don't know if there's maybe it's more white people come, but they don't seem like they're even impressed. Like when you go to Boulevard Palace, and there'd be white guys there, Japanese guys there, and whatnot. They're sitting there looking at their watches, waiting to get off work. Like, oh, these, you know, they're like seem like.
Colin 1776 says, "Bring him back up. He wants to sing you happy birthday."
I don't want to hear happy birthday from him. I don't want to hear fucking happy birthday from him, dude. I don't. I'm having a good time right now, man. This guy, all he does is just fucking mess up my shows, man. You know? Hey.
But he makes it interesting, man.
Yeah. One day, Dollar Bill, I'll let you host again. You can have him on, you know?
Oh, man.
That's right. You can't host because you got your own shit.
Yeah, I got my own channel. So what I do is I can I'll simultaneous with you on your and that's what it shows
and
up.
let everybody come on your show, and I'll just have my show running. You know, you want to, you
with me. Yeah, you could do the same. You could simultaneous.
I don't know about going on Dollar Bill show, man. He's a bit of a dictator, man.
Why would you say that?
Cause he was blacking niggas right left and right, bro. Well, I never put us in the bag where he got to quick to block us.
I never forget, right? I had went down the stairs to get something to eat, right? I said, Dollar Bill, hold it down for me. I come back, man. I said, everybody's like, Colin, you got to do something about Dollar Bill. He's a dictator when that Dollar Bill had people on timeout. That shit was so fucking funny, man. I was busting up laughing, man. Yeah,
I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to be nicer, man. I'm trying to.
Yeah, man. I hope your channel grows up, man. Because we need we need more people doing channel. Sheep Ham. I don't know who you are, Sheep Ham. Sheep Man. You ain't getting up here. Turn your camera on or send me an email. One or the other. So he goes.
You know what he just said? Niggas eating their bananas while being enslaved. They can't even spell slave right.
I think it's the same person trolling on different accounts.
Yeah,
so the bottom line, these guys don't seem to understand. This is a new day. They probably never ran up against somebody like me. I'm like
they probably have been listening for a while because these aren't new people. They're listening and just coming in to troll.
What do you think they thought I was gonna do? Come on in, Billy Bob and Jared. No,
and they checking the penis and all kind of weird stuff.
Yeah. Let's have. Let me ask you, these white people. Listen, what the fuck do we have to talk about? Can somebody explain to me what is there left to talk about?
I think what happens is you're talking about continental Africans and African Americans and Caribbeans working together, and I think that's their.
And they don't understand that. Look, the bottom line is this: it's over. White people, you're done. Nobody gives a shit no more. We're moving forward. That's what we try to tell this 1776. It's over. Everybody knows the future is in Black America, Africa, and even us connected with different people, other people in Europe. The white American is a joke, man. A running fucking joke on the planet.
I still love my people in the Caribbean. In fact, I'm going to be doing some investing also in Jamaica. I got folks out there. I got people out there.
The world's our fucking oyster right now. Hell, I think I'm worried about some fucking white American. The fuck they got to say? Not a damn thing. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck all you.
1776 wants to build up a business, and he figured that if he have a white wife, that they're gonna, they're not gonna
give him loans and everything. Like, okay, yeah.
So his credit score goes up by association.
Yeah, I guess he feel if he get a white woman, his credit score gonna go up. I don't know. I don't know what his issue is in life, man. He hates himself.
Yeah, I love myself. I really am infatuated. Love myself.
You think that mindset is something that you can get in a couple of years, or you think you got to be maybe a teenager to be having that?
All I know is that mindset right there. I thought had died out. To be honest with you, I thought it had died out. In the age of the internet and stuff like that, because the internet usually does is it brings people of like mind together, right? So in other words, basically in my real life, right, I have to deal with all different types of races, people, and everything like that. But on the internet, I get to connect with not just Black people, but like-minded Black people, right? Yeah, I'm saying, okay, like, what I was shocked to see, Dollar Bill?
Mm-hmm.
When I first came on in 2006, January will make 20 years, right? 20 years I've been on social media, but blogging and stuff like that. 20 years in January, right? I was surprised how many people had the same thoughts I did over these years.
Wow.
You think about it, it's like, how many people think about an idea that we should have a nation of our own? I was shocked, though. There was a lot of people that had the same points I did. I was shocked that many people said, we should make a movie about Mansa Musa and stuff like that. I was shocked how many people thought about that. Black people should build our own institutions and stuff like that, and we didn't like the way that we were portrayed in the media and stuff like that. I was like, man, I had no idea there were so many Black men out there who thought like me. Internet did that,
Oh, yeah.
I thought I was just an anomaly, I said, look at it and said, wow, there's a lot of brothers who think like I do. I did not know there was a lot of people turning a a side eye to certain aspects of Black hip hop culture. Till I got on social media, people started talking about, so because I start, Dollar Bill, one of my classics in 2006, 2007, series of Collar Nation blog. If you want to look at some of my first blogs, go to collarnation.blogspot.com. Google blogspot.com. I haven't wrote there in like 5 years, but all my old blogs, I had this one blog with the neo-minstrel age, and I went in on connecting the hip hop and everything to the coonery and samboism, whatnot. And I spread that on like a lot of different platforms out there. Motherfuckers want to threaten my life with now. How dare you call us a minstrel show? So I just said, then a lot of people agree with me. A lot of people agree with me. They're like, I'm sick and tired of the buffoonery and the coonery I see. And who was big at that time? Lil Wayne and the Juvenile and the Southern rap was big at that time.
You have some fake AI like animated trolls, because look at what they're saying. Bro's trying to make himself tough, and then Bro's experience year a month ago. Stop capping, little bro. You were made yesterday. These are fake YouTube like AI trolls.
What was that in the comment section?
They're not even real.
Oh, this is in the comment section?
Yeah, look what they're saying. Stop capping, little bro. You were made yesterday. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Bro's experience year a month ago. You got to delete these people because they're sending AI bots into the chat.
I don't know. Who are my freaking moderators, man? Who are my moderators?
I would be one, but I'm blocked.
They all
delete them.
Yeah, Carl, you gotta make me a mod, man. Unblock me and make me a mod, and then and y'all problems will be solved.
You can't be a mod because Musa, because you said too much shit. Like you sided with 1776.
Next thing you know, a dumbass show.
I'll keep it receipts, man.
1776 will never be a mod on my show, man.
A mod will come in.
Make me a mod, Colin.
What happened to a mod? Where's Dark Migo? Where's Dark Migo?
Paula, you gotta make Steve a mod. Make Steve a mod. He's level-headed.
Steve, I said when I told you I'm not making no more mods until this.
Steve never gets mad and he's level-headed and making decisions solid.
Until the channel gets monetized, I ain't making no more mods. But when it gets monetized and whatnot, and everything like that, because like I said, this channel is going to do a lot for, like I said, I don't know. I got
Carla, you need to get someone said the amount of glazers in this chat. What are like these people? Get them
so who? I don't know. Maybe I need to go down there. Because somebody point these people out. I'm gonna start blocking people right now.
I think more and more are popping. Like, I think once you block one, another one's gonna come into the chat.
What are they? I don't even know what the hell's going on.
They sound like Gen Zs. Like the things that they're saying.
Okay, let's go by one. Okay, let's go one by one. One by one. I'm gonna go scroll up, right? And we're gonna basically block people one by one.
I don't think they bots. I don't know. You gotta ask them are they real people or not. I don't know how it works.
These are not. These are like.
All right, you hold up. Can we agree that Bush beat Bill is real?
He's real.
I've seen him before. David Rodriguez is real.
I thought I was Dollar Bill.
Okay, he's real. I don't like 776, but he's real, obviously. So Baruti is a pain in the neck, but he's real. Who's this David DT?
He keeps putting the all-seeing eye emoji in the chat. Oh my god, these people are creepy.
I can't say them, but all I need is a mod. I'm gonna make Focus Dave a mod. I know Dave will take.
So make Elvis a mod, man.
Where's the mod? Collar, you want me
to don't make
Elvis a mod.
What you mean no? What you got against him being a mod?
Elvis is loyal.
I take myself out of it. I think Steve should be a mod. Steve should be a mod for sure, for real though. I'm not bullshitting. Yeah. Steve is level-headed. He never gets rattled by anything. He's a level-headed dude. He's not gonna block people of emotions. So make him a mod.
Make Honey Flower a mod.
I agree with you, Dave. Don't make me a mod. That's for sure.
We're like, hold up, we're like,
I want Honey Flower to be a
45
mod.
people, 45 people away from 1,000 subscribers. You know, then I know.
Collar, they shadow banning your page, man.
What do you mean?
I mean, like a lot of your page not expanding the way it's supposed to.
Well, I know this is impressive.
Yeah, that's true, Kyler. When you're live, it doesn't show up on my main stream anymore. I gotta go look for this shit.
Your message is powerful, Kyler.
I get a lot of people who flag the show and stuff like that. So I don't know how long. I'm on Twitch, right? I looked at Twitch, but I looked at Twitch. Twitch didn't stream it live tonight. Maybe the next show. Maybe because I did the show before I did the Twitch. You know, if I made the show up.
Who's that guy? Where's Rexy?
What?
1776. I can't let you up, man. I don't control that.
He experienced a year, a month ago. That guy must be one of those. His name is @WizRexy. I think that's a troll.
Yes, that is. The amount of glazers in this chat.
What the hell is a glazer?
It's like somebody that kisses ass.
Yeah.
Nah, it's like when a lady is sucking dick and she put a lot of saliva and it looks like a glazed donut. That's what it is. It's called glazer.
Oh man, it's sick shit. I don't know none of this.
I try to describe it in a
I don't know none of this shit, man.
disturbing way.
Oh, Bushmeat Bill is Spearman. Who the hell is Bushmeat?
I thought it was Dollar Bill, man.
Isn't that one of Alfred Thomas's boys?
Is Spearman, is he Jamaican? I don't know.
Let me get Dave. Let me introduce Dave. Dave, what's on your mind, brother?
Yo, good evening. Good evening.
You like those? You like those videos, Dave?
Yeah, I love all those videos, man. That's just Liberian, man.
Yeah, ain't that the shit though, man?
We got
have you ever been to Club Mazzarato?
I have never been to that club, but
man, it's like in Syncor. It's like, let me ask you a question, Dave. Now, Syncor means where the cliff meets the ocean, right? That's clearly a cliff, going down to the ocean, right? But that's right in back of, right next to the executive mansion. Is that still considered Syncor?
Nah.
But it's still
Syncor stop.
Well, I know what Syncor is at, is where Boulevard Palace is,
Yeah, Syncor, that's Boulevard. That's
Is that Southern Boulevard? Come all the way down.
Boulevard Palace is in the middle of halfway between Syncor.
I would say, Elvis, you say Syncor stop by UN Drive, right? By the UN spot.
Okay, so let me say this: that Boulevard Palace is right in back of that.
Yeah, because you're coming from Old Road, right? You come down to Old Road to Old Town, and then down to Painesville.
Yeah, it's actually before you get to downtown. It's right where the Capitol Hill and the executive, before you get to the executive mansion.
Yeah, it's called the Capitol Bypass. That's the Capitol Bypass.
Yeah, so that's right there and whatnot. But it's I guess that cliff could be considered Syncor. It's where the cliff meets the ocean. That's exactly what it is, because you're on a cliff, right, in the parking lot, and then you got to walk down on that flight down. It just
you talking about? Really I know exactly what you're talking about. It's before the UN house. The UN house. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know where it's at.
But that was built back in the 1960s.
It's like is that by town City Hall? The
City Hall, right across from City Hall.
Right from City
check this
Hall.
out.
Right?
Let me tell you something, man. You could almost see how life was back then just by going there. We was in the patio on the ocean breeze right there. You got this big thing. You got to see the bar that's in there. I mean, it's like one of the best bars I've ever seen. And then you got the place where they cook the food at. Well, now you could pick out your fish, and shrimp, everything. Tell what you want, like a hibachi, Pick out your big fish, have them fry it for you, whatever like that, how you want to cook it. The shrimp, everything like that, and the rice, everything. The food's expensive, man, but it's expensive, but it's well worth it though. It's well worth it. I ate two big snapper fish. It was really nice. Yeah, somebody asked me about white people. Yeah, there was a lot of white people there.
Yo, man, Carla, it was a lot of hate last night, man. It was
man. We gotta, we
hate.
gotta,
Word,
look, man.
man.
One thing I want to get away from is, look, man.
I got a lot of hates too in the black community too, Carla.
Yeah,
It's a
look.
lot.
Let me say, we gotta stop harping on each other's failures, right? Okay, Africa ain't where it's supposed to be. Black America ain't supposed to be. Why do we freaking got to keep taking cheap shots if somebody says, okay, Elvis lives in America? We know for obvious circumstances, obviously he's not ready to go back.
I mean, for me, Carla, I think those things are easier than organizing.
Right.
For me, I came up I came up under the Black nationalism and Pan Africanism. I was born into it. I'm like born in, blood out. So I mean, the hardest thing for our people, for me, we just need organization. I don't want people to unite. Fuck it. They don't have to unite. We just need good organization.
Yeah, and good administration, good government, transparency, and stuff like that. People can.
I don't care about people holding hands and united. Just
right. That's not gonna work. We just need organization. We just need some sort of respect and respect for the rule of law.
That's what happened with the Pan-African movement. We lost our organization and our structure, since Garvey died, and God rest his soul. But we just need to get ourselves organized. Black America get organized, Africa get organized. That's it. Everything
we got to get. First of all, before we organize, we got to really believe that we are. Like,
this is why you had the BIAO. People don't understand this. It's organization. We're trying to organize
infrastructure, building a global black infrastructure. If not nothing else, we're communicating. Like I said, even like right now, this show right here, where you have different people on from different backgrounds talking about Africa and discussing Africa and stuff like that. When I first got on 20 years ago, this was unheard of. Really. Only thing was on, Dave, when I first got on 2006, 20 years. Everybody was hip the bop, the beat the bop, the black the beat the bop, black person, whatever the fuck you are, get the fuck out of here. Show your camera, show your face.
This channel's being infested by trolls.
Yeah, they could try all they want. They're not getting
But Carla, we talked about this. I told you the circus. These guys was hanging from the rafters.
I'm the ringmaster.
The clowns have multiplied. These guys are hanging.
Yeah, we're like the world's infested by deadly clowns.
It's a mess over here. It needs to be cleaned up. That's all.
Yeah, so I'm like this, come up here, black person. That's supposed to let them on. Okay, yeah, this is a black person, so I'm supposed to be that stupid. Let you on? Come on, And when they get up here, all they're gonna say is nigga, nigga, and then hang up. Jeez, man.
The main thing I'm seeing, they're trying to stop this infrastructure in Africa. I've been pleading for this for like 15 years. All they need to do is I've just been crying for it. If they could just give us running water, 24 hot and cold running water, every household.
You see the fact that the power transmission lines go all.
I need 24/7 electricity, and I need my road connectivity.
Yeah, basically, the basics.
If we could get those three basic infrastructures in Africa,
you will have a lot of people moving.
You'll have such an economic boom you've never seen before on the continent.
Right, and you know what the problem is, Dave? A lot of Africans think development is having a few houses with a big mansions and whatnot, but the rest of
that's not development. That's not development.
They think having one tall building.
No,
we got a tall building right here.
Tall building with no running water, with no water pressure.
Right, nowhere, no AC, no central AC, and all that stuff like that. It's just a show.
No, we need if we could get these three basic infrastructures, and not just Africa. It could be Haiti. It could be all of these black African countries. African infrastructure must be administered, managed well. We know it's gonna. The thing about it, Kyla, what I noticed is the African governments, they don't want to spend the money. They want to eat the money.
Yeah. So that's unfortunate.
I don't see an African government.
No, it is because
I don't see
like
an African government spending multi-billions of dollars on national infrastructure.
The thing is, though, the problem is when you have rulership instead of governance. Rulership means we rule and we don't have any accountability. Nobody can stop us. Governance means I serve the people. My decisions are based on how well I serve. Everything I do, the law and everything I do, administration have to serve. You serve the people, you serve society, you serve the state. Serve. But what happens not just in Africa, in America too, right? We have people, the congressmen, who their office is an entitlement. We black people, the only people that have people in Congress for 50 years.
Yo, man, yo, Kyla, I know some guys that died in the Senate, died in the congressional seats, man.
But in most white districts, man, they spend 2 terms or 3 terms and they're gone.
Yo, man, some of these guys, 28 years Congress.
Yo, what's his name? John Conyers. John Conyers was there when my parents were dating in 1963. What's his name? What's the guy that died? John Lewis.
What about Charles Rangel?
Charlie Rangel, man. He was the worst. He did absolutely nothing and whatnot in Harlem,
What?
It's like this is a joke, man. So
he was eating, man. He was Democrats, man.
They got the black vote. So when black people start asking questions, all they're gonna try to do is bring immigrants here to replace them. They say
the OG, old Rangel.
Charlie Rangel was a straight up clown. I'm like, man, it's a straight up freaking clown. And every once in a while, they'll get into a spat with white people to say,
yeah, the show.
Dave, you know what I'm talking about, right? They get into a little public
show that he still got
Charlie Rangel used to go at with Ed Koch every once in a while, Hey, go ahead, we gotta make it look good, Dollar Bill knows what I'm talking about. He knows about Ed Koch and the 1-2 step, whatnot. These Negroes in New York, whatnot.
How am I doing, Ed Koch? Yeah, I remember that.
But it was a joke, man. Remember that his commissioner, his treatment, that guy, Ben Ward. Remember that clown?
Yeah, I remember Uncle Ben.
Yo, Uncle Ben.
They said Ed Koch was down low though.
Yo, Ed Koch was he had personality. I guarantee you.
Oh, he was open.
Check us out. Yeah. If somebody, if there was an event, Ed Koch was a douchebag, but if there was an event and Koch showed up, everybody there because he was like the life of the freaking party, For some reason, it was his personality. He may have been a
he was flamboyant, bro. He was flaming.
Yeah, he was very funny. He was very likable. We say we don't know what you stand for, Koch, but we just like the way what you're doing. We don't know nothing. Black people love Koch, but we call it crotch.
Ed Crotch, man.
Ed Crotch,
He got on my nerve. He looked like the guy from Purdue Chicken.
Yeah, and then we got this guy Dinkins and whatnot. What the hell was that all about, man?
David Dinkins was in the he was the tennis guy. He got the U.S. Open looking good.
And he basically defrauded the stock security chains. He got away with it. He estimated some bullshit holding in some bullshit radio station at millions of dollars, and he's listed at $1 million, and he made the money. But they didn't come after him because he was black, and they didn't want to seem racist.
Well, he's from the old machine. His father was in Tammany Hall. Was the only black guy in Tammany Hall.
Oh, I gotta figure something like that.
So he's from the Democratic machine, and so that's why he was elected the first black man. But he was more concerned about the U.S. tennis. Okay, all of that he built all that out in Queens.
Yeah,
had it redone and that's why it's Arthur Ashe tennis out there in Queens. He did all that was his main thing, But these guys, they all they sell out because they're own.
Yeah. Time for a new generation of people that's gonna do shit. As far as politically, I don't know where Black America is going to collectively. I don't know. I think what I was saying earlier, Dolphin, before you got on, tell me what you say about this, right? In the 60s and everything, the civil rights movement basically only rode in because it got a boost from anti-war activists, feminists, gays, Jews, communists, all these people combined together, and Hollywood, leftist elite, whatever like that, right? And the new age, the people of Hollywood, Las Vegas, Upper East Side, New York, whatnot, who wasn't feeling that right-wing conservative Barry Goldwater era, all converged and elected John F. Kennedy, I'm saying to myself, okay, they got what they wanted to. America did a transformation, in 1 year, 1964, America changed, right? Yeah. Women started going into corporate America. Women started going to college. All that changed, by the end of the 60s, America had completely transformed in 1 decade, It went into the 60s like, Mary Poppins and Mom and Apple Pie. The 70s, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Black people got a little rights along the way, housing, stuff like that, but that wasn't the main event. Now, black people in the 80s, our issue was apartheid South Africa. That's the only thing we rallied around. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Now, the 90s, 2000s, okay, it was Barack Obama, right? Now, seeing the first black president like that, we want to see a black man in the White House, blah, 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 blah. That was the 80s, 90s. We're not, it finally happened with Barack Obama, right? So after Barack Obama, what's left for black people collectively, right? Since white people aren't driving it, right? It's not being driven by any powerful institutions on what we should do, right? It's left to social media. It's left to social media and talking heads of social media driving black politics. And what's the issue they decided on? Reparations.
Yep.
And I try to tell people, like, John, they think that reparations is going to have the same momentum as civil rights. No, you don't have the Jews. Like I said, you don't have Hollywood. You don't have all these other people, who are going to get something out of it,
So why didn't they ever give the 40 acres and a mule then? What happened?
Well, I'll tell you what it was. That was a promise by General Sherman, right? He went to the real black leaders down there. He said, what do you people want? He said, they told him, General Sherman, all we want is 40 acres and a mule. And what that was federally protected territory, right? Throughout the South, but mainly in the Gullah Geechee corridor. That was only black. They want to move all the black people to that area, right? And what Lincoln wanted to do was establish that area from Charleston, from Wilmington down to Jacksonville, Florida, right? That strip of land right there. He was going to basically encourage black people to emigrate out of the United States to Haiti and Liberia, right? He was going to fund it, right? And what happened was that land was supposed to be all black, that whole strip of land, that Gullah Geechee corridor, they call it, right, Dollar Bill? And then what happened was Lincoln was assassinated, right? Instead of giving black people land like they promised, they gave all that land back to whites. They compensated the whites, and we were basically left on our own.
They do that though?
So that's what happened.
But why? Why did they do that? Why did they?
Because the bottom line, because we are what? Powerless. When you are powerless, honey flower, they could do whatever they want to you. And the whole thing was, you should be glad that we signed the 14th Amendment, giving you citizenship and taking away slavery. A lot of us were just as grateful to be out of slavery that we didn't make a fuss about it,
It was the timing of it. Right?
Yeah. Yep. What did somebody, Bush people said 2 streams?
More than that.
But now it's like
white people want it.
And there's a reparations
South Carolina.
So it's like.
What happened?
Well, I don't know. Somebody said 2 streams. What are we talking about?
Yeah, well, it's 2 streams. My stream and your stream.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're doing yours? Okay.
The same time.
Okay, good, man. Build your audience up.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick? Because the narrative you're painting is like kind of dangerous. You're saying that you're powerless, but despite all the obstacles, you see that black people utilize their resources, tactics, and allyship to create change for themselves and their children. So why would you use words like powerless?
I'm saying collectively as a people, we're powerless, right? Individually, right? Hold on. We do got some powerful black people in this country making powerful moves. I'm not going to doubt that, right? But on the whole, right? No black person can stop the crime in Black America. White people love to go on to black people and say, "What y'all gonna do about providing jobs and for your kids?" And we're saying, "Look, the problems in Black America are so severe, out of our reach. It would take a government. The problems that we're going through right now, China went through, right, before the communist revolution, right? You had people that were running around sick, right? And what did Mao Zedong do? Drastic measures. He went to the opium addicts, say, "Look, you're going to get off the opium or what? We're going to kill you," right? All the people that were doing all kinds of stuff, criminals and whatnot, warlords and whatnot, what did he do? He sent them to where? Re-education camps, work camps. And that disciplined the whole nation. It saved the whole nation of people from itself. We have nothing saving ourselves from ourselves because we don't have the means to do that. We don't have the power to do that, you know?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So basically now that there's a reparations movement, let's say they agree to the reparations, but somehow they say, well, we're just going to give you the 40 acres and a mule. Do you think that most of the FBA
First of all, it's like this, you know, check this out. You got to understand something, right? Reparations is only paid by of the vanquished. Japan paid reparations because it was vanquished in World War II. It had to pay all these countries back before it got its independence back and U.S. island its occupation. Same thing with Germany, right? That was reparations, you know, for war, losing war. America is a victor, you know. Victors do not pay restitution or basically admit wrong. As simple as that. So nothing going to be paid to black people out of the kindness of white people's heart. So in other words, you must think, in order for people to believe in reparations, you must think white people are this loving and.
But Carla, this will be like a moral reparation, not a military reparation, right?
A what?
Moral, something that is moral, like.
This is what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about. In order for you to say white people have moral reparations, that means white people are capable of feeling guilt. And you're saying that white people are human. You're saying that they're human. They got human feelings and they can see right from wrong.
But they are human, Carla. They're humans.
I don't believe. Look, I don't believe they're human like that.
But Carla, reparations.
If you can have children with white people, they're humans.
Well, I'm like this. I don't believe white people are basically.
You pathetic. You're trying to say, but I think that is a flawed way of thinking when you're saying like that because you feel like they're not empathetic that you're not gonna utilize the power that you do have to not only request what you're
you can request all you want. We've been making requests for hundreds of years, but the bottom line is how you going to get 2/3 of Congress to override a definite veto by President Trump, and how do you basically get that through the ways and means of Congress, all the Senate?
Yeah, but what's? Can you hear me?
So you telling me like 2/3 of the congressmen and senators are going to commit political suicide by even voting for that? Are you kidding me?
I don't think it's. I think you got to remove the financial, economic, like the financial element, the money element.
Hold up. The only thing people when they talk about reparations is the only thing they talk like in the words of Ben Yusuf. What did he say, Dollar? Well, fuck the education, man. Give me my money, you know. Right?
No, but what about housing? What about grants? What about forgiveness? What about
like motherfucker all that? I said, Ben, what about education, motherfucking development? Give my goddamn money.
So, but even if they say, all right, we're gonna give you 200,000. If you opt for education and lifetime education for all the kids, that will outlast that 200,000. You ask for land that will outlast the 200,000.
I peeped in on a reparation show on Black Sun's radio or Block the Radio years ago, like 20 years ago, and a motherfucker was having this knockdown drag out. They want to kill each other. One dude was like, "We should do this to build a community." Like, motherfucker, if I get my 200,000, he was right after Barack Obama got elected, right? They all thought a reparations check was coming. They're like, "Man, it's been 2 months, man. I ain't got my check yet." They had people campaigning for Barack Obama, right? In Chicago, places like that, to get out the vote, telling him as soon as Barack is elected.
Kyler, you need to invite this Liddy Tree person, J Liddy Tree. She's an FBA. She's in the comment heavy.
But
Maybe she
Kyler,
wants to come up and speak on
Kyler,
FBA,
think
getting a
about it.
reparation.
Is she real?
Well,
She keeps typing
Kyler,
A-B,
go
not
ahead, Dave.
But think about it, Kyler. The U.S. government still owe black people for some of these wars from the 1800s.
Oh yeah, they owe us a
1700s.
lot. But the whole thing is,
So
look. Let me ask you a question,
they
Dave.
didn't even pay us back for that. What makes you think
Check this out. Hold up. What you got? What we all got to do is listen to our good friend Nack Measy and get our bootlick on. Because Nack Measy is telling us that we have to be loving America. He wears American flag on his face and bootlick the white man. Forget about all he owes us. Forget about all this shit like that. Just be powerless and a bootlicker in America and be a good American.
They still owe some of these black soldiers and their families money from some of these wars fought in the 1800s.
Lala Brown says, "I'm grateful for people like him." I guess he's talking about me. I found FBA, regular black community. Can't tell you I'm compromised. Oh Lord, yours truly is compromised, folks. The FBA. Let me tell you something, sister. The FBA only exists. The FBA only exists on TikTok.
Yo, let them come up. Come
right,
up.
I'm gonna put the chat.
Step
right up.
Step right up. Come up, shorty.
Yeah, come on up. You got the guts. Come on up.
Come
Step
up,
right
shorty.
up. Is that Chantel? It's probably Chantel.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, but like I said, I don't get your notion. So you're claiming that we're powerless based on what? Like I'm not
You're
understanding.
powerless, nigga, because you don't have no power.
Bro, there's more senators. There's more. Hold on. How much educated people
Principe,
were
right?
here previous to black leadership?
Principe. Let me tell you how it works. Calm down for 1 second, right? Listen carefully, Principe. Put the wax out of your ears. I'm gonna tell you something, right? Donald Trump went around to the Rust Belt and whatnot and saw Nack Measy goes, "I'm hating on black." No, I'm hating on bootlickers, Nack Measy. I love black Americans. I'm telling you, get off your fucking knees and stop licking the white man's shoes. Okay, check this out. The white man, Donald Trump, went around America, right? He said, "Man, people are dying of fentanyl and whatnot," right? He knew none of his first term. He said, "Man," he looked over and he said it was coming from China and all these Mexican brown people and whatnot, right? And so when he got elected a second time, it's going to be a golden age. Why? Because he has the power. You see what they're doing in the Caribbean, your islands and everything? They're blowing shit the fuck up. Why? Because they have power to do it. They have the power to act on their will. We can look at all the drugs in our community, crime, everything like that. We don't have no power to act on it. That's what I mean by powerlessness.
But that's not true. There's a lot of people that are mayors, senators, police officers.
Shit, man. They don't do shit.
You said what? They don't
look. Okay, so tell me what power does Brandon Johnson got?
To do what exactly? What are you talking? He has a lot of power. He's the mayor. He can
a murder capital, but YNs are tearing the city apart when not shooting up the thing. Tell me what power does anybody have? People are tired of living like that,
The question.
Absolutely, but you're telling me he doesn't have any power. I believe he increased.
He's
trying to increase, so quote unquote. He believes social program is going to fix. That's his main. When you hear him speak, that's what he claims. Can I answer the question, Dave? Man, come on. Let me just answer the question.
I want to let you know. You got to ask who's the county commissioner and the county executive. That man don't have no power.
So you telling me there's all right? What you're trying to do is basically minimize all the institutions in which black people doing these whole power. All the police officers.
Right? Baltimore is a failed city, right?
It was failing before. It was slowly failing before black people even took power in terms of leadership.
I'm saying that black people had power in Baltimore since the 60s. So it's so failed. You watch that show, The Wire. There's no way you can even reform it. the police chiefs, all shit like that. You know, you have a police chief, you got the mayor, all black city council, whatnot, and still the city is a disaster, right? You
because
still got
the white people who
running around
control
in a
the
black
power,
city.
the white people who control the power in the state are the ones that are pulling the strings, not the black.
White people still control Baltimore.
Yeah, you know
They're doing better now.
You know, the county commissioners, the sheriffs and stuff, the governors, the local
They always make sure those
dollar bill, those late night snacks, man, they'll fuck up your metabolism, man.
Yo, man, this is Pretzels, man.
Well, the bottom line, principle, man, is until black people show that they could act their will, oppose their will on somebody. If you oppose your will on somebody or yourself or your people, man, you know it's futile. You know, you can't oppose your. We don't have the power to impose our will on somebody. We can't. All the powers, the problems that we see in Black America. Name the problems that you know in Black America, Prince B.
There's crime issues. There's educational issues.
Let's stop right there. Okay, I'll give you Prince B. I give you the power and authority, right? Go clean up crime. What was the first thing you would do?
Well, you start with. For me, I'll probably put more police. In this black police, especially.
Oh yeah, you can have black police, but the YNs are still running around and shit like shit was go thing. How do you stop the crime? Police don't stop the crime. They got to actually do something.
Carla,
One of the laws
you
I would
gotta admit that
enact.
most black people don't call the police. They're not snitching. They're not really turning people in.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on, but one of the laws I would enact.
That would mean that black people actually have the power, just don't use it and just don't do it.
Exactly. So we choose.
Hold on. One of the laws I would enact is to hold the parents accountable.
We choose to be powerless, principally.
That's not. No. There's a mayor like even like hold on, Kamala Harris, right? Some people don't like her, but one of the policies that I respect her for, she was charging certain people's negligent parents who's allowing their kids to go out and do whatever. She was charging them, and people didn't like that. But that's one of the policies that's starting to be enacted in parts of New Jersey and parts of DC, where they're enacting curfew laws and also laws in which if your child is acting up and is a repeat offense, they're going to start charging the parents. That's one of the things that should be done. That was done by a mixed person, but you can call her a black whatever. But she was a black or mixed
she's not black
politician who enacted that law.
You think that's a good idea, Principe?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Let me ask Principe.
So you think that locking up parents or giving the parents criminal charges?
If there's son out here running the streets, robbing and stealing and killing.
Wait. Think for 1 minute with your brain. Your kid is bad, but you're not teaching them to be bad. But they should lock you up, give you a criminal record, fuck up your opportunity for work.
Your mother's crying.
And that makes sense to you, Principe.
And bullies his mom and everything like that. He says, FUB. You made my father go. And then next thing you know, the cops lock the door. Your son robbed at 7-Eleven.
If you beat
you didn't think about that, Prince.
No, there's certain kids that only listen to their parents, though. They don't listen to nobody else but their parents. Even when I was a kid, right? I grew up in the hood.
Those kind of
certain
kids.
people don't listen to nobody but their parents. So you know that your son only listen to you, and you let him loose on the streets. He robbing, he's stealing, he's doing all types of shit, and you're the only one that can reel him in, but you never home. How does that work?
Did you ever always listen to your parents?
For the most part, yeah.
Yeah, for the most part,
when they were around.
For the most part, when they were around. So when they wasn't around, you didn't listen to them.
For the most part, I did. But I'm trying to say when they were around, there's no way in hell I'm doing
ever known
shit
in the world, in America and in Africa. It didn't change anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm not understanding. So you telling me if
you get arrested for beating your kid in America, right? So you can't put your hands on them because they said you're abusing them. So
I'll bring that back, though. I'll reverse that law. That's if I was a politician, I would reverse that.
They bring it back. This would make sense.
Hey, hold on, Jonathan Dobbin. Let me get a minute right here. Principally, you know, I could tell. I one day I'm gonna do a montage of the number of teachers who are quitting or just basically going to jail or getting fired because they have to defend themselves in school against these kids, right?
Where's the parents?
Kids, you go to jail, right? You go to
Where's
jail.
the parents?
Well, check this out. One sister defended herself against this one teenage girl, and her mother came in here and beat the teacher. She busted the school, grabbed the teacher by her hair, beat her down because.
Thank you. Prosecute the parents. That's my point. If your son out here bullying people, your daughter out here not listening.
What I'm saying is, hold up. The problem I'm trying to ask you is this. Now, that's one thing, right? Why should a person who make what school my cousins, their school teachers, they make like $60,000 a year? Why is somebody making $60,000 a year have to go through that in the first place? You know,
they don't pay no money where your people are, because I don't work for that little bit of money.
They're in Buffalo.
Oh yeah, Nah, I know people in Buffalo's getting a nice check. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. That was 5 years ago. They could be making more now, but
they making more than that, much more.
Yeah, they must be making more now. But
listen, what I'm saying to you is, and teaching is my profession. What I'm saying to you is, and I've done all kinds of jobs, including, let's just say I've worked with the courts too. So the whole thing is, you have parents who cannot physically put their hands on their children. You know, I'm gonna tell you a little story about a friend of mine. Never had a criminal record at all, Principe. And so this, they told him at the school that his son was doing, disturbing the class and running around and acting like a fool. So of course, him being from the old school, he beat him. He didn't beat him with his hands or whatever. He took the belt and he tore up his behind. Somebody heard it and called the police on him. So the police come to the house and they say to him, listen, because he's not dead, I could say, listen, Marcus, could you tell us what happened with the child? I'm a father just like you are. And I told him, don't ever do that. But he listened to them because the guy sounded like a pretty reasonable white guy. Seemed like he understood where he came from. He had children of his own. So he decided to sit down there and write out a little note exactly what happened. Once he wrote it, he signed it. And when he signed it, what do you think they did? They took his behind and threw him up against the wall and handcuffed him and arrested him for assault because he just did a confession on himself. A confession. So when you're telling me, Principe, about this same woman who put people in jail for children who have special needs and can't go to school every day, that she wasn't just finding them. You're talking about a woman who's completely insensitive and understanding what came from the community. It's because she's not a black woman. It's because she's an Indian woman who was raised by a PhD and a white daddy, okay, because her real father from Jamaica didn't raise her, okay, by her white stepdaddy, okay. She thinks that we have more power when the system has the power over the children, because the system is a pipeline to prison. So you have children who are running wild and you have no ability. You go to the court and you tell the court, I'm having problems running with my child. I need some help. They empower the kid. They don't empower the parent.
I agree with you. That got to change. But I'm talking about the ones where the parent is called and the parent don't give a damn. That's what I'm talking about.
She didn't differentiate.
I understand that's her problem. That's I agree with you. That's wrong. Even with the spanking thing, that's wrong. They need to reverse it because I was spanked.
That was one of the main reasons I could never support her as a black man. What she did to those poor black women, okay, in Southern California, who would come out and try to get help. There's a lot of people in society who come in and trying to get help. And the worst thing that they do is go to the system and ask for help, because the system is going to demonize them. They're going to say you have no control over your children, and they're going to punish you. But it's society that has made them that way. Well, why do you say that, Dollar Bill? What do you mean society made them that way? You know what? You know why the Chinese kids don't have to knock themselves over the head? Don't have to knock you over the head? Why they started family court? Do you know why they started family court, Principe?
No, tell me. I don't know.
White people started family court to give white criminals a second chance. They was never meant. See, these are the things that you guys don't know and it's not your fault. Because when you sit around with idiots like Afro dumbass who don't know his ass from a bunch of turnips, okay, you can't learn anything. You have to sit around people when you talk about certain things who know. I don't know anything about Sharia law. I don't know anything. If I went to Africa, okay, for me to take an American perspective on what I think that Africans should be doing is an ignorant approach. So now you have a person like Afro dumbass who's trying to apply what he thinks should be applied, okay, not knowing the history or what's going on in America. And he's
but you don't think Afrodamus is reacting to what he's seeing, and he's seeing that you guys have power and you guys are not utilizing this power.
Afro dumbass.
His perspective. I'm not trying to understand. You could break it down deeper and see.
Afro dumbass. You know, let me explain something to you. So let me break this down to you. Dr. Amos Wilson said it clearly. If you live in Alaska, right?
Yeah.
You know that in Alaska it snows a whole lot. And if you look at that snow and you live outside of Alaska, it's all snow to you, right?
Yeah.
It looks like all snow. But everybody who comes from an area where it snows all the time know there's different types of snow. Okay? From the naked eye, they all look the same. But if you live in that particular climate, you know the different types of snow. This is why people like in Somalia are having a problem. They thought that if they came here to America and act like they were better than African Americans and disassociated themselves with the people who fought for freedom in this country, that if they voted for the white man, that somehow they would be safe. You see, that's a miscalculation. But you see, people do that because they look at their eyes and they see snow and they think all snow is snow, and they don't understand to differentiate between different types of snow. You can't see one African American from the other. You don't understand class. All you see is race, and all you look is the lowest common denominator, and then you go the blacks this, the blacks that. But you don't understand because you don't know the white man. You think you know him, but you're learning him though, aren't you? And when you learn him and he shows you who he is, then you better believe exactly who he is. And then all of the things that have been taught to you about how we're victims and we're playing like victims and all of this nonsense that you've accepted, okay, when you realize that you've been told a pack of lies by a pack of liars. Now the Somalians want the African Americans to come to their defense. The Mexicans want us to come to their defense. But you ran your mouth. You told us you don't want to associate with us. You told us that we're this and we're that. Now, when they decide to revoke his green card and send his behind back to Gambia, what is he going to say then?
Are you trying to make it a personal thing with him? My thing is, I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with all his positions. He's a man. He could defend himself. But I'm just talking on the points where I agree.
It's not just him. It's people who associate themselves with him. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And he spends most of his time talking about African Americans.
Dollar Bill, he's a scoundrel.
You're doing a name calling thing. I'm talking about what.
I don't think look, principally, let me say this. That's not name calling, right? That's a description, right? You know what a scoundrel is? A scoundrel is somebody who has a
break it down.
A pretense of legitimacy, right? But he operates on the lowest level, right? Let me give you an example. Somebody basically, you will have these people around town, like a lot of people in America right now are walking around talking about deport the illegals, right? Now, the people who, some of the people who port the illegals aren't working. A lot of white people aren't working. They're just lazy. They're drunks. They don't do nothing. They're popping pills and everything, taking opioids and whatnot. Talk about the illegals, right? But when it comes time to, and they do all kinds of illegal shit, right? Every day, right? Driving drunken, drug possession, everything like that. But yet, when it comes down to Donald Trump says we have to close the borders and whatnot, suddenly you want to take a stand on some issue that you think is important, right? That you could identify with because it suits your needs, which is close the border. Well, I'm only enforcing the law. Suddenly the law is good to you when it suits your needs. That's the definition of a scoundrel. The Afrodamus only agrees with white supremacists because he feels like he's safe because he don't have to deal with the baggage of slavery. He don't have to deal with the baggage of a broken community like Dollar Bill and I have to do with, He don't have to deal with none of that. So he can live in a white community and whatnot and look down on it, like saying that I'm an American and whatnot, and call himself MAGA and all stuff like that. That's a scoundrel. He completely distances himself from the problems of his own homeland. They have a rampant homosexuality and child homosexuality, stuff like that going around. But he basically skips over that to talk about our problems over here. You know what I'm saying?
Then he sits
that's what it means to be a scoundrel.
Then he sits up there and he runs all of these racist little things from the 40s and the 50s, and he think he's funny. Now, if we do it, if we did something like that, we would be the worst people in the world, right?
Yeah, we talk about Africans. I get criticized for talking about Africans. I tell Africans the truth, and I get criticized.
Look at the xenophobic African Americans that are playing those things, and so I don't engage with him, but I know who he is. He's a dangerous person, and he's got a problem. And his problem is that he's not as successful as he wants people to think he is. Okay, he's just
he's not successful at all. A successful person don't act.
A regular guy, and we don't supposed to bow down to him because he has a microphone and he thinks that he has something that he wants to say. He's not saying anything. He's not even he's not even popular in his own community. He only got 4,000 things. How long has he been on there?
He's been on for like 10 years.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
That's what I'm.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, Chris. I know a lot of Gambians, right? Those are some of the most real black nationalist people. Especially in the UK, whatnot. They know about Malcolm X. They know about Alex Haley. They know the story. They connect with their brothers and sisters and what happened in the Ma'afa, the Holocaust slave trade. Afrodamus makes a mockery of it. He makes a mockery of it.
But hold on. But disclaimer. He always says that he doesn't really associate with even certain things African does, right? So it's not when you listen closely, he's not really pro-African either.
If he's like pro-African, then why is he always in like Pan-African spaces? Comment. I
don't know. Like I said, that's something you should ask him.
There's nothing.
You don't want to be on the show,
something, right?
Yeah, but I actually challenged him. He actually hit me on the show. I challenged some of his points. I challenged him on Senegal. I challenged him on recolonization of Africa. I challenged him on certain points. I don't agree with him 100%. Where we agree at is where we agree at. Where we don't, we don't.
He's just like 1776. They're two self-hating Negroes.
There's some elements, but there's some elements there because I literally ask him, if you have this money that you claim you have this education you claim you have, why you're not attempting to challenge and create a new system, whether it's in America or in Africa, to challenge the European? Why are you calling for recolonization? You see what I'm saying?
Fraud,
like that's my thing. That's my thing is like black people have power, whether you like, if you look at history of how black people in America, in Haiti, Africa, whatever, were living under the quote unquote great white man. Most people didn't have access to education. They didn't have access to full access to different jobs, even in in Africa. So these black leaders, even in Africa, created liberties for these people to have more educations and to have more opportunities. So to talk down on them is kind of funny style to me, and also for Black Americans. When you too, hold on. When Colin says his people doesn't have power, it's no different than what they be doing, what Afrodamus be doing.
People in Africa who have money, and they're only concerned. The elites are only concerned, just like the white elites. See, the white elites are not concerned with the regular white people. White people think because they're all white that they're concerned about them. And so the reason why we can't get reparations is you've got white folks who doing worse than black folks. And they were here 400 years ago too. And they weren't enslaved. Or some of them were indentured slaves for 7 years. But after that, they were free for hundreds of years. and they're still suffering, right? So how are you going to then, in turn, take 12% of the population, or 14%, according to 1776, and give them money, and you haven't given these other people any money? You're going to start a new civil war right here in America. That's why you can't give reparations.
Yeah, that's the one thing that will spark a race war.
Them white folks tear this country up. You mean to tell me we're going to give all of this wealth to 14% of the population, and we've been here for 100
man. Yo, they were lynching black people at the thought of a Freedmen's Bureau, where black people just get basic care to navigate in this new world. When that white people thought it as black people getting money that they have to work for, man. Black people getting strung up coast to coast, man. You know.
Why do you think that that Donald Trump is going after the federal government and getting all of these black workers out of their jobs? Okay, he's trying to do that to appease the white base. Why do you think that he's doing what he's doing in terms of education? Because he sees that black women in particular, okay, are some of the most educated women if you produce percentage-wise in this country. And they were making good money doing so. DEI had to come out against them and make all of these women, because it makes white women who are sitting on their behind and doing nothing but just being white, making them look bad. People come here and will say, you've been here for 400 years, but we haven't been free for 400 years.
That's true.
Really got into the system like 60 years ago, you know?
Okay?
That's true. That's very true.
400 years. This is why I'm trying to say, you can't, if the man, he should talk about what he knows. He doesn't know anything about us.
And he goes on the show trying to, he had a guy, they try to debunk this other African guy, Zanu, that 70, like, they try to debunk Black American success and adventures in America.
Yeah,
we got two African. Look, let me tell you something. To African brothers.
Let me say that.
Hold on.
Zanu opened my eyes about Afrodamas a little bit, so I do give him respect. I see Zanu as an actual sellout, and I see him trying to defend Zanu, and that's very suspect.
Well, check this
out.
Look, let me tell you that to the Africans or people who want to be African, right? Don't become the ugly man of a society. What I mean, ugly man is this. There's two men. There's a pretty man and an ugly man, right? The pretty man, things works out for him. Everything's in his favor, the society and everything, the narrative fits his thing. The ugly man is always angry. He's always basically pointing out how he's wronged or somebody else is this. He just dissatisfied. Afrodamas is becoming the ugly man, you know? The blacks and whatnot, and it's like giving jealousy thing. Don't want to be you don't want to be the other. You don't want to be the outcast. You don't want to be that.
If you're angry at Tariq, be angry at Tariq.
Yeah, if you want to be angry at Tariq and whatnot, that's fine. You know,
I don't like that. I don't like the generalization that he does. He generalizes a lot.
You know what? Generalize everybody. Like this. And what you call it? And I'm saying to myself, okay. If you make a general, and that's what's stupid is I talked to my sister today, right? I said we were talking about how our agency is growing right now, and we got big plans for 2026, right? We're really gonna be up there. We're really there now. We're really there. I said, do you know? I told my sister, right now, there's people that don't believe that people like you, myself, our colleagues, all black, are. She goes, what? I said, there people that don't believe there's black professionals, and she goes, what kind of people you be listening to? I said, you'd be surprised. There's people who probably think we're all Nigerian. She's all busted up laughing. They probably think we're a Nigerian or Ethiopian family. She's like, because they don't believe Black Americans. What?
Who doesn't believe that, Colin?
No, but every time you hear like everybody talk about, they always talk about. Look, this is how it goes, Principe. Let me give you a second, dollar bill.
What?
When I start talking about the stats about 2.5 million black men are in the upper middle class in America. 2.5 million are in the upper middle class, right?
Mm-hmm.
First thing black immigrants say is, how many of those are black immigrants? How many they want to be included? When I say something about 2 million black people are millionaires, how many of them are immigrants? How many of them immigrants? How many Africans? How many Caribbeans? What like that, right? Okay, now when it comes down to talking about the crime and the problems, Section 8 users, welfare users, crime. Suddenly the immigrants like, I ain't black. That ain't us. We're immigrants. You know what I'm saying? Those are Black Americans do all that. They want all the accolades when it comes to Black America, right? They want to be included in all the success of Black America and identify with all the success of Black America. They would say, well, we got 160 HBCUs. But yeah, we're in the HBCUs. We have the African shutdown day, whatever they call it, you know? So they always want to be in our spaces, in our thing. They want to take over our things we built, like the Essence Festival and whatnot. But when it comes down to, I really identify, like I said, white people are really coming down on us about crime, right? Africans and everybody else want to distance themselves from the crime problem. They want to identify with the success of Black America.
But the Somali situation is exposing that, Kyla.
But you know what? I don't have a problem. I mean, this is where I differ with you guys. I really don't have a problem with Black people, even if they're from Africa, owning Essence magazine.
I don't have a problem either.
I would prefer that it was
Kyla,
hold on one second, let me finish.
Besides all that, I don't care about that.
If it was Black owned, I wouldn't care if it was Black Caribbeans or Haitians. That doesn't bother me, because see, we have to be able to see ourselves, okay, as one people.
Oh yeah, but hold on, I disagree with that strongly. Why? Because the Essence Festival was held in New Orleans, right? Okay. That's a unique culture, and why it was founded, right? For African American women, right? Our ethnicity, what means to the Black women, right? That was a space for our sisters, you know.
Yeah, but then the sisters like Beyonce.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm not going to disparage my sisters, right?
They should have brought it.
Hold on. The Black women in America,
but Kyla, I gotta disagree with you on that one.
Over the last few decades or two,
should have brought it. If it was important,
I gotta disagree with you on that, Kyla.
Then those women.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this, Dalvin. Listen to me. I'll let you on the floor. Now, I didn't like the fact that Essence Magazine, where it went down was, for the last 20 years, they took on the LGBTQ, the feminist, and the Democrat agenda, right? And that's what drove the magazine down, right? Richard Lau Dennis comes in and says, okay, I'm going to buy the magazine, but we're going to change it to a more Pan-African, Afrocentric. I agree with that, you know? But at the same time, right, I still don't think just because the executives screwed up in the direction, because remember something, the people who made that decision were these Boule types, you know, the Divine Nine. All these people went in there with an agenda, with this Oprah Winfrey anti-male agenda, and that defined Essence over the last generation. And also, when it flopped, because Black women were only really feeling all that, to tell you the truth, you know, now Rachel Aldentis comes in. He came in with Bain Capital. Now, Bain Capital, you know, Mitt Romney. That's Mitt Romney's corporation, you know. Right. He came in, financed the debt and whatnot, and now he says, if you give us a little capital, we could get the magazine back running and the Essence Festival back running. That's beautiful, right? And then he hired a Kenyan woman who was a Pan-Africanist CEO and whatnot. The one mistake they make was the fact that when they basically, instead of the Africans saying, okay, it's African American, we put the power in their hands, right? Now, when Ryan Coogler got the script for Black Panther, he made sure that Africans and African Americans were equally included and respected, you know? I think we went out of our way, even the colors, everything like that. There was equal African input from the continent and all over the diaspora, right? The Essence Festival went out of their way to seem like they were pushing Black America to the side, you know, with this jambalaya versus Jollof, a lot of the acts they had and whatnot. The thing completely flopped, and nobody showed it, and it failed.
Well, that's good. See,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They
own it now. You know,
golden rule, the man with the gold rules. And if the African American sisters, and many which Beyonce, Oprah Winfrey, and such.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Dalvin, I don't think that would have worked, because the whole thing is, it's like Ebony magazine, same thing. You know,
they gave
these magazines that were once all these magazines, Dollar Bill, was always a target of the white power structure. You know,
yeah,
well,
it's
always was
we
a
have
target.
More billionaires now.
These magazines.
We have more billionaires now and they could have brought it, but they didn't see. They didn't see the reason.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You know.
Yeah, it is.
They were buying watches. See, Collar never hold the elites and the economic strong accountable for nothing.
They gotta be held.
You don't hold them accountable for nothing, bro.
They gotta be held.
What am I supposed to do? Go to shoot them? You know?
No, but I'm saying you trying to make it. Go ahead, bro.
The man who owns the man with the gold is the golden rule. The man with the gold rules. If we want certain things in our community, and we want it to represent what we want it to represent, then we've got to put our money where our mouths are. We can't sit around and say, "Oh, somebody else got it and they misrepresented it," because we don't own it. It's the same.
Look, I think the dollar bill. I would say like this, no disrespect. If
it was only like $3 or $4 million,
Essence magazine, and he's being, I remember those days, right? Right around it was the late 90s, 2000 when I used to hate Essence magazine around my time because every time I picked up that magazine, I felt like I was under attack. You know, it wasn't like that in the 80s. You know, in the early 90s. You know.
Things change, and the only way for people to change things back to they want to do it is for them to buy it. It's just that simple. If we as
Emerge magazine, that's another magazine that disappeared. Emerge magazine wouldn't sell out, you know.
If we collectively put our monies where our mouths are, you know, we cannot continue to spend our money with people who do not respect us. And if we feel that people are not respecting us, then we don't have to support it. And that's just the way it is. We cannot go back and say, oh, what they should have, could have, would have done because what we did. Everybody's not going to respond. I think that's sour grapes. If you want it yourself and you want to control over it, you've got to be the one to buy it. It's really that simple. And we have people who should be held accountable, okay, who have the money and rather spend their money on material things. I don't mean a guy who's in the middle class buying a piece of buying Nikes. I'm talking about guys that are.
I think those rich black people are. They got. I think there's some sort of agreement that says don't involve in this, don't come. Like I think Robert Smith. I think he's a good man because, despite the fact he's married to a white woman, he basically gave $40 million to Morehouse University graduates. That's unheard of because black rich people aren't supposed to do that. You know, they aren't supposed to be philanthropists and whatnot and say, I'm gonna save this for hold up. But Bill Cosby, he gave over $100 million of his money to HBCUs. He financed the end of Spike Lee's Malcolm X movie.
He was one of the investors. He was one.
No, he came at the end when Spike Lee. I think he was short like $3 million budget, right? Bill Cosby.
I know Prince was one of the biggest financial supporters of the thing. Prince.
But we have an example. You know, the problem with Essence magazine was it was just so toxic at the time. The black people just abandoned it. You know.
Yeah, you know,
nobody
wanted to buy it, man.
Exactly. And the only reason
$5 million.
And the only reason that Ebony and the other stuff stayed black for a while is because that black woman was married to Spielberg and he brought it for her. It is what it is. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and talk about Joel Rice versus Jim.
That's the real reason why Carla's mad though, right there. That's the real reason Carla mad. You lost the rights off.
I know.
You lost the rights off, man. You lost, bro.
I'm saying like this. All right. If I ever went to Ghana, if I went to Ghana and had an event where I talk about unity and whatever like that, and I said, you know something, or Liberia, right? No, Liberia has cornbread. Let's say I went to Ghana. What's the bread in Ghana? Whatever the bread they use in Ghana, and said we're gonna have a bake off. You know, we're gonna have cornbread, and we're gonna have whatever roll y'all have. Whatever.
Look at it as friendly competition, Colin.
Friendly competition, all right? But I'm saying my whole thing is it should be on both sides. You should have some Ghanaians that like cornbread, and on the other side,
you own it. You do whatever you want to do.
Hold on. In this thing right here, when the
Carla, hold your L, man. Hold your L, bro.
Hold up. In the New Orleans situation, right? It was just clearly people were trying to cause a division. Like we're coming over here.
There's no division.
And hold on, no, listen to this.
It's a dictatorship.
Look. The bottom line is this:
like dollar bill dictator.
They say when you come over here and say, "Okay, we're going to replace." Look, first of all, we were just before these people could even get jollof rice popping in America, right? They should have restaurants, everything like that. They're already trying to. We're going to take over. No, you don't do that like that. You know,
they own it. Listen, when I brought my house, listen, Carla. When I brought my house, I brought it the first time I bought my house. We bought it from some Italians, right? Those Italians, they brought it from the Irish, who had it in the Irish sweepstake. So now, what I supposed to have in my house? 2 flags of the Irish and the Italians? No.
Yeah, but I'm saying the dollar bill.
The red, black, and the green. Because
the difference. Part of the difference is this, right? Now, when I'm saying like this for Africans' sake, right? They're coming to a new country, new land, and unlike the Jamaicans, everybody else, man, they had to sell themselves to Black America. Once we got hooked on oxtails and jerk chicken, it was a done deal. A lot of Jamaicans took off. Africans didn't take the time to get us acclimated to their cuisine and stuff like that before they start challenging our freaking cooking. You don't do that shit, you know?
That's not true.
But Carla, that's like we said yesterday, that's because of Pan-Africanism.
Oh, no, you gonna blame the Pan-Africans? That's some BS.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is because 100%. When you look back in the days, for some reason, there's always been historical ties between Black Americans and Caribbeans. When they came to America, they didn't advance either. They had the same damn struggle. They were niggas like the rest of us. But by the time that a lot of Africans started coming over to America, they didn't have that issue anymore.
That's not true,
they came at the good time period.
That's not true.
Prince P, explain how it's not true.
What does that have to do with the price of donuts?
No, the problem is this, right? When Jamaicans came here, they assimilated and they became part of Black America. You know, they became part of Black America. You know, these other people coming here.
Yo, bro, what? Can you name which group that did not assimilate? Most of these groups assimilate. That's why you get confused when we come.
We can name Somalians. Somalians didn't assimilate.
All right, forget them. We're talking about the rest of the groups. Most of us.
Wait. You asked what groups didn't assimilate. I give you answers. Now you want more and more and more.
Hold on. Do you even live in Minnesota? There's an African American community in Minnesota. How do they proceed?
They've been there for the longest.
The Liberians are fucking. No,
you make it sound like that's something brand new.
Black.
Yeah, but I'm saying, how do they precede the Somalis there and the Liberians there?
Well, those Black Americans in Minnesota were Pan-African, nigga.
Oh man, bruh, we talking about.
I hate to be on your side with this one, but I'm on your side with this one, bro.
This is utter nonsense. Like if the average Haitian American, Jamaican American, Nigerian American, Ethiopian American, they know your lingo. They sometimes frequent your areas. They frequent your restaurants.
You don't have a damn choice. Principle.
So how do we not assimilate?
Wait a minute, Principle. I got a question. Why don't people
how do we not assimilate?
Why don't the people immigrate to the rural areas where Black people don't go to?
What type of dumb question?
How come they're not going to?
So y'all brain works.
The operation because they know. They were around us. They're pretty much protected, but they still don't act like they don't want to be around us. But they know the safety.
If you bought it, they own it. They can do jollof rice. They can do red. They can do whatever the hell they want.
For me, Carla, they own it. So
Well, dollar bill. The thing is, they own it. That's 100% true. But if you want to wreck something that you just bought, you can do that also.
We're good.
And that's what they did.
And that's what they did. So congratulations on owning it. They didn't reckon it after you bought it.
The first time
if they wreck it, that's another opportunity for Black American to buy.
Well, I don't think Essence is ever gonna come back, man, because it was when it left us, it was toxic, and so therefore I don't think
somebody from Black America could when it tanked.
Dave, I got it with you. You know who will probably buy Essence? Bill Porter.
Oh man, then it's really over. Then it's really over. Then it's over.
That's what's coming next, right?
Then it's a wrap.
And
Then
Bill
it's a
Porter
wrap,
gonna be on the
Tyler.
cover.
Yeah, it's
I think you're
a
making too
wrap.
much about nothing.
RuPaul, Bill Porter and Cynthia Erivo will be on the cover.
Oh
Listen,
man!
if they got the money,
Oh
let them
man!
do it.
Oh man!
Oh, and Lizzo too. Lizzo too. Yeah, here we go.
I love Lizzo. Lizzo's beautiful.
Oh, come on. Oh yeah. Okay, Dollar Bill.
Lizzo is gorgeous.
Yeah, Dollar
Y'all
Bill,
know
man.
she is.
Oh,
Kyler, don't take him serious. He practicing Ubuntu at the moment. That's why he's saying that.
Lizzo's beautiful. Love you, Lizzo. Lizzo's beautiful. Y'all are tripping.
Lord, man.
She's a good-looking woman. She's smart. Y'all need to stop it, man. Seriously.
Now, but she said she's
they wreck it. We buy it back for $5 bills.
She's a flautist.
You
know, she's a flautist, a classically trained musician.
Yo, let's want to play a Lizzo video?
You can play Lizzo video.
No,
play a new one.
Don't hurt our eyes tonight.
Play a new one.
Don't hurt our eyes.
Y'all need to stop.
Hey, I'm not gonna play the video. I got to mute
Play
it.
a new one.
Don't hurt our eyes tonight.
Yeah, come on, man.
You met Lizzo tomorrow. You be kissing her feet. Stop it.
Don't play her video. She a big time artist. They gonna strike you.
That corn and grout on her toes. Yeah.
She's a nice looking woman. I don't know why y'all.
Man, Colin, it was a lot of hate last night, man.
Everybody keep telling me, man.
Man. I had to take a Tylenol, man. God.
Everybody was basically going out. I'm like, man, please, man, where's the love?
Well, you told me.
Then I had that easy call in.
You know, so much hate in the community,
you
man.
Can't tell these fools they can have hate. They're gonna misinterpret what hate is and go all in on hate.
Yeah.
Ahmed coming there, he's acting crazy, and it just
that dude, man, is something else, man. You know.
And you can't even tell he got an African American accent. And he just be going in, you people. Sound like
why everybody against Honey Flower, man? She just,
I don't know, because I tell you what it is.
I like Honey.
Because she spoke the truth.
I like
just a woman expressing herself.
This is what I do.
She wants to live in her country. Tyler, you know, she wants to be a queen in her country.
Yeah, she does.
I like her better than Frenchie. I like her better than what's that other one? Who was the other one that they used to come in?
Mari.
No, not Mari. Mari's my sister.
Mari's a girl.
No, somebody else.
Chantel, For Black, Lisa.
No, one that Kala used to have up here.
Oh,
Chantel.
Mystic Dime.
Huh?
Mystic Dime.
Mystic Dime.
No, the one that she used to come up here. It was not Honey Flower, was another one.
We just named all the women.
I don't remember anybody else.
Oh no, it was somebody else. It was Frenchie and another chick. Anyway,
name something that she said that everyone will remember.
Oh, I can't remember all that.
Who did she always argue with?
Probably me.
The only people I can think of is Chantel or Mystic Dime. That's all.
No, Mystic Dime. She didn't like Mystic Dime. She didn't argue with me, but she didn't. You know, she told you didn't let her breathe. But it was another one that used to come on the show. I was like, oh my God. But I like her better than Frenchie, man. I couldn't stand Frenchie.
Frenchie's still around. She's one of my mods still, you know.
Yeah. She don't like her. She don't like what's her name?
No, my point I'm trying to make about Honey Flower is, like I told her last night, right? I said the reason why I did that show is because I asked her, what do you hate? And she says she hates the fact that when she looks at her country right now, and she says, and you know, and they're supposed to look at men as their protectors, right? And what men do in their country is they take little girls, they rape little girls, they don't protect, they'll kill you in a minute, but they can't protect them against the Arabs and everybody else raiding the country and stuff like that. And she just says, I'm just angry, you know, at African men. And you know what somebody said in the chat room last night? It was Africa, she got her head knocked, busted. Some dude in the chat room, you know.
Wow.
We talk like that. Yes,
Elvis said that plenty of times.
Someone said that in the chat. You
Which
know,
only means what they always say is African men are barbaric.
you know. So and then we say something about that. Yo, you do not put your hands on a woman.
You and Elvis was going at it yesterday. You and Elvis and Ahmed was crazy.
Ahmed was off the chain, man. You know,
Ahmed needed his meds.
He was going crazy, man.
Yeah, neither one of them could answer the question I asked them.
It was a lot of heat, man. The temperature was rising. You know.
Yeah.
You know, we all of I don't. We're not asking for everybody to like each other. We just need a better organization.
Yeah.
You know, I hate that there's no infrastructure in that. That's what
I hate that we don't hold up. All the stuff we talk about, Dave, should be just common sense, right?
But you have to build it then.
Hold up, check us out. Let me give you guys a proverb, right? Confucius said, "The philosophy of one century should be just common sense in the next." The stuff we're talking about right now is what Garvey talked about 100 years ago. It's not common sense. We should be building across things. That he said that coastline between Freetown and Monrovia should have us going back and forth. We should have banking companies, trading houses, publishing companies. That whole coastline.
All of that stuff we talk about, Kala, is we don't have it today.
But we have the ability to build that, but we don't have the mind.
Yeah, we you know.
And also on the other side of the Atlantic, the African mind doesn't think like that. He just thinks and he don't understand if you have a recognized declared state, you could do everything. You could write your own bonds. You could print your own currency. You could do everything.
Your own municipalities. You can open municipalities,
all that stuff like that. All that stuff.
Sheriff departments,
African minds. That's all that you turn over
airports. You can have your airspace.
Yeah, check this out. The thing is, if you turn over something as advanced as a modern nation state to a people that's still culturally backwards and primitive, you know, that's what you have with Africa. They can't see the potential. When I go to Africa, I tell them all the time. They say, "How do you see things we can't see?" You know, because I come from the first world.
Yo, Kala, if I was a billionaire, I'll just have a submarine.
If I was a billionaire, man, West Africa
I have a big ass submarine.
I'll be living in West Africa.
Eating off the coast, man. Just eating off the coast, man. Nobody knows.
Be like this. I would have a mansion on the coast. I'd have. Oh my God, man! I freaking West Africa. Africa would be the most powerful place in the world if I ever got the chance. You ever notice that the people who get the billions of dollars don't do shit? You know,
man.
Because if I ever had that money,
I would be right there on the coastline with the submarine. The guys digging.
Yeah, so
you can do whatever.
If I ever had that money, I would definitely act on it. You know, one thing that have a will and desire or beliefs, but there's another thing to act on it. If I had $1 billion, everything I say I do, I would act on it. You know, I am like Trump. I'll act on what I say I'm going to do. You know. So it is what it is, you know. But yeah, I see. But Liberia, if it stays on the course it is right now, if we get Bucka or Cummings for the next election, brother, we're good. You know.
I want Cummings.
If this goofball Weir comes back to power,
oh man, it's a wrap.
We are.
I like Cummings. I'm not gonna lie. I like.
The black race will be dead. You know, the black race will be dead because Liberia is our only chance in Africa. You know.
Yeah, Kala, if we get back there, man, you probably see white people. They probably made white people.
Oh yeah, you'll have white citizens. You'll have everything that. You know,
the country
like he was ready. He was ready to. He don't have the power to rewrite the Constitution, idiot. You know, he was talking about the Constitution. But the Constitution says only black people be citizens and stay. And most people believe that. Even the native Liberians understand that. Yeah,
understand that very well.
That's the only thing they really agree with, Hill. That Liberia is a black country, Negro only. That's the only thing they freaking understand. You know, they may hate the American Liberians and Congo people, but they understand that they're both black. You know, that's the only thing good about Liberia. You know, when it comes down to other people, other races and whatnot, we're like, nah. You know, it's just not in Liberians to fucking just like this. Liberia will never become Zimbabwe or South Africa or white settlers, you know.
Nah, if that happens, it's a ride.
No, they'll be in danger. You know, I know it. You know, they'll be in danger. I can't. You can't even picture, right? Liberia,
imagine that.
White people, no.
Oh man.
You know, Liberia's the closest thing you're gonna get to an Afghanistan. You know, the closest thing your prototype for an Afghanistan is Liberia. You know, that's why I fuck with it. You know, all these other countries, man, with whites walking around freely, holding public office and shit. Nah, you know, nah, it ain't gonna happen. Bro. Not in Liberia. You know, so anyway, fellas, I'm gonna end the live stream. If y'all want to stay on, talk and chat, you know, y'all can. You know, I am tired. It's been a long day. But thanks as usual. You guys make this show, man. That's why I always listen to you guys. If I play something controversy, I always ask my panel, you know. I always give you guys that respect, you know.
Absolutely, man. God bless you, man. Happy birthday, man. Be well, man. Stay
Birthday.
positive.
I'm gonna
Stay
enjoy
positive, bro.
Happy birthday, Kyle.
Oh yeah, thank you. I got one course to do
Carla.
today. I'm gonna go to my office. I got a 4-hour course, online course to do, and me and my brother's going on. It's my brother's birthday too.
Okay.
So we always go out on our birthday. When we were younger, we used to go to strip clubs, but I don't think we're going to.
I did a few of them in my time too.
Hell yeah, we used to always go. That was always our birthday thing. We get drunk, take an Uber or cab to a strip club one night and get fucked up one night. We ain't gonna do that tomorrow. We're too old. I'm too old for that shit, you know. And so we're just gonna go out to the Mexican restaurant, have margaritas and some tacos and shit like that, you know. So we'll be good, you know. All right, fellas, y'all take care, everybody.
Have a blessed day, man.
I do too, bro.
All right, brothers. Peace.
All right.
God bless you, bro. Good to hear from you.